go was Hubble. You couldn't go any higher. Starship could go to the moon and Mars and beyond. So yeah, that is differences involved.
I feel like in a lot of ways, the shuttle is going to Starship goes to the moon and Mars and beyond. Starship is getting to be that vehicle that rather than making shuttle operational, like let's just take all the data from the shuttle 1.0 and make the shuttle 2.0. And I think to your point that definitely Starship seems like what shuttle really wanted to be in basically every way.
Yeah, and the other point about shuttle is that because it was a government vehicle, it was funded by the US government, it then pandered to the political pressures of having to give the funding to different states, which resulted in things like this. The solid rocket boosters come from Utah, and because they're coming from Utah, they could only ship them on trains in segments. And the reason why they were in segments was because that's how they produced them. And the problem was those segments needed O-rings and seals and stuff like that.
Yep.
And guess what happened with Challenger? So it's a horrible.
Yeah, if we didn't go with the solid motors in order to subsidize basically the ICBM industry. We could have had liquid flyback boosters, or even just liquids that you can shut off in the event of an emergency. I even recently, I think you've learned this too from one of our members, Andre, who sort of set me straight on the Air Force. It's very common to hear people say the Air Force ruined the shuttle with their cross-range requirement, but come to find out, NASA got the exact shuttle they wanted, and that cross-range requirement wasn't even wanted by DoD at a certain point, and NASA put it in anyways, sort of as like, here's our fruit basket of capabilities that you can select from, please give us money for shuttle. So it's exactly like you're saying, because they caved to sort of political pressures in order to try and get funding, and it's like a Pentagon Wars style situation, like a Bradley fighting vehicle. Like, just ended up in a design by committee that ultimately Starship doesn't suffer from. What Starship is a pure vision. It's almost like a film designed by a focus group versus a film from Stanley Kubrick or something. It's like an auteur that made the film based on a pure vision. And in a lot of ways, Elon does the same thing with design. And we see that, and we benefit from that because, just look at where Shuttle went and how long it took. And look how fast we've already gotten so far with Starship.
Yeah.
I got some coffee, can you tell?
I couldn't, actually. Thanks for letting me know.
We can visualize it.
Yeah, copy load is complete. Thank you.
Let me just tweet that out.
Ask Adrian when that is in the countdown. All right, so we got a question here from Sven G.
Took a second there, but that was quite funny.
I was muted, but that was hilarious. Way to go.
All right, so back to the questions. We have a question here from Sven G asking, do you think they'll roll out BN1 in 2 parts? And so for those who are unaware, BN1 is the first Super Heavy, or the first stage booster prototype. It's currently being assembled right now, and it's going to be very tall. So that is actually a good question, whether they'll roll it out in 2 parts and stack it on the pad. But if I had to guess, I would think they would want to do it. They want to fully assemble it at the build site and roll it out, just to deal with any problems there. But again, we've never seen a Super Heavy booster roll out before, so we'll honestly just have to wait and see. And I hate having to say, we'll wait and see, but...
It's not a bad idea, though. I haven't seen that suggested yet. And if it happened, I wouldn't be too surprised, because don't forget, what was it, SN8 and... No, not SN9, but SN8 was rolled out without the nose cone, and the nose cone went on at the launch site. So it's entirely possible that part of the early flow could include assembling the final 2 pieces together and Super Heavy at the launch site. And just really quick, to a moment of flippant stupidness, Ian, he said it'll be very tall, and I'm like, oh, we should change the name from Super Heavy to Very Tall. We have Starship, and we have Very Tall.
Super tall.
Oh my god, but I mean, yeah, that would be a good point, though. Like, you can clear out space in the high bay and at the build site and just do a little bit at the launch site.
Can I be a devil's advocate and say I think they'll roll it out as integrated stack because that weld line between the two tankages will be something they want to do inside the high bay to avoid the issue of welding in the out and open, because that's the whole reason why they built the facilities, the windbreak, the mid bay and the high bay was so that they could weld and integrate vehicles without the dust and wind and all that nonsense which does not help your welding compared to what they used to do before those facilities were built. So I might think they'll go for the full stack, but that would be hilarious to watch roll out.
Oh my god, yeah, good point there, actually, yeah. And the fuel tanks are the one place you really do not want any contamination, because if there's a minor hole, there's a little bit of like material inside the tanks that can destroy your engine or cause a leak. So I think having a controlled space.
If at a certain point we'll see another high bay or maybe a higher bay or something, because it certainly seems like they're currently using the high bay for nose cone attachment on Starship, and they are using the high bay also for boost to production. But I mean, I wonder how soon and how maybe if at all we'll see more structures like the high bay pop up at the build site as they ramp up their production of these things.
Yeah, I'd like to know how much space they've got to build in other places. I think they do, but I think they're using it for car parks because they've got so many employees there now. They're lacking car parking space more than anything. But the high bay was built for the height of an integrated super heavy, so the nose cone stacking was a bit of a surprise, really. No one knew they were going to do that. Actually stack the nose cones on the Starship prototypes inside the high bay. That's another little benefit they found from it. But it's designed, you can see the gap between the nose cone and the top of the high bay, that there's a lot of space there, and they could do the super heavy full stack inside there if they wanted to do it, which I think they will do.
Yeah, I could see them building another mid bay first, actually, but they do have a lot of extra room towards the back of the facility, using it to store stuff right now. So I could see them building another mid bay or a high bay or a higher bay. I don't know.
Jack's named it the higher bay. There we go. We're gonna go with that.
All right, I'm gonna call that
Block 2 version 1.2 something.
I just hear Phil Collins in my head, like, a higher bay instead of a higher low. Just make it in your head. Yeah, I'm not going to sing it, but make it in your head. It's hilarious.
I will start muting people. That's what I need to do. I'm here.
The super chat a minute.
Jack started it.
Jack started it. Status update sounds cool. Jack, you're off the live stream.
I think probably a lot of people that have been going in and out. So if you are just joining us or just rejoining us potentially, we are at T-minus 44 minutes from the last point that SpaceX gave us an estimate. That was quite a while ago at this point. That was right after they aborted the previous attempt due to an overly conservative thrust limit on a Raptor engine. So after that happened, John Innsbrucker, the SpaceX official who was providing announcements, said they were going to recycle in 2 hours for another attempt, or they were going to be making another attempt in 2 hours, I should say. So we're about 43 minutes now from that point, but of course we don't know that they are actually going to start the countdown right on time. There could be additional delays, so we're watching the tank farm closely, and once we see activity spool up, that would be a better indicator. But if we don't see that happen in the next 5 or 10 minutes, we'll probably go back to the local time instead of having that countdown clock, as we should definitely be seeing activity in the next 5 or 10 minutes if they're actually still targeting around 4:30 p.m. Central Time. So keep an eye on that ticker at the bottom for the latest status updates if you are hopping in and out, but until then, that is where we are at currently.
And we just saw some additional venting from Starship SN10, so they might still be finishing up detanking. But yeah, the big thing, that sort of 2-hour estimate SpaceX gave was probably pretty rough, so we're going to have to wait for the actual tank farm activity to spool up and things like that. Pad is still clear, so they can start at any point, but we're going to keep an eye on that before we commit to a firm T0 estimate. SpaceX just estimating around 4:30 Central Time is when that next attempt could be made. And again, the window extends all the way till 6 o'clock p.m. Central Time, so they have plenty of room to delay a little bit further into the window if need be.
And we'll hop back into some questions here. So Interstellar asking, how tall will booster number 1 or BN1 be? That's a solid question. So BN1 is the first super heavy or first stage booster prototype that they're building. So it's expected to be around 70 meters tall. I think Elon said 72 a few months ago. So that's our most recent estimate, is around 70 meters tall. So it's going to be about 1.5 times the size of Starship that you see on screen right now. So it's going to be something to see for sure. But yeah, BN1 is supposed to be the first prototype, and it's expected to just do pad testing and potentially a flight later on as well. So it'll be very interesting to see. And Nicholas asking here, is the mid-bay tall enough to stack the Starship nose cone? It is not. The mid-bay is only high enough to stack the middle or the tank section of Starship. The nose cone is stacked on inside the high bay. So the mid-bay is not tall enough to stack the nose cone. That has to be done in the high bay or on the launch pad. And Alec asked me here, can they perform the landing flip at a higher altitude to allow more time to adjust for landing? They could, but at the same time they would experience some loss, because the reason Starship flies horizontally as it comes into land is to increase the drag. It falls at quite a low speed for something so large falling. So the only reason they do that is to slow it down and to need less fuel to land, because the faster you're moving, the more fuel you need to burn to land. So they could at a higher altitude to give more time to adjust for landing, but you'll need more fuel and you'll lose performance on ascent.
You could also actually lose some throttle ability if you do that, because you have to remember the Raptors, especially with the new landing flip profile where they light all 3 Raptors and then shut down one immediately, assuming that they're all operating nominally. You have a very slim margin of error for there, because if you keep all 3 Raptors running too long, you will actually have too much thrust, you'll slow down too much, and then you won't be able to, basically you'll reach 0 velocity above the landing pad and then have to fall the rest of the way, which is of course no good. So if you start the landing flip too early, you run into that problem if Raptor can't throttle appropriately. So it's kind of a very middle of the ground solution they have to work with to make sure they have enough margin either way.
It just made me think that the flip and burn not only needs to be in a restaurant, but also like an item at the restaurant, and whatever it is, it's a spicy thing, and you get either 1 Raptor, 2 Raptor, or 3 Raptors. What do you want? You want that 2 Raptors or 3? Like, I'll take 3 Raptors. I'll take 6 Raptors. It's like, oh geez, this guy likes spicy food. Anyway.
So we have another question here from Robert asking, Allison in Spain, 7-year-old, wants to know, what is the total weight at liftoff of SN10? So we don't have any exact mass numbers, but we've heard numbers floating around between 100 and 120 tons for past Starships, so it's likely somewhere around there. Elon has stated they want to reduce the mass over time to hopefully 100 tons, and it seems like they have been reducing a little bit of mass over time, so I'd say between 100 and 120 tons. Anyone else hear anything different?
No, that sounds about right from what I know. And that's going to keep changing because these are such early vehicles, so they'll have a more final number as they get to a fully completed vehicle. But yeah, it's and that's a big vehicle. You have to remember, between 100 and 120 tons ish.
Yep, and it'll also be it also depend on what they install on there, because when they install the vacuum Raptor engines, that will increase the mass. The new landing legs may increase the mass. Crew quarters, other payload adapters, things like that will increase the mass. So it's going to be very much changing over the next few prototypes. And a question here from Solomon asking, what's the difference between a sea level and a vacuum engine? So essentially, a sea level engine is an engine optimized, usually mostly related to the nozzle shape. It's optimized to work in an atmosphere, and so with the atmospheric pressure, it can change how the engine operates. So with a sea level engine, the nozzle is smaller to deal with the compression from the atmosphere, but in vacuum, you don't need to worry about atmospheric compression, and you want to get the maximum performance and efficiency that you can get. So a vacuum engine has a much larger nozzle to get as much performance as possible out of the engine. And the more performance you get out of it, the higher efficiency and the higher payload you can carry.
And this is pretty standard for most vehicles. Falcon 9 has sea level and vacuum versions of the Merlin engine. And so
Electron as well with the Rutherford.
Electron, yep.
They do have similar power packs, so what the power packs are the pumps and other assemblies to get the fuel into the engine and to burn the fuel. The major visible difference is in the engine nozzle. A vacuum engine is noticeably larger than a sea level engine. And a question.
Yeah, question from Gary G. Thank you for the super chat. Could Starship do an aerodynamic flip before landing with gas thrusters before lighting the engines?
Right, so talking about, so probably not, just because Starship is so big, you would need some really powerful thrusters to be able to flip Starship all the way. You have to keep in mind how powerful a Raptor engine is and how much it can gimbal. Because of that, it's actually more efficient to do the burn with the Raptor engines, as Elon's described, because Raptors are so much more powerful. It's the lever arm, if you consider the torque aspect of it, is more efficient. So I guess technically the answer is yes, they could, but it's more efficient to kind of kick itself, put the flaps in the right position to start kind of going that way, and then have Raptor engines fire to finish the flip and then perform the final descent, rather than relying on some RCS gas thrusters.
And just a heads up right now. Oh, what'd you say?
I don't know if I'm just seeing probably grassman. Is a recandescent? I just definitely saw some venting from the recandescent.
It has been going on and off, but not at the rate we would expect to see if they have re-entered the countdown. So we're still waiting to see exactly when. Again, 2 hours is probably a rough estimate, so it might be slightly longer. But as we come up on T-minus 35 minutes, I think I'm probably just going to put the clock back to local time until we see some more signs of activity and get some more information, because like I was mentioning, we last got that now almost 90 minutes ago, so a lot could have changed since then. And once we see the tank farm activity spool up again, then we will let you all know what the most up-to-date estimate is on the launch time.
Yes, sounds good.
And we got another question here from Sam asking, why do they have to completely detank? And I believe Thomas touched on this earlier. The main reason is because the longer you have your fuel, your propellants waiting in the tank, because the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane are so cold, and the Texas air is very hot in comparison, the propellant will warm up and boil off over time. And even the propellant that doesn't boil off will just warm up and become less and less dense. And the less dense your propellant is, the less performance you can get out of your engines. And we believe that Starship is running on condensed or densified liquid oxygen and liquid methane, which means they cool it even further below their boiling point. So the longer they're sitting in the tanks, the warmer they get, the less performance they get, and it gets to the point where you don't know how cold your propellant is. So they completely drain it, completely clean out the tanks, and then reload it with propellant that they know is cold and densified. So that's the reason that Starship is empty right now, and why we're looking so closely for recondenser starting. So that will be the first sign that we are getting back into the count here with propellant loading. And a question here from Hannah asking, was the nose cone damaged in any of the SN tests? And no, the nose cone has never been damaged either under SN8, 9, or 10 in any of the static fire or any other tests. But there was one, I believe, was that SN8, where they were worried about yes, it was SN8, where they lost pneumatic control over Starship, and they were worried as the pressure was rising in the nose cone's liquid oxygen header tank. They lost control of the vehicle, and they were worried that the pressure would increase so much that it could rupture the header tank. But luckily there was a pressure relief valve or a burst disc that did end up breaking and did end up detanking or depressurizing the nose cone header tank. So they were a close call, but there hasn't been an actual event of damage. And sorry, John, what were you saying?
No, I was just saying that was wild. That was absolutely one of those moments where it was like, oh gosh, oh geez, what's gonna happen?
That was a very tense, 20-30 minutes, and then just the relief as the burst disc popped out. That was very nice. So Owen here was asking, how will they stack Starship onto Super Heavy? Is the high bay tall enough? And they will stack Starship onto Super Heavy. They would have to at the launch pad, unless they built an even larger, higher bay, as Jack was saying. But
which there's no reason to do it that way, because if you think about it, if you're going to plan to land Super Heavy back at the launch site, operationally, you're not gonna land a Starship on top of Super Heavy, right? So you need to have some way to stack a Starship on top of a already mounted Super Heavy anyway. So they're not gonna stack them both and roll them out at once. It'll definitely be stacked at the launch site.
Hey, I just switched microphones. How do I sound?
Better.
Okay. Talk again, Jack?
Yeah, sorry for throwing you in a loop there. How do I sound?
Super fuzzy now.
Okay, I'll
Interesting.
switch back. Never mind.
DM me. Shoot me a DM.
But yeah, as we were saying before, Starship will be stacked on a Super Heavy at the pad, and it's not as big of a deal as assembling a Starship on the pad or welding two halves of Super Heavy together, like we were discussing earlier, because the top of Super Heavy and the bottom of Starship need to be designed to be exposed to the open air, unlike the inside of the fuel tanks. So it won't be that big of a deal to have the exposed engine section and the exposed top of Super Heavy out on the launch pad.
Right.
I'm going to have to get off in a minute, but I will just quickly point out, with Jack talking, he's out in the field there. Mary is out in the field again, as she is every single day. We're all chatting, having a good laugh, answering questions and
Your
being
mic is gone all
interactive.
crazy.
Sorry?
That's just me.
Yeah, no.
His mic is on.
I just tried to fix it. Yeah, I don't know. Just keep talking, Chris. Just do your thing. People are out in the field.
1, 2, 3.
You may have to reconnect.
Yeah.
I'll reconnect.
Yeah, again, y'all, thanks for hanging in there with some of the audio hiccups. We're all doing this from home. We're on, like, whatever headsets we have and stuff like that. We haven't deployed an industry standard. Everyone must run the same thing. So dealing with a couple different audio hiccups on occasion. I think audio is one of the most difficult things we struggle with because we've got people in the field and they don't have, like, a news truck or anything like that. So thanks, y'all, for understanding. Chris, are you back now?
Yeah, how do I sound now?
Yeah, you're fixed.
Yeah, you sound back now. Yeah.
Oh, amazing. Turn it off and on again.
Yeah, that actually,
isn't it?
yeah.
Now, before I go, I just want to quickly mention that we're having a good chat here, and I was just thinking with Mary out there, she's not able to talk on these streams because of the internet connectivity out there is rubbish. She's out there every single day, and all these daily videos. She's out from dawn till dusk and sending all these massive amounts of clips, and we put them into a daily video. Everyone knows who she is, but she's out there on her own, and I just want to make sure, just probably can't hear me talking. Everybody in chat can say thanks, Mary, because trust me, without Mary starting all this off, we wouldn't be doing this. This is what kicked it all off. Mary going out there and dedicating every single day. I mean, every single day. I'm not even joking. There's not days off. She's out every single day. So, by all means, spam the chat like crazy with thanks, Mary. The moderators won't thank me for it, but I don't care. And I shall catch you all after the landing, all being well.
Yeah, no, that's a good point to make, Chris, because without her basically volunteering to do the daily videos and volunteering to do the streaming, we wouldn't have gotten started out on all this. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, we started the YouTube channel because she was uploading daily videos in clips to L2 or to the forum, and it was just like, bandwidth, no! So we started the YouTube channel, and how it's grown, and it's all because of the diligent and insanely hard work from Mary. So thank you to her, and I'm excited to see what her views provide us for whenever SN10 does actually get off the ground. But yeah, chat, do your thing, say thanks, Mary, because holy cow, we would not be doing this without her. And if you don't follow her on Twitter, what are you doing? Just follow her on Twitter. I don't know any other better way to keep track of what's going on in Boca Chica. So Boca Chica Gal on Twitter, definitely give that a follow.
Mary's about to overtake me on Twitter followers. The one person to overtake me if I even took Twitter followers seriously, it'd be Mary. I'd be happy for that, because that's just completely crazy. But somebody who's tweeting just about Starship stuff, and and what have you, the amount of followers.
She passes.
Andre passes Chris. Chris has to delete his account.
Oh,
He already has to delete his
I have to
account.
do that.
because-
What is today, anyways?
What day is
Not
it?
Tuesday.
Not Tuesday, no. I'll tell you one thing, in my credit, everyone was saying the Raptor swap was going to result in like a 2-week delay. And that was a fair comment to make because of previous Raptor swaps. And we knew they were going for a fast turnaround. So I was looking at a kind of timeline that would respect our turnaround and readiness for the vehicle. I did not take into account the weather conditions. And the reason why I didn't attempt on Monday and Tuesday is because of the weather. So that's my out. I'm allowed to say it's not in the sky because of weather, and it wasn't technical readiness. So there we go.
It wasn't technically ready to fly in that weather, huh?
Yeah, so if it wasn't for the weather, it would have flown.
No, technically.
It would have Raptor bought, wouldn't it? So,
Yeah.
probably, either ways. I'll just shuffle off over into the corner of the room for about half an hour, okay?
It's all good, Chris.
I love that you made that proclamation because now every time you say something definitively, I just want to be like, but that one time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deny,
You only
deny,
finish your last
deny.
story.
Again, everyone for oh wait, hold on. Do we have some recondenser activity?
Looks like it might be more than last. Or the
I guess lots of puffing.
on and off that's been going on for the past hour.
Looks about right.
Come on, recondenser. Come on, recondenser.
And it kind of stopped.
Aww. Ooh.
It's
Oh, there it
shy.
is again.
It's got recondenser performance. Anyways.
Can we get that other angle that can see it a little bit better? Oh, I guess that's for the tank front.
Yeah, the other one can't see
Yeah,
the
I'll take it
recondenser at
there.
all, really. It's hidden behind the tanks there in the foreground. So
Yeah, this is the view I was thinking of, but wrong thing.
Can we ask SpaceX to move the tanks a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah, it's fine.
Can you rearrange your launch complex, please? Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Just so we get a better camera view, thank you.
When we say methane recondenser, this is what we are talking about. I'm going to show it
Yeah.
really quickly because we have activity at the pad, but that is what it looks like. It is that tiny thing, and it recondenses gaseous methane back into liquid methane. So that's what it is.
Sounds good. And before the recondenser is a bit of a catch-up here. They used to use the flare stack to burn off extra methane that boiled off from the tank, but now with the recondenser they're able to liquefy it again and reuse it and actually save it for another mission, so that it decreases the launch cost, and it actually decreases their carbon footprint a little bit too. So it's a nice overall. And Adrian is telling us that the countdown, he's expecting a T0 at around 4:50 to 5 o'clock Central Time right now.
Is that based on the
Trying
recondenser?
to determine if that is definitively a sign of a new countdown or if that's just what we've been seeing.
Right, yeah. It's a little early to make an estimate, but to reiterate, they have lots of time. They've got almost 2 hours still remaining in the window, so.
Gotcha.
And of course, if you're wondering why we have not checked the recondenser status, but the recondenser is clearly doing something, that's because typically when they start a countdown from scratch, the recondenser kind of spooling up and producing a lot of vapor continuously is the first indication we get that they have started the countdown process. But since they have been recycling this time, they are also using it, or they also have been using it to detank the vehicle, so it's kind of not clear if this is actually the start of another countdown process or if this is just kind of the remnants of the recycling. So it's kind of in an intermittent status right now, which is hard to tell if this is a good sign as in progress, so we should mark off on our timeline, or if we're kind of just staying where we've been for the past hour.
And so answering some more questions here in the queue from Shane Allen, asking, will SpaceX sell any engines or patents to third parties? And at the moment, it doesn't really seem like that. With their Merlin engines especially, it doesn't seem like they're selling that to anyone else, and they're using them only internally. Has anyone else seen otherwise about their engines or anything else?
SpaceX doesn't really. The whole point of SpaceX building their own engines and things like that is so that their vehicles are vertically integrated, right? They have control over every step of the production process, at least down to like the, people that supply a bolt or something, which obviously SpaceX doesn't need to make their own bolts. But when you're talking about major assemblies like an engine, SpaceX likes to build them in-house. I think think as a result of that, that also means they will not want to alter any of their offerings, such as engines, for an additional customer, because that increases their manufacturing complexity. So it's basic. I mean, if someone came to them and offered a sufficient amount of money, I'm not going to say they would say no to that. But that's not what they're not aiming to be an engine supplier for another company. They're aiming to operate their own launch vehicles and spacecraft.
And especially with an engine like Raptor, it's so closely designed to Starship that it would be difficult, I would assume, to integrate it with an existing vehicle. You'd probably need to design one from scratch to work with Raptor. But another question here from Ed asking, how do the Raptor engines generate electrical power for the systems on Starship? So the Raptor engines actually don't generate the electrical power. At the moment, the Starship prototypes are powered using a Tesla Model S or Model X battery, a 100 kilowatt hour battery specifically. So there's no power generation on board Starship at the moment, but Raptor engines will likely never be a part of power generation. And I don't even think rocket engines have generated power on rockets in the past.
So it's not like Kerbal.
Yeah, it's not like Kerbal.
That was one of the most disappointing things when I found out that rocket engines don't generate power.
It's like, oh no, I'm out of electricity. Quick, run the engine for a little bit.
Yeah, it's not like a gasoline car.
What Tesla car has the 100 kilowatt hour motor? And does that make Starship like the performance edition or whatever?
Well, actually, to make it even more confusing, so Starship has a 100 kilowatt hour battery pack that's used on the Model S and the Model S, the higher end cars. But the most confusing part is the flaps actually use Tesla Model S plaid motors. So this is like a quad motor Model S Starship plaid.
That's perfect.
Catastrophe.
That is absolutely perfect, because Model S for Starship and plaid because, I mean, come on, it goes plaid when it flies. So yeah, that's absolutely perfect.
We got to get a quad motor, all flap drive bumper sticker.
Yes!
We did talk about this during another stream. There was people asking how it would generate power like once on orbit. So, because obviously it's powered by a battery pack, but a battery pack doesn't generate power, it just stores power. The current plan is for solar panels, and in fact, that's something I think we're definitely looking at. I'm very interested in seeing, because the solar panel designs are going to be probably different than those used on Dragon. They need to be a lot bigger and deployable from a reusable Starship vehicle. And then there was also a possibility, especially if it's going to go to like a deep space mission where solar panels may not be as effective, they could also put some like fuel cells on board to handle that power generation. We'll have to wait and see if they do that, but very interested to see their solar panel development as they get towards vehicles that will actually go to space.
Absolutely, and I remember with the initial ITS, or Interplanetary Transport System, the predecessor to Starship, they had the solar panels fold out magically from near the engine bay in a way that probably couldn't happen in real life. So,
it was original at the time.
Yeah, it was pretty much just like, hey, just throw this together. But it'll be interesting to see what solar panel design they go with. And it seems like on the lunar Starship design, they're going with a ring of solar panels around the top, near the liquid oxygen header tank on the top. So that'd be interesting to see. But I wonder if they'll have deployable panels holding the panels back up. So it's pretty easy but how do you retract the panels back in reliably? Because if you have those deployed when you're coming in on reentry, you're not going to have solar panels by the time you land. So it'll be neat to watch the prototypes gain solar panels at some point.
It'll be interesting to see how they actually integrate those into the vehicle, because there's going to be an entire half of the vehicle that is covered in the thermal protection system, right? So you sort of have the ventral side where you can deploy stuff like that, and are they going to fold out to the side? Like, how do you make it so that the Starship doesn't shade its own solar panels because they're only on one side? You'd have to get them out to the side somehow. So I think that's going to be a really interesting design, especially how do they get secured when this thing is flying back down? I don't even know that we've ever even seen a render of a Starship with folded down solar panels that it's re-entering, right? I think we saw something with it in orbit, but I don't think I've ever seen a Starship re-entering or landing with any sort of notional solar panels on the side.
Yeah, it's only the lunar Starship that has had solar panels mounted on the outside rather than impossible deployable ones.
Yeah. Huh. It'll be interesting to see how they end up solving that problem, because especially for long range missions, Starship is definitely going to need power. It's going to need power
Exactly.
generation.
I mean, right now they use a giant battery pack just to power the flaps for a 6 to 7 minute flight.
Yeah.
So for a 6-month flight to Mars, powering not only the flaps on landing, but also life support systems, lights, things like that, you need a lot of power, and batteries will not cut it. You'll need to generate it at while you're in flight.
Wait, I've got it. Everybody of the 100-person crew will run in hamster wheels, giant human-sized hamster wheels. What could go wrong? It wouldn't take up too much space or mass, right?
Well, I mean,
you just suggest human reaction wheels, Jack?
Yeah.
Because that's basically what you just described.
You do need to exercise in space, so if you just get some exercise bikes, and yeah, I think I'm onto something here.
Starship just starts spinning because everyone's generating power on the inside.
Oh my god. I've got a question here from Jean Lucas, I believe. I apologize if I'm butchering that. Asking, do they tank Starship from below? And if so, how do they do it if stacked on the booster? So yes, they do stack it from below at the very, very bottom of Starship, even further below the engines. They have the hookups for the pad, and it's believed that they will, when they stack it on top of Super Heavy, they'll fuel it through Super Heavy. So they'll fuel Super Heavy first, and when Super Heavy's full, continue pumping propellants through, and through connected lines that'll push propellant up inside of Starship. So it seems to be the way they're going. They like to have minimal connections on the outside. So they want to probably have something different than Falcon 9, which has a lot of hookups on the outside.
Yeah, and that would make sense too for on-orbit refueling. You would use basically the same kind of setup and the same connections just from Starship to Starship rather than from Super Heavy to Starship.
Yep, and just on the refueling ship, they would just have to mirror those. So that'd be interesting to see how that'll work. A question here from MJ asking, can they use the heat shields as solar panels like the Tesla roof? And the short answer, probably not. I wouldn't want to. The heat shield is something on a rocket you never really want to experiment with or touch, because if there's something wrong with the heat shield, you'll have a bad time on reentry. And putting solar cells in the heat shield tiles, at least right now, seems like too big of a gamble with not much to gain.
Yeah.
So it may be very long term down the road. They can experiment with that a little bit on uncrewed starships, but for the moment, I would not expect to see anything like that anytime soon, especially on crewed missions.
I agree with you, but at the same time, what an interesting idea. And I don't know how I haven't heard that yet, but a lot of times on these streams we get asked, similar questions, or there's similar thoughts expressed by viewers because a lot of people have the same questions. And that's not something I've seen proposed or mentioned yet, because of course we all know the Tesla solar roof tiles are a thing. And like you said, they're going to need to not mess with the heat shield and just get the heat shield right for a long time before they start messing with adding fancy stuff like solar cells to them. But I mean, holy cow, what a cool idea if they could actually pull that off, like a solar thermal protection shield. Wow.
And a question here from Florian, adding on to our solar panel discussion, asking, could they use RTGs? And for those who aren't aware, RTGs are radioisotope thermoelectric generator. So a lot of big words there. So it essentially means that they use the radioactive decay of some radioactive material to generate power. They use the heat from that radioactive decay. So those are used on Mars rovers and other missions where solar panels wouldn't be as useful, especially deep space probes like New Horizons. So they could use RTGs, but then again, RTGs they generate very low amounts of power. So it would not be they would not generate enough power to power all of Starship. So no, they really couldn't use RTGs. They'd probably want to use solar, to be honest.
I mean, they could stay warm if they also use RTGs, like
you
the
don't need a
Martian.
heater. Yeah.
I saw it in the movies. It's got to be a valid strategy, right?
I'm telling you, hamster wheels.
I think we need to mute Jack. And a question here from Benjamin asking, will Starship full stack have an interstage? Because the engines on Starship are level with the bottom of the stage. That's a good question there, because on most other rockets like Falcon 9, Electron, Atlas V, the engines stick further out behind the second stage, so they need a sort of cover on the first stage, and that's known as the interstage. But with Starship, like Benjamin said, the engines are actually higher than the bottom of the second stage. They're inside. Starship actually has a sort of interstage. So Super Heavy, the first stage booster, will sort of have an interstage, but the only purpose of that will be to extend the tanks, or extend this tank structure higher than the actual top tank dome to stack Starship on top of. So we'll have a minimal interstage, and I assume inside there is where you have your grid fin controls, RCS systems, and avionics, but it will not have a full-on interstage like Falcon 9 or Electron.
It'll also have likely some structural supports to connect to the upper stage engines. Like if you look on the interstage of a Falcon 9, there's a structure that goes up into the engine bell of the vacuum Merlin, and that's just a structural load carrying sort of interface. You'll probably have those connecting to the Raptors on the Starship vehicle on top of Super Heavy as well. But again, that's kind of the only thing you'll see in the interstage. It won't be an interstage that's empty, save for the actual engine, because like I said, that all fits inside the skirt of the Starship vehicle itself. Basically, Starship has its interstage on the bottom, if you can think of it that way.
Yep. And actually, as I thought of it, the Saturn V second stage actually had its own interstage too. The Saturn V second stage interstage was carried by the second stage for about 10-20 seconds, I believe, and that was because they had ullage motors to kind of push the stages away on the interstage. So it's interesting to see Starship have its own interstage that it will not drop away. Another question here from VJ asking, would the SpaceX plan to reduce the thrust of the Raptor engine during the landing phase? If so, how much of that reduction? So Elon did say that they throttle the Raptor engines down, but Raptor can't deep throttle like Merlin can, and that's because of the way the Raptor's injector plate is built. They can't. They'll start to have voids in the combustion chamber if they limit the amount of propellant going in. So they do throttle down a little bit to control it, and the minimum Raptor can throttle right now is about 60%. Anywhere below there, they risk engine damage and the engine's actually flaming out. So I would expect they don't go near 60%.
What does that mean, like flaming out? I mean, that sounds like, isn't that what that one comic book guy did? It was flame on, I guess. It doesn't sound like a bad thing. Like,
I feel like I'm out of the loop here.
I think that's a human joke reference, right?
Yeah. Ian, what does flame out mean? Like, if the engine flames out, what causes that?
So flame out is when the engine is fueled so low, it's throttled so low, that there's such little propellant going in there that there's not enough to burn, and the engine just burns out. The continued combustion can't go on. And usually that's never much of an issue, but with Raptor, the way the injector plate is built and fabricated, they're not at a big issue of flaming out, more of just instability of combustion. So they start to have voids where there is no combustion inside the combustion chamber, and that can lead to pressure issues, destroying the engine, just an all-around bad time. But yeah, flaming out is when you pump such little propellants into the engine that it can't even keep burning.
I guess it's called flaming out because we've seen lots of Raptors fail. They tend to do that. And we've seen big sort of fireballs come out when there's not actual hardcore thrust, like the pencil flame that we see that's actually producing thrust, and it's more of like a big fireball. I wonder if that's where the terminology comes from. I don't know. I never thought of it before.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know.
They tend to fail, but I'd like to stress that's not normal.
Not normal. They're just right there in the environment, Jack.
Yeah,
Move outside of the
environment.
Well, that would be better if they moved it outside of the environment. It's not like there's anything out there, just dolphins and whales and
and a Raptor. Anyway, moving on. Just a quick status update. So I see some people in chat asking what the T-minus is. We don't know what the T-minus is. The SpaceX had provided an estimate of like around 4:30 Central Time as their next attempt. That was just at 2 hours before 4:30. They said in about 2 hours. But as you can see, we're at 4:22, and well, right on cue. We've got activity.
Yeah, that countdown has started.
Yeah, that's definitely the recondenser right there.
Yeah. So, and to be clear, they're still not targeting 4:30 because that just started. So there's been a delay since then. But now that the recondenser has started, we have a bit of an estimate. But since we don't have an exact T0 time right now, we don't have the countdown clocked on. We just have our local time. Once we get a little further along in this countdown and we have an actual liftoff target, we'll put the T-minus count back up.
Yep.
Do you think we should? I was going to say, do you think we should do the checklist real quick? Like, put the graphic up on the screen, Michael? Or are we so far gone that that's not even anything remotely valid anymore? We'll have to wait for the spreadsheet guy to ping us, maybe.
Try it. I mean, it seems like these launch countdowns end up being less consistent than static fire countdowns. Probably
right.
More checkouts, but we can at least go through the steps that we expect to see. So let's flip over to the other camera and we will give it a go. It does seem like the actual timeline has been slightly slower, but the tri-event is super accurate today.
Okay.
That was within like 10 or 20 seconds.
It was like 20 seconds.
So, yeah, that tri-event thing, which is the final major indicator. The tri-event is also called the engine chill. It's when they pump the propellant through the Raptor to make sure that Raptor is ready to be hammered with a lot of really cold propellant. When the engine fires up, they kind of trickle through some propellant beforehand to make sure that all the lines are chilled down so they don't get a temperature shock. But the condenser is what was started. That usually happens about 34 to 36 minutes, although that seems to be running a bit long, or a bit short, I should say. So it's probably more like 40 to 45 minutes at least. It looks like.
Right.
And then the skirt vent, kind of hard to see. That refers to a tiny little LOX vent at the base of Starship. We'll see if we see that. If we do, we will point it out. That's about 17 minutes beforehand. Then the upper tank vent, or the methane vent, that was way off during the previous attempt.
Right,
so
it was.
I would not put much weight to that. I think the tri-vent is really the best indicator we have for a launch attempt. So, again,
Yeah, tri-vent, of all the different indicators that we get, tri-vent is the most reliable for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And with the tri-vent, you can get it down to near the second of the T0. So
Adrian's telling me 5:15-ish is the current prediction. 5:15 local, which would be, what is that?
About
50 minutes from now.
50 minutes,
Yeah, 50 minutes from now.
Gotcha.
Correct.
Yep.
So, folks, where we get these numbers from, there's actually spreadsheets, and we've watched so many different tests happen in Boca Chica with the Raptors and Starships and test vehicles and static fires and all the different things. And so some of the forum members, headed up, I guess, specifically by Adrian, put this into a spreadsheet. And every single time they're like, okay, this happens at this time, and this happens at this time, and this happens at this time. And they're able to, over the course of watching so many different tests, sort of dial in exactly what SpaceX is doing. So the different things in this list here are sort of our average guesstimation based on past experience, but it can be a little bit different because it's a flight. And like we were saying, the tri-vent, you'll see when the tri-vent happens, you'll definitely see it. We'll go to the beach camera, you can see it really well from the side, and that is a really good indicator of the T-0. Everything else is tending to be a little bit loose here with the test flight, but once we get to tri-vent, that's really go time. So again, this is a...
Yeah, and the next thing up would be a skirt vent, and then after that we get the methane.
You have sort of like a double nozzle thing on the top, and that is what we refer to as tank farm activity. You can't really see the recondenser from this angle, but when those start to go, that's why we've moved forward into tank farm activity, which is, again, what you want. It's definitely been playing fast and loose here with the experimental test flights. The timings haven't been exactly what we are expecting, but all of these things are what we want to see if we're going to be expecting a flight here in the afternoon in Boca Chica. It's currently 4:27, potentially 30, 40 minutes, 50 minutes, something like that before we might get a launch. There may be holes and stuff like that in the meantime.
I wanted to add on actually to your discussion. I've listened into some of the data meetings when we'll have like about 10 people or so in the Discord chat just looking at Starship streams saying like, oh, I noticed this at this point. Oh, that's at this point here too. Those two line up. Let's look at some other ones. And it's amazing just to see them work together. Like I've noticed Adrian's finding new stuff actually, and it's amazing to watch these evolve and watch the spreadsheets get closer and closer and closer together as we get a more and more accurate countdown.
Yeah, I don't know if he published it publicly or what, but Adrian just did a video where he's comparing a bunch of the different tests that have happened between, I think, SN8 and 9 and 10, and we might have found a new data point, but I don't want to spoil anything there. But yeah, always looking for more data to analyze and use for the model, because science.
Exactly, and as I'll be honest, I'm a big nerd for numbers. You give me number specifications on anything, and I'm a happy guy. But it's amazing to see like this countdown here and follow along. Be like, oh, that happened at that time. We're all good on, we're all on track here. It's so crazy to see all of it line up and all the effort that was put into it.
And really quick, as we enter the countdown and start getting ready to focus really on the important action here, should we go around for a quick status check on the team that the stream is currently hearing, because I think we might have some other people checking back in for commentary. I know the team kind of rotates in and out to give each other some breaks. Is that okay if we run through that really quick, guys?
Yeah, absolutely. Sounds good to me.
Okay, the reason I'm prompting this is because I believe we've got Chris Gebhardt back into the stream. Chris, do we have you on comms now?
You do. I didn't want to say anything and give it away.
All good. Chris Gebhardt, Assistant Managing Editor of NASA Spaceflight, joining the team again. Of course, you saw Das doing some production, pulling the levers, etc. for today's stream. Das, what's up?
Hey, what's up, y'all? How's it going?
And then we've got Ian Atkinson, another writer for NASA Spaceflight. Ian, how's it going?
Doing great, Thomas. How about you?
I'm doing well. And then we've got Jack, who's of course out there in the field, operating some cameras and providing some commentary. Jack, how's it going?
Pretty good. Hey, everybody. Jack Byer, the Jack Byer on Twitter. And I know I'm interrupting a thing, but between you and Ian on the stream at the same time, I feel like we need like a serial podcast or something style. Both of your voices are excellent. Anyways, this is me. This is my voice. This is Jack talking. Bye.
Smooth voices of Pennsylvania.
Embry-Riddle University is slowly taking over NSF. Anyway,
yes.
We also got production.
Now you have Jack and me.
We've got Michael Baylor also helping out on the production side of things, operating some robots, etc. Michael, how's it going?
I'm doing well, and fingers crossed that the second launch attempt will be the charm for SN10 so that we can get a day off tomorrow, because these streams are super long and exhausting, but it's definitely worth it.
Oh, but Michael, we have Starlink in a few hours.
I was going to say, don't Starlink in a few hours, I think.
Okay, but
I haven't
for my
gotten
time
an email yet.
It's not too bad though. So it's really late today. It's before I go to bed. I won't sleep between now and Starlink. So to me, it's not a big deal.
Bold of you to assume Starlink will go tomorrow morning. Anyway.
I guess we're saying no one's gotten an email saying when we're allowed through the gates yet to Kennedy.
Yeah, we're still waiting for confirmation of that attempt.
9 and 5:30 p.m. So we'll see.
Yes. And then we've of course got Mary out there in the field, who's not on communications, but she is out there crewing cameras as well, like she is every single day down in Boca Chica for the data videos as well as our broadcasts. So Mary, Boca Chica gal for NSF out there as well. And then myself is Thomas Burkhardt, another writer and reporter for NASA Spaceflight. So that is the team currently on commentary for you today. Again, Starship SN10, getting into the countdown now. We've got some tank farm activity. Our next step will be seeing some venting from the vehicle itself, which will indicate propellant loading has actually started. Right now they're just preparing for that. And Starship should be making another launch attempt today for its 10-kilometer height altitude flight test. So in the meantime, we'll still take a couple questions and things from chat. We've also got a ton of super chats that have come through. We have admittedly kind of given up on getting all of them just because there are so many. I do want to just give a big thank you to everyone who sends their support to this. It really, really is appreciated, and we can't do this work without you guys. We can't thank each and every one of you, so every once in a while I do want to stop and just say thank you so much. Every once in a while we do get to pull some questions out of there and try and answer those best we can, and we'll keep doing that as best that we can. But we're also going to focus on making sure we keep you up to date with what's happening in Boca Chica. As you can see, tank farm activity really picking up now.
Yeah, really quick, I might as well take the opportunity and say thank you to all my patrons. I really appreciate it. If you want to specifically help just me, I have a Patreon, and it's been absolutely amazing between SN8 and 9 how much my patrons have so hugely helped me. So thank you so much to all of my patrons, and thank you to everybody who's doing super chats. Thank you to all of our members. Just thank you to everybody for supporting what we do and being excited about spaceflight.
And right now we're just sitting here awaiting to see any signs of propellant loading. One of the main signs would be the skirt vent, so we start to see little puffs of vapor from underneath the skirt of Starship. Doesn't look like we're seeing any of that yet on my screen.
You know, it's hard to see because of the heat distortion.
Never mind,
it's not. There absolutely is. I didn't want to claim it yet.
Yeah, no, then it just started. Yeah, okay, there we go.
Lots of propellant sign right there.
Underway.
All right.
So that's good. We're good. They're at least going for this opportunity. When they start propellant loading, they would have to recycle if they want to restart the count. So seems like they're confident to press forward with propellant loading. That's a big step.
Yeah, so that would be about 30-ish minutes, so more or less on track to what we were thinking. Unless there are holes.
Yeah, we'll continue watching we'll continue watching what's happening here and see how that sort of shakes out. I want to understand, or I want to explain to people what's going on here. Like, what are we looking at, and what do we even know based on what we're looking at? You're like, well, it's something that looks sort of like a rocket. There's a bunch of tanks, and there's some smoke. Like somebody's got a fog machine going. Big deal. When we look at the bottom of the rocket, you can see some little vapors just around. There's the stand that the rocket's sitting on, and there's the base that's called a skirt at the bottom of the rocket, and the rest of the stainless steel goes up the rest of the rocket. But you see the little vapors that every now and then, just little wisps of vapor that are coming down from under. Right there is a good one to see. When you see that, we know that they're putting things into the rocket. They're putting the very cold cryogenic liquids into the rocket, and from the rocket we start to see these vapors. Again, these liquids that they're working with are very cold. The atmosphere is humid, and you get the outside of the pipes and the skin of the Starship and the tanks and all that sort of stuff. It gets cold because it's got the cold liquid inside, and that atmosphere on the outside sort of gets around it, touches it, starts to condense out, and you see this. But literally, all we're saying when we're like, oh, the skirt vent, we're looking at the rocket, and because we see vapors there, we can tell you, yes, they are putting something, they're putting cryogenic liquids into the rocket, and that's a good step. If you want to fly, you have to fuel the thing, and we can see those vapors, that's the sign. That's how we know. I know a lot of people probably come by the stream and look at it and they're like, how do they know? What are they talking about? They have like a cheat sheet from SpaceX or something. The only cheat sheet we have is the cheat sheet that we've created ourselves over, I don't even know how many hours of watching tanks down there in Texas at the Boca Chica test site. So, alright, and we are going to also begin getting our field cameras back online. We should expect Jack and Mary to start to check in so we get those different camera angles once again. Let's see, I think...
Yeah, you should have my feed. I don't know. Let me know if you don't. I'll tweak the camera.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at that right now, Jack, and see what we get. I do show you coming through, and I just need to ask. And here is Jack's view. This is from Isla Blanca Park over there at South Padre Island. This is a public area that anyone can get to, and this is still a 600 millimeter, Jack?
Yep, 600 millimeters. Right now we are at 600 millimeters, and I might set it into the crop mode for when we get closer in, but for right now we got a little bit of a wider view.
Good deal. So that is where Jack is, and we see you spooled up there, Jack. Thank you again for rolling out. I bet you we see Mary back online here as well. That's one of the cool things with the automated cameras, like the robotic cameras that we're able to deploy. We don't have to have Jack and Mary standing there operating the camera the entire time. We can just cover with the robots like this. Not to mention the robots can be a lot closer in the exclusion zone where human beings aren't allowed to be. But Jack's rolled out, I'm sure with hope for Mary shortly, and we will continue to provide the live coverage as SpaceX continues to march what will hopefully be a launch today.
If only I really was a robot, I could actually see a launch from super up close. Like, imagine seeing one of these launch from the high bay. How amazing would that be?
That would be pretty cool, actually. I mean, it'd be something that would be impressive to feel. This is something, it's so hard to convince people, right? But if you go to see a launch, it's not just something you see. It's not like, oh, there's a rocket, it's bright, it's going into the sky, yay. It's something that you feel. It's like something you experience because you have the power of the rocket engines literally just reverberating, like tearing at the atmosphere, it sounds like sometimes, and you feel it over your entire body. It really is a sight to behold. It's an experience that has like all your senses together for a launch. So
That's the best way to put it, really, is it rocket engines a lot of the time sound like they're literally tearing the air apart. It's the most beautiful, indescribable sound, and if you ever get a chance to hear it yourself, highly recommend you take that chance, because what a cool thing to hear them just smashing atoms to bits and creating thrust. How cool.
It comes across as a crackle sometimes. Like you hear it on the microphone, it's like a crackling sort of noise. I can't make it with my mouth. I'm not a rocket engine. But hopefully, when Starship flies, I tried. Like I need to go clear my throat. Hopefully, when Starship flies in a little bit here, stay positive. Again, you can hear. Just listen for it. You can imagine it ripping through the atmosphere, Jack. All right. So everything continues to tick along here. Let me see, like everybody said at this point, there's no way we can get through all the super chats. I know at this point the back of the queue is 5 hours ago. There's just simply no way that we can get every single super chat in here. Doug Otto, appreciate you there. Can't wait to see them stick the landing today. My FAR shirt, nice. You got a FAR shirt from the Perseverance landing with my little doodle on the screen. Thank you, Doug, for the support. We got greetings from Germany here as well. Thank you for stopping in. Let's see this hop. I'm just grabbing a couple. There's no way I can say thank you to everybody. Here's Rita, the sci-fi fan, says to boldly go where no SN has gone before. The landing pad.
Hey, I would argue, all right, 2 of them have gone through the landing pad very quickly and rapidly and with an explosion at the end. They just got there. They still got there.
It's a very, I don't know, the boldly go thing sort of makes sense. It's very much like the Starship Enterprise. Like half the stuff isn't working half the time, and that's the cause of most of the problems. It's like the state-of-the-art Starship with a flip. What happened to the engines? The fuel pressure? What's going on now? I kid because experimental program, right? Let's see here. Oh, I like this. Look at this. Snowgyre says, great feed, guys. College prof here forced, air quotes, my seniors to watch the SN9 launch, and we were all in hysterics when you guys giggled on takeoff. It was adorable and charming. Keep up the great work. Snowgyre, thank you so much. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I hope they're not watching now and all the college students are like, oh my gosh, that guy can't even pronounce basic English words. Anyways, we appreciate the support, and thanks for sharing that with your students there. Oh, gosh. Just all over the map, folks. I'm trying to, like, I hope that I didn't miss one that was like, $50 or $100, or I really gotta say I appreciate everybody being so patient. There's just no way that we could read every single one. I mean, I even feel bad missing the things that are like $5, $10. I wish that I could answer every single super chat. Hey, here's one from Jonathan McDowell. Look at this. If this is the Jonathan I'm thinking of, it may be someone that we know. If Planet is in there,
probably it almost certainly is. He's been on streams before. What's up?
Yeah. Says thanks for the coverage, guys. But pics are all very well. When is NASA spaceflight going to invest in its own radar to track the flight? Thomas, can we get hooked up with that or something?
Hey, if you give me the radar, I know how to do the math on the back end. But I don't personally have a radar tracking array that I can donate. But listen, I'm all in favor of doing so. It might help Michael's auto track software a little bit, maybe.
See, exactly. Like if we could have it radar tracked, where it's feeding information back to the cameras and using that to actually point them. I mean, that sounds like a good time. So, anyways, Jonathan, thank you so much for stopping in. Thank you for the support. As we've got to the, what is that, McGuadalupe? Is that the name of that shrimp boat? Certainly I read that wrong. It's certainly not the McGuadalupe like McDonald's. Anyways, folks, again, across the board, thank you so much for the super chat. Deanna Fico says, looking forward to the launch. Thanks so much for the coverage and all the hard work. Thanks for showing up. Look here, Tundra Cinematic says, this is insane. I can't believe we get to see this in our lifetime. Just across the board, folks. Okay, here we go. Dan Morano, thank you for all your work, fun in bringing this to us. Dan, thank you for the kind words as well. Y'all, I can't read them all. There's no way that we can get through all of them, but whatever it is, we do appreciate the support that everyone's given us. Whether you bought a t-shirt from the shop, you put in a super chat that I'll never be able to read, you're just in chat asking good questions, And whatever it is, you retweet something on occasion. You post on the forums. There's so many different ways that you can be involved in the community, and across the board, we appreciate you. So, thanks for showing up. Oh, how are we looking here?
I've got a couple quick questions that we can run through too while we're still waiting for really activity to start really picking up here. When we talk about the recondenser, there's a question from Charles Jones asking, can you explain what the recondenser is, why it's used? When we're talking about that recondenser, that's kind of the first step in the ground support equipment, the equipment around the launch complex that actually supports the launch. That particular piece of equipment can condense gaseous methane back into liquid form so they can restore it. This is kind of contrary to just venting the methane and actually burning it off, any excess venting, which, again, you have to vent some of it from the tanks to keep your pressures where they need to be. However, because methane is not liquid at ambient temperature, right? So as it sort of boils off, you vent off the gaseous stuff. However, that stuff can get pumped back into a recondenser, get pushed back into liquid form, and then put right back into the storage tank so they can keep all of that, which means you don't lose methane, so you're not being wasteful with the resources that you've bought and or produced, and also you're not emitting methane back into the atmosphere, which isn't great environmentally. So that is what the recondenser is, and it's one of the first steps we see in a Starship countdown. So.
Yep, and to add on, the reason that they use a recondenser, and the reason why they used a flare stack originally, was because much like hydrogen, you don't want to vent large amounts of methane by your vehicle. Oxygen is fine, because it's not a very harmful gas, but if you vent large amounts of methane, and you say, have a spark source or a very hot surface nearby, and the methane touches it, you have a very bad day. We saw that happen with Starship SN4. That's exactly why they keep methane away from the pad, especially venting methane. And it's similar with hydrogen, like on the space shuttle, they didn't want to have hydrogen being vented away at the pad, so they had an arm to take hydrogen away to be burned away from the pad. Just adding that on there.
Yeah, sure. Also, another quick question that I wanted to talk to. When the flaps on the Starship make the fully stacked Starship unstable? Stream is great, thank you. So we're talking about having a vehicle such as Starship with those aerodynamic surfaces at the top of a rocket. Generally speaking, I'm going to use some engineering terms here, you want the center of pressure, basically where your aerodynamic forces generally are, near the back of your rocket, closer to the bottom, so that the vehicle remains stable when you are flying at supersonic speeds. This Starship does not have this problem because the surfaces you see on Starship are not airfoils. They're not asymmetric. They're not really generating a lot of lift. They're there to control actually drag. And so as Starship comes down horizontally, those flaps are moving to generate a varying amount of drag on the vehicle, which helps the Starship stay either exactly stable, horizontal, or start flipping to produce the landing maneuver, things like that. They're not there to generate a whole lot of lift, and so there's not a huge amount of force as the Starship goes upward to kind of make the vehicle unstable like that. Also, you have the Raptor engines on the bottom, which can gimbal, so they can counteract any sort of aerodynamic forces on the way up. And of course, Super Heavy will be no different. Even if you put the Starship on top of the Super Heavy booster, all the Raptors on the bottom will have enough gimbal authority to correct for any control inputs that need to be there and keep the vehicle stable. So, it's not a huge aerodynamic force that Starship would exert on a vehicle during ascent. But if anyone has tried to build a Starship in Kerbal, you know that all of those airfoils produce way too much lift, and it becomes very, very difficult.
Everything in Kerbal provides too much lift. Like, every single part you put on the rocket, it's all lift. Lift for days.
Which is helpful in Kerbal, usually, to be fair, but...
You can make anything fly in Kerbal. If you put enough engines on it, you could make anything fly. It's like, aerodynamics? What does that mean? Never heard of them.
Listen, if the space shuttle could fly, aerodynamics can't be that important, okay?
Ouch! Jeez.
That wasn't an insult, I'm just saying, it's a flying brick. What do you want from me?
Saturn Shuttle Gang.
Saturn Shuttle Gang. Again, folks, we are here standing by. Things continue to look like they're progressing towards hopefully a flight. SpaceX still has just under an hour and 15 minutes in the window. Window closing at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. You can see our clock, local time in the upper left-hand corner there is 4:47, so just under an hour 15 remaining. still plenty of time, especially if they're in fueling operations. I'm wondering if that's... Look at the sides of Starship.
Yeah,
Is that a
so
little
I'd point that
condensation?
out. A little bit. It might be starting.
Yeah. So we will continue to watch, and hopefully we see that methane vent go shortly, and then we get that big tri-vent, that engine chill. That is a very good indicator that they're going for it. But we are rapidly approaching go time. If you wanted to get up and get a snack, get yourself a beverage or whatever, use the restroom, as you may need to do, now may be a good time to do it, because pretty shortly things may start happening really quick. So, again,
And,
thank you all for hanging out with us.
Just a reminder not to look too much into like the frost that might be forming on the outside.
Oh.
Get a vent really quick, so that's
Yeah,
a
is that the methane vent?
Yep. Yes. Get it from the beach.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that's another countdown milestone as propellant loading continues. But don't read too much into the frost that may or may not kind of appear to be forming on the outside, just because Texas is pretty hot and the pressure on the inside of the tanks also is pretty high. It sometimes is pretty visible, but sometimes it's really not. So don't like bank on it. Basically don't say, oh, there's no frost forming, clearly they're not going to launch. That's not really how that works. On the earlier attempts where they got all the way down to engine ignition, it was only kind of barely visible. So don't read too much into it.
Yeah, I was going to say too, it could just be a trick of the light reflecting off.
Right, yeah.
As we head towards sunset, because I'm having to remind myself, right, we're headed for sunset.
All right, Thomas, if you could grab some super chats or questions or something like that real quick.
Yeah, sure. We actually got one here asking, are there tiles on the lower left wing? Can we go back to the view that we just saw, because I think they were visible from the other camera view.
How's that?
There you go. Yeah, so at the very bottom left of the vehicle, you can see a little bit of black patch. Those are some heat shield tiles that they've got on that lower left. It's not technically a wing, the aero surface, whatever they're calling it. And that's just part of their kind of incrementally added more and more heat shield tiles to test how well they are attached to the vehicle. Interestingly, that part of the vehicle would never be, or likely not be, subject to a lot of aerodynamic heating during reentry. So they're likely just testing methods of actually attaching the tiles to the vehicle. Which of course makes sense because this vehicle will not experience re-entry heating anyway, so it doesn't really matter where you attach them if you're just testing that. And honestly, and this is something I hadn't really think about, because it's so near the bottom of the vehicle and out on the flaps, if the way they've attached them is not the way that's going to work and they fall off, for example, there's not much for them to hit from down there. Whereas if you put them way up on the vehicle, there might be more risk of that. So I wonder if that's why they put them there. And I wonder if how none of us even thought of that until now. But that might be one possible explanation.
Wait, say that again, Thomas?
I'm just thinking, because it's so low on the vehicle and kind of out on the flaps, if they are testing ways to attach the tiles to the vehicle, they're not super confident that they'll stay there. So if they fall off, from there, there's not much to hit if the tiles fall off, right?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
I actually think it's more like because eventually they're going to need to put thermal protection on the wings, the flaps themselves.
Right.
So I think this is just testing, attaching it to the flaps and having to deal with aerodynamics, even though
But it would be on the other side, because that's
exactly.
the side.
That's what I'm wondering too. I'm wondering if it's just testing the attachment methods. Because I know in SN11 we saw a lot of attachment points on the top fins.
True.
And it seems like on SN10 here, there's like scattered patches on the windward side too.
Yep. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different places. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't wait to see the first Starship with a full heat shield. That's going to be that's going to be crazy.
Gonna bring back memories.
Yeah. I wonder if all the heat shield tiles have those little serial numbers on them, like if you look at the shuttle heat shield tiles.
I believe not, because the Starship ones are all designed to be the same, plug and play, whereas those serial numbers on the ones for the shuttle, literally, it was that serial number could only go at this one specific location,
right,
and
that's true.
only on Atlantis' airframe, none of the others.
I do wonder if they'll track sort of, they'll end up putting some sort of tracking, like QR code or number of operating tiles for operational vehicles, or that's a really interesting idea.
Well, you know what? They probably have to, right? Because you would want to be able to track the batches that things came from. Because if you end up having a suspect batch, you want to be able to pull just those tiles, not go, uh-oh.
Yeah, I could definitely see them having like small little like punches, like batch 310 or whatever, or built on 3221 or something.
Yeah.
But I don't see them having.
So
like,
next up,
Well, I was gonna say, well, that was an incredibly nerdy dive into tiles.
next up, we would expect a tri-vent sometime around 5:01, if our predictions are going correct, according to Adrian. So sometime around 5:01, look for that tri-vent.
Okay.
And again, when we're talking about that, those are 3 vents near the bottom of the vehicle, hence the name tri-vent. We're correlating to each of the 3 Raptor engines, and that indicates that engine chill, where they flow a little bit of liquid oxygen through the engine plumbing, make sure the engine is cool enough that it won't be thermally shocked at ignition, and that'll be a sign that we're getting really close to launch. So that's what we're looking for next.
And contrary to a lot of popular belief, actually, rocket engines, for the most part, are very, very cold. Other than the parts where we have very hot stuff, the combustion chambers, the actual walls of the nozzle and the walls of the combustion chamber are cooled. So if you touched the outside of a rocket engine while it was running, if you didn't somehow die from the noise, your hand would actually freeze. You'd have a lot of problems on your hands, not just hand freezing, but you'd probably want to be investigated how you survived. But
Yes.
I know there's some awesome photos of, I think it's an RL-10 engine test, where there's icicles forming on the rim of the engine while it's firing, which you would think, well, that's combustion happening there at very hot temperatures, but the outside of the engine is still cold, there's still ice forming. It's very cool.
It's
and that's
beautiful.
very common on rocket engines.
yeah, and you can see, I think that was a test of a deep throttling RL-10, so they throttled literally 8% throttle. I did like a deep dive on this a few weeks ago, it's so interesting.
Wow.
And so it was a beautiful, like, dark blue exhaust with the icicles forming at 8% throttle. I'm like, that is insane.
Well, I know what Ian is pitching in Monday's article meeting.
I am a fan of rocket engines.
Yes.
Man, deep throttle needs to be the name of a space industry leader.
Really?
Nicely done.
Like, yeah, come on, it'd be great, right?
I could have jet 1, let's all go home.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Oh, that was great.
That was good.
That was beautiful.
And you know what? I couldn't help but just picture, like, Dana Scully's patented eye roll as I was laughing hysterically. Just so perfect.
Mission accomplished.
Nice.
Successful test, Space 60. Thanks, Space 60. Or congrats, Space 60. Oh, I messed it up.
We can start detank.
Alright, if you are just joining us, we're probably coming up around 5 minutes until the tri-vent, which should be our next countdown milestone, and at that point we should be very close to a Starship launch attempt again. Of course, an aborted attempt earlier today due to an issue with a Raptor engine. They have adjusted a thrust limit on said engine and confirmed that they are all still good to go for another attempt. And today's window extends for just over an hour longer, so they've got some time to work with, hoping for an SN10 flight up to 10 kilometers and back today.
And I just kind of want to touch on something that Chris Bergen, our managing editor, touched on a couple of hours ago. For those of you who have joined us since the first attempt or come back since then, it really is one of the key elements to the Starship design. and you're staring down this and the 3:30 a.m. launch, you get a bit giddy.
We do have a question here in chat. I want to talk about what gases other than methane are being emitted, and are they pollutants? So all the vapors you're seeing right now are a result of mainly 3 different gases. The first and most prominent one is just nitrogen. Because nitrogen is such an inert gas, they use that to purge all of the ground lines and clear them out of the way for the other propellants and stuff to get pumped through. Of course, Earth's atmosphere is, 80-something% nitrogen or something, so that's not any sort of major pollutant or anything like that. The other 2 you see are methane, which, like we said, there's only a little bit that gets actually vented. Most of it gets recondensed and back into storage, so they limit that as much as they can. And then the third one is oxygen, which of course is also very prevalent in the atmosphere and not a major pollutant there. So all of the vapors you're seeing are just really super cold gases, most or all of which are not really having any big environmental impact, which is of course important when you, for example, build a new spaceport. SpaceX had to do an entire environmental assessment with the FAA to make sure that they don't put any major pollutants into the area in the event of normal operations, or in the event of anomaly as well. They analyze those too. And that's a very important part, especially when you're going to be launching these vehicles multiple times a day at some point. You want to make sure you're doing so responsibly. So that's what you're seeing though on your screen, all very normal and environmentally friendly.
And just to point out too, one of the byproducts of methane and oxygen when you burn it is water. It has other byproducts too, but one of those byproducts is water. So is it the most environmentally friendly fuel? No, that's hydrogen and oxygen, because its byproduct is literally just water. But it is the second most clean fuel that's a viable fuel for us right now. Definitely cleaner than kerosene and oxygen in that regard. But the biggest benefit and the reason why it uses methane and why it makes that particular trade-off when we talk about environmental protection and space flight's sort of, symbiotic relationship with that is because it's incredible. It's far more difficult to produce hydrogen and oxygen in other environments throughout the solar system, and hydrogen is very unstable, and methane's a bit more stable in that regard, but it's easier to produce methane no matter where you are in the solar system, no matter what body you're at, really. So in that regard, they chose the most universal of the fuels that it is possible to create at the sites they're going to send Starship, or want to send Starship, or are potential sites to send the vehicle to throughout the solar system.
Yep, and to get a little nerdy, if you don't mind for a second, in terms of pollution, methane is one of the worst greenhouse gases. It's about 4 times worse than carbon dioxide. So it's the reason that they had the flare stack and they now have the recondenser is because if you vent large amounts of methane, it's actually much worse than just burning it off. So they burn it off to release carbon dioxide and water, which are still greenhouse gases, but not as bad as pure methane. And obviously using the recondenser and not having to burn it at all is the best case scenario.
Exactly. And Ian, actually, maybe you can speak a little bit more to this too, because we talked about this one of the streams earlier this week, month, year, I don't remember. COVID brain. It was recent, I know that. It was within the last week. We were basically talking about one of the things you have to do as well in this regard is to factor in, once you start pulling carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, to actually...
Try that apology.
Yeah, look at that. Right on time. Look at that.
Our rights are about 12 minutes away from LaunchNet right now at this moment.
Okay, folks. This is go time right here. This is where it's... I told you earlier that if you needed to get a snack or something like that, that was the time, but now we're rapidly approaching T-minus 10 minutes. That tri-vent is definitely the best indicator that we have of activity on the rocket. So let us see, or launch activity, I guess is the right way to say it, huh? But we're now probably coming up around 10 minutes before the launch, so get in your chairs and get ready to see this thing go. I hope SpaceX is able to get it going.
And Adrian's telling me that we got apologies.
No, go ahead.
Adrian's saying about 5:14 and 27 seconds is the current T0 from his estimate.
5:14 and 27 seconds, according to Adrian's estimate.
I'm going to call that 5:15 if you don't mind.
So I love this. Now I can't wait for to see how close he is, because that type of precision is my nerdiness. So I love it. I guess.
Well, I have just put his estimate into our clock, so 10 minutes and 30 seconds approximately.
Perfection. Ian, I did just want to finish the thought really quick about the pollutants and everything, because one of the things we ended up talking about earlier this week was it's kind of a little disingenuous to just look at the Starship system as to what does it put out from what it burns, because part of what the operational system will be doing is pulling carbon dioxide out of our atmosphere to make methane, and pulling stuff out of our atmosphere to do that. So you'll end up having to weigh how much is it pulling out of the atmosphere versus how much is it pulling in or putting back in, and there might be a comparison where it ends up pulling slightly more out than it puts back in when it burns and things like that. But we were basically talking about how that will become something that you'll need to that should be balanced as well in that thought process.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks like they're actually doing a sort of beta version of that at the gas well site. At least for liquid oxygen, they'll be making their own liquid oxygen from the air. So it seems like that's sort of a beta test. And then, especially with the recondenser at the launch site, if they can just combine those two together into a sort of, not really combine them, but just use those side by side to make methane and oxygen from the air, that'll be not only great for reducing pollution on Earth, but also a great prototype for eventually producing fuel on Mars and the Moon. So it'll be all around an extremely clean system, even cleaner than airlines, I would assume, because airlines have to use oil-derived fuels.
Right.
And with just making it out of the air, it would just be amazing, honestly.
Airliners can use biofuels, for the record, but different conversation.
All of these things aside, what we need to be looking at on the screen right now, the three big tri vents that are T-minus 10 minutes before the flight, and we're talking about whether or not algae can fuel airliners. What are we talking about? Seriously.
Bad, we'll get back to rocket.
Jeez, chop, NASA spaceflight crew, pay attention.
We are back with it. We mentioned the tri-vent, and we said we had 8 minutes to talk about something else. No.
There's a tri-vent that might be happening. I don't know if that's important or not. Anyways,
viewership went up. That's what matters.
So free fall lasts about a minute. We could talk about stuff during free fall.
Yeah, in the middle of the thing, right? Again, we actually
get
a cloud cover there.
Yes.
One at a time. What?
Go ahead, Thomas.
I was just saying, can we get a cloud cover check? I want to see what our video
have it on the other.
Yes, you can get a cloud cover check. Check this out in terms of cloud cover.
All right, not too bad.
Yeah, not terrible. We'll see.
For some interesting visuals.
Can you check the level for us, Thomas? Like, are those up at 10,000, 15,000? Is Starship maybe going to push through those? Yeah. I have to stay on this. The cascade that you can see from this angle right here it's just such a fantastic angle. And by the way, while we were hanging out there, also we got Mary's camera online as well. So across the board, all the NASA spaceflight cameras are online to show you what happens in about 7 minutes when Starship, for the second time today, reaches T-minus, well, 1, and then hopefully reaches T-minus 0. And actually, we got to T-minus 0.1 before, so I couldn't say T-minus 0. Anyways, we'll see if we get a launch here. 7 minutes, that countdown timer, based on the activation of the tri-vent, those 3 big plumes that are cascading off the side of the rocket. That is our sort of estimation, not exact, but when this thing may launch. Under 7 minutes now.
You are seeing right now what part of those tri-vents are is the cryogenic conditioning or the thermal conditioning of the engines. So basically, whenever you use liquid oxygen, it's very, very, very cold. So you need to let some of that come back down into your engines and thermally condition all of the piping very slowly so that it's not shocked right at T0 when all of those propellants start rushing into the engine, because if you do that with very super cold elements on hotter surfaces, they can crack and they can burst, and you don't want that. So you have to condition them slowly over time, and that's part of what we're seeing happening right now with the Raptor engines. And you know what I just thought of, Das?
What?
Imagine when that Starship is doing that on top of a super heavy booster, and we're just watching that oxygen cascade all the way down the vehicle.
That's going to be cool.
Yeah.
That is going to be an amazing sight. Remember, folks, this is a Starship. This is just the top of the entire system. There's a whole other booster that goes underneath this. So they're just testing the upper stage here right now in this high-altitude flight test. Again, we're expecting it to fly somewhere up around, hopefully, 10 kilometers, coming up on 5 minutes and 30 seconds here for the expected T0 based on the fueling of the rocket and stuff like that. Look, you can start to see that ring form around the middle of the flaps. Down near the bottom, you can see the condensation, the ice ring starting to form once again, just like we saw earlier.
Yes, and I can confirm our clock is dead on accurate. Great job nailing that to the second time. We are dead on accurate. Yes, the countdown proceeding smoothly right now. The next big visual thing you'll want to look for is towards the tip of the rocket, when you will see a white ring start to form around the liquid oxygen header. That is the next major thing that we would be looking for in terms of a visual change to the vehicle. Indicating that everything is on track.
In case I'm not a robot, I'm jumping off on, and thanks everybody for watching. I'll see you guys on the other side of this.
Jack, you were not a robot, and we got you. Good luck.
Indeed, yeah. Jack's jumping off to photograph and film this for us again. Jack is out there. Mary is out there as well. Tyler Gray for NASA Spaceflight is there. And myself, Ian, Tyler, John, and Michael are here in the studio doing commentary.
And Thomas.
Thomas, thank you.
I think you called me Tyler again, but I think
I called you Tyler. I'm sorry. I meant Thomas. Who hired two people with names T? Says one.
Also,
yes, I was going to say, who did hire those two people?
All right, Chris.
Yeah.
Hey, that's, fair point.
Hey, I said it first. I said one of the two Chris's.
Anyway, we're T-minus 3 minutes and approaching 30 seconds.
Excellent.
Yes, and
I did check on that cloud cover, Toss.
Yes.
It's about still approximately about 12,000 feet. So Starship should have to punch a hole through the clouds, maybe, but it didn't look too bad. So hopefully we'll see.
All right. Well, again, folks, it's just about go time here. Just about 3 minutes. Hopefully Starship gets a flight. You can see more and more ice. Look at that really clear ice ring around the bottom, and then the frost starting to form up on the top. These are all indications that Starship is fueling up and ready to do this flight here. So we will continue watching at all the different angles. This camera here is Mary's camera. Like we're saying, she is a safe distance away, all the way over at South Padre. We've also got Jack. There's his view. That duck is going to be surprised in a few minutes. I'll tell you that much. And we've got all the robots online. We've got our beach angle up. Look at this, Michael framing the beach angle there. That is going to be a cool shot. We don't try to track with all the robots. Some of them we... Oh, there's a SpaceX in the sky! Look! Look at that! Elon pulling out all the stops with the marketing today. T-minus 2 minutes.
It's a good sign they're going for it.
Was going to say, yes, that X marks the spot in that regard. So propellant loading is finishing up, and the valves are being closed right now. Ahead of the planned liftoff, the countdown is proceeding just above 2 minutes right now.
Excellent. All this looking good, folks.
So that kind of gives us an answer of right around just before 2 minutes is fuel closeout. Spreadsheet, folks.
Nice.
Adrian's ears perked up.
I know, right? Again, the major difference that we have here is on this flight versus the others will be the reignition of all 3 engines for the flip and burn landing instead of only reigniting 2. Other than that, this should look identical to SN9 with the exception of hopefully a successful flip and burn and touchdown on the landing pad today.
Yeah.
After those 3 engines reignite and they confirm that all 3 are stable and up and running, they will down select and shut one of them down and still perform the landing on only 2. But here we come. We are crossing the 1 minute mark now into the countdown until liftoff.
Yep. Here we go, folks. Again, this is Mary's camera over here. Go ahead.
The countdown has held at 1 minute.
Okay.
So the countdown has indeed held. They have not said why.
Not an abort.
And counting again.
And counting again. There we go.
Counting again.
So just a little hiccup there.
Yeah, so we're just not going to put our countdown up there. It's been decent. I mean, Michael.
Try to adjust on the fly, but
Okay. Again, our countdown up there is estimated, y'all. Estimated.
Basically 35 seconds to go.
All right, so watch the tri-vents here. What we want to be watching are the tri-vents. You'll see them hold for just a second. They'll sort of stop. Then you'll see a big spurt, and then hopefully we'll see a Raptor ignition, and we'll see liftoff. Yeah.
Yep, there we go.
All right.
About minus 16 seconds, I believe.
Yeah, something like that.
So this is what we've been waiting for, y'all. Yeah, don't worry about our countdown clock. Just look at the rocket. When it lights, you'll know it. So Starship SN10, this is your shot. Let's see if we can get up to 10 kilometers here.
Here we go. Stand by for engine ignition.
Here we go.
And we have a
liftoff.
Yes, SN10.
All right, folks. Let's see what we get from this.
All right, look at those
this.
3 Raptors
Beauty.
go.
Right through the SpaceX. Look, it's going right there. God.
Oh, look at the triple Raptor plumes. Oh, they have their own mock diamonds.
3 strong Raptors early on.
Look at those 3 Raptor engines go and those mock diamonds, that shape that it makes. Absolutely gorgeous. About 30 seconds into the flight, everything going well according to the telemetry.
Gonna start to get the shake over here at the village. Look at that. Starship just taking off in that big plume down below it.
Awesome.
Yeah. Looking at Jax over here. Let's go see if we're getting some sound now.
Telemetry continuing to look good.
check and hear us. Look at this. This is a robot. This is like a robot.
Oh wow.
Thrust offset.
That is amazing. Alright, when we talk about thrust vector, folks, that's what we mean. Look at that. That is crazy shot. When we see the skirt, those are the Raptors tucked up underneath.
We're going to watch it punch through the clouds.
We are, and again, they're confirming telemetry is still nominal aboard the vehicle, approaching 3 minutes into the flight. Again, there will be a second Raptor that will shut down here. That's as expected, so it'll go down to 1. It's kilometers in altitude right now.
That was shutdown number 2.
Here we go, flying on 1.
Alright.
All these different angles, y'all. I can't even decide which one to show. Again, they're all recording. We'll put together a video of everything. But just look at this.
Alright, and they are performing the switch over to the header tank. Getting ready to do that. Starship SN10 basically at 10 kilometers now. Hovering in the skies over South Texas, about to begin its belly flop. Okay.
It's translating horizontally now.
Yeah. You can see the single to the right. You see the single Raptor engine that's online. See it.
Gorgeous.
Single engine holding up that 120-ton vehicle.
And they are in the hover right now. That engine, that sole engine, is throttling to maintain 10 kilometers right now, getting ready to flip it for the belly flop.
Here comes the flip and shut down.
Beautiful.
Okay, folks, here we go.
Oh, look at that! You can really feel there. Look at the flaps holding stable flight there, controlling.
It's gonna fall on
Wow! No, we gotta look at this! Look at this! This is Jack over at South Padre, and look at the shot from the side here, folks.
Look
The
at
clouds
how
give an insane
rock-
sense of speed.
They really
rock
do.
solid that is. Again.
Those are not just air brakes. Look at this. Mary is bang on.
Gosh, you can see the recirculation up above it of like the vapors getting caught.
Yeah,
In
there's
the
a Starship in every camera that I can show you. Dude, I have a screen filled with Starships right now. Look at this, though.
All right. So as it continues to fall, there's about a minute left in flight. As a reminder, all 3 Raptor engines will reignite for the flip and burn, and if all 3 successfully reignite, 1 will be selected to be shut down, and 2 will actually perform the landing burn. That's the goal.
Oh, coming through the clouds. Look at that!
Oh my God! Look at this. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying. Like,
Okay.
all right, here we come.
Engine chill, it looks like.
Here we go. Right here, the close-up shot. Here we go.
Come on, SN10.
Come on, dude. 1, 2. Oh, do we have all around? Please. Oh, it's hovering.
Single
Oh, is it intentional? Oh,
Engine.
oh.
Landing like the
Dude, you can do it. Is it a start? It did it. It's vertical. It's still vertical. You're gonna let this pull on. No, it's fire, but it's on the ground. One of these cameras is gonna clear. Go to these guys. Go to these guys. Look. Oh my God. It hasn't landed. Michael, I got it. I'm on it.
It's
Or
landed.
I got it.
It's leaning.
Oh,
Landed.
yeah. Oh, God. Look at this right here. There is a fire down there. It vertical.
It landed. That's the important thing.
The landing lights did not work.
Yeah, the landing legs don't look like they worked.
So look at this. Look at it. All the different angles. Look at the beach angle right here. Definitely add a little bit. We got a leaning tower of Boca Chica out there. It is on the ground.
Oh my
But
God.
it looks like it maybe crumpled a little bit. We don't see daylight underneath it.
It doesn't look like the landing legs deployed.
Yeah.
I saw it come out through the end.
Touchdown.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, they just said it, yeah.
And there we have the fire
Fire
suppression
suppression system.
going up. Now this is going to be interesting. How stable is that, and how long can it stay in this position? This really shows it leaning backwards. Look at Jack's view here as well. A little bit more context, you can see the lean there. So this is what SpaceX is worrying about. Remember earlier when we saw the SPMT loading up near the crane? This is when we were talking about that crane maybe getting out there to secure it. It is definitely leaning just a little bit.
Wait, okay, they lit all 3 of them successfully and shut 2 of them down and did the landing on just 1.
Yeah, so they do 3 for the flip, and as long as they're operating nominally, they shut down 1, complete the flip, and then the final touchdown is under 1, as expected.
Okay, it looked like the ignitions were a lot earlier this time.
Yes.
It looked like it was falling on an engine for a much longer time than even SN8, and SN8 had the longest engine burn.
I would point out that likely points to Raptors operating nominally, because the two previous Raptors were not, producing enough thrust, so yeah, it fell quicker those times, so
Yeah.
makes sense.
I'm wondering if it's leaking or are they venting?
Yeah, so that might just be vent. If it was leaking methane,
There's an active fire down there, though. Look at that Vegas.
No, yes, there is. There is.
Okay.
Not discounting that. Yeah.
Actually, just oxygen then.
But I guess I'm saying if it was leaking methane, there'd be like a path back somewhere. Like I would have expected it to blow at this point if it was a heavy duty leak. Not discounting that the fire is a good thing. It's not.
Yeah, this leak angle here. Look at this, y'all.
It's looking like they have control of the vehicle still.
Yes, but that's what I was going to say. Let's focus. Like yes, some things didn't work here. It's vertical and it's on the ground, and they got it back, and that is incredible. They did confirm it was a soft touchdown, so not as they had expected it to be, but they did confirm they had good, complete control of the vehicle throughout the entire flight envelope.
So soft touchdown meaning it's not on its landing legs, but it didn't blow up, basically.
Soft touchdown. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say I've seen Falcon 9 landings worse than that, so...
You mean the one where someone created an ugly Christmas sweater of Doss and I both yelling, "No!"
CRS-16. I hope this doesn't pull a CRS-16. But look at that. God. They are just hosing it down. That's an automated fire suppression system there. There's probably an operator back. We saw some close-up photos of these, and they have like cameras on them, like aiming cameras, and they can steer those nozzles, and they are just sort of sweeping back and forth across the base of SN10. Wow.
So, you know how I kind of said a couple times ago, like the first time one of these is intact after landing is going to be the one that sends the shockwave through the industry?
Yeah.
Well, here we go. March 3rd, 2021.
Look at it from the distance over here. It's moved. You can see the empty launch stand over near the tank farm, and then look how far it's moved. It hopped over Hopper, basically.
The most complicated way to move a grain silo.
I think the shot from the beach is incredible right now.
It really is.
I can't go to the beach cam view. That's incredible.
God. You telling me? Yeah, there you go. Look at this. Look at that.
I mean,
that's beach camp. Yeah,
That's
that is
a
the beach
perfect
camp.
view.
Yeah.
Hey, do you guys have me on comms?
Jack, we got you on comms. Yeah.
That was amazing. How about that flip and burn?
Yeah, right? The flip and burn.
Oh, that was incredible. Absolutely.
I'm furiously
incredible.
editing photos. Don't mind me.
Furiously editing photos. Nice, Jack. You do you, okay? If you need any bandwidth, use whatever modem you have on you. If you need to upload some stuff, Jack, we can cover with all sorts of other feeds. We're just here on this beach camera right now. The angle that we're getting off the beach cam is just, God.
I'm wondering if those the sprayer lines are connected to Starhopper. That'd be pretty interesting.
Oh, yeah. They're like emptying out their fire suppression, which is Starhopper, like.
Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking like using Starhopper to put out a fire on a Starship.
Yeah. Wow. Folks, we are not right now going to try to do any replays like this. The vehicle, I think it's questionably stable. It's down, but we never know if a side is going to crumple or something. We did hear, like Chris said, it's a soft touchdown. It's not on its landing legs. It's definitely leaning. Is it embedded in the concrete? Certainly the center of mass is still over with the base of it, I guess, but we're not going to try to do any replays or anything like that. We're going to keep an eye on this, because if something happens, we want to see it in real time. So just stand by for that. We've been recording across the board. Mary and Jack recording locally. We're all on the cameras. All our robots recording. We'll have all sorts of footage to edit together and look at the replays and stuff. But for now, we're going to keep eagle eyes on this thing because it has definitely got a little bit of a lean to it. I think it's earned its rest, though. Y'all think?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
It would be really interesting to review all our footage and see exactly when the landing legs did come out. Because I think Thomas is right that they did, but I don't know if that was late or what, or if they just did not because they have basically they deploy with gravity, they sort of just fall.
Yeah.
But it's possible they did not lock into place. There's several different potential scenarios. So unfortunately, the dust kind of kicks up the lower it gets. But I'm sure Elon will tell us what happened.
Did we see them deploy? Because when
I saw them right before the landing bridge, you can see at least some of them start coming out.
You can see several. Some of them were. I did not get a count of 6, but you could see like about 3 or 4 of them. So maybe one didn't deploy. Maybe they touched down a little too fast. But it's also important to remember the legs have built-in crush core, so they have the ability to absorb some shock, like a sort of suspension. So if it was a little faster.
Whoa!
Oh my God!
There you go.
there's your methane leak.
Yes. Folks. Boom. Wow. And that's why we were in the replays.
Exactly. Someone got that, right?
Slightly less soft landing now. Wow.
That was awesome!
Jack! Again, a big fire there, looks to be contained on the landing pad, grabbing a couple different angles, but definitely...
Well, and that's what we, and that's what I was saying, right, earlier when I was saying, like, whatever it was wasn't serious in that moment. Not saying it wasn't serious because fire can degrade things, but what we just saw was, yep, the methane caught, and that's what, yeah, yep.
Wow. Okay, folks.
So, does that count?
We need to edit lower
twice?
Yes.
I was just about to ask.
It did land. I mean, the lower third is technically correct. The part I'm more concerned about is that we're currently at vehicle safe on the timeline.
We need a new timeline.
Put X next to that.
We may need to edit the lower ticker there. It says Starship SN10 has landed. Maybe we should put has landed twice now.
So to the person who asked about 3 hours ago, yes, they did plan on reusing SN10 in twice.
the first Starship to fly twice.
Does anyone have the video of that? I'm not seeing it anywhere yet, and we should. I'm hoping someone, one of us got it.
Oh my God!
I mean, we can grab it. Absolutely, y'all talk. And
I definitely got it.
Yeah, Jack would have recorded it. I'm on it right now as well. So.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
We'll talk to them. I'll put it up on the dam.
Yeah, so no, that's why when it landed and there was a fire, that's why we were very clear, like it's serious, but there wasn't a immediate path to the tank that we were really concerned about. But that's exactly what happened here about 15 and a half minutes after liftoff, when there was finally a portion of the methane that caught fire, and there went SN10.
Yep.
But not to discount the amazing feat of landing upright.
Yeah.
Yes, that does indicate there's something more to fix, but it also indicates that a lot went right on this test.
Yeah.
So you know the inevitable headlines that are coming. No. Today was a success.
Yep.
Wrap the board success.
I'd absolutely consider it a major success. Zero doubt on that.
Yeah, that, wow.
It was eventful?
Yeah! No,
well, see, now SN11 knows now what not to do.
The explosion knocked out communications on one of the robots.
Oh!
It hits the robot and then the video ends. The beach robot, I'm already uploading the beach robot, but the village robot actually, it got hit by the shockwave and then it completely lost the signal. So I'm working on that right now, y'all. I'll get all these videos up so we can get them tweeted and stuff. Wow. Wow, indeed. Wow, indeed. I guess Thomas, Ian, reactions?
So, here's the reaction.
Which one of you did that? I love
That
it.
was me.
Oh, okay.
So here's my immediate take on this. So we knew that the landing legs were something that Elon was not super happy with, and SpaceX teams were working on a potential redesign. These were not the final landing leg design. Assuming that was the issue, which, to be fair, is an assumption. It's not to say there couldn't have been a Raptor engine problem in the final seconds of the countdown that resulted in a slightly hard touchdown. But if it was a landing leg issue, we know they're already working on solving that problem. And so, if the vehicle is damaged after landing because of insufficiently strong landing legs, and as a result had a rut post-landing, they already know that was a problem that they knew they had to solve. If it was indicative of a different problem, something involving a Raptor engine or something like that, we know they're also developing that, and of course they were going to continue working on Raptor engines and developing them and making them more reliable, and other vehicles. This is still a test flight, and they're still going to learn a lot from it. I think the point being that they were able to successfully soft touch down the vehicle in a state where, at least for a fair bit, stayed in one piece, proves out the landing maneuver beyond doubt at that point. Which I would kind of argue they also proved almost on the first flight, but this is just more data on that maneuver, which is really the big ticket item as far as Starship development goes. And again, this was beyond a doubt more progress than the first two flights. So the trend is in the right direction. The limit is approaching successful flight, if you want to use those terms.
Yep.
And yeah, obviously we're going to have to wait. We'll look at our footage. We'll look at what SpaceX and Elon say following the flight and see exactly what the next step will be. I do believe that SpaceX said at the conclusion of their coverage that SN11 will be the next to fly. Granted, they said that before SN10 did what it just did, which is now removes any doubt that SN11 was going to be the next to fly.
Right.
But repeating this flight profile again in order to really stick the landing in a point where the vehicle may be in some state to be reflown if they choose to go that way, or just land into one place so they can inspect it post-landing without an explosion happening first, would kind of be the only remaining item towards this particular flight profile. And assuming that they can do that and maybe repeat with an SN15 or a reflight of SN11, that clears the way towards further test flights in the next few months. So I think this is a big successful test flight overall, and I think even though this vehicle, again, I wouldn't call this 100% successful, but it's like 99 or something like that, alright? A very, very promising flight, and one that got farther than the previous vehicles, so a successful test flight.
And I know, because I'm getting this question a bit on Twitter, a definitive no, this was not the flight termination system blowing. This was, if you watch the preview,
Chris!
Yeah, we've got it. Again, I know Nate Barker, one of our photographers and writers, got it and tweeted it very quickly from our stream, but it's very clearly, it's not the flight termination system. And I know we've got the replays, right, Das? Oh, did we change the ticker to vehicle safing or not? I love that.
Or not. Or not. Landing vehicle safing or not.
Or not. I love that.
Oh, wow.
That's a header tank sitting there on the right.
Yeah, it is. It looks like it's just a header tank.
I mean, if that's the methane header tank, which I think it is, it seems like whatever depressing issue they had on SN8 has been fixed.
That's true, because the methane tank is still in one piece.
Yeah. Now it's ready for shipping. Like, we always wondered how they were going to move starships around, and Elon's like, we'll fly them, or they could just flatten them and put them in a truck and, truck them somewhere. Look at that, there's still a little... I don't think that's a fire, I think that's the sunlight glinting off the nose.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of flames anywhere.
Yeah.
Maybe some very small ones here and there. Just some more smoldering than anything else.
I saw the bright spot there.
Yeah.
So... Wow. Okay.
Well, before anyone goes, I can confirm that SpaceX is targeting a few hours from now for Starlink, by the way. Just want to get that out of the way.
Did we get it? Oh, we
got it, Chris.
Yeah, I see it. Okay. Oh, my God.
How long until someone posts an article asking if Falcon 9 has anything in common with SN10?
Ah, jeez.
Oh,
no, the answer is no. This will not affect the Falcon 9 flight.
Yes. Good. I was like, good preemptive question, and yes, exactly that.
Just shoot me down immediately. Good, thank you. But oh man, that was amazing to watch. I still don't even know how to process it.
Yeah.
Just so much happening at once. But I would call that without a doubt an extreme success, honestly.
Yeah.
Just nail out the landing legs and you're fine.
That's a step forward. Oh, that's a step forward.
Not trying to step back from just the sheer excitement, because I'm spaceflight agnostic. I want everyone to succeed, and it's really easy for me to get wrapped up in the hype of when something succeeds really well. But in a true grounded sense, I think that was legitimately more than a few steps forward. I want to see them repeat that with SN11 and work out the kinks with the landing legs. But that was one of the biggest things the system had to prove it could do, aside from on-orbit refueling. And did it once, now let's see it do it and build on that. But I think in the larger scheme of things, this was a far more definitive day than SN8 was back in December.
Yeah.
Agreed entirely. It was, I don't even know what to say, honestly. This has gotten so much further, and it's given them so much data to work with that it's revolutionary for the program. This is a big day, honestly. This is as big of a day as SN8, I would say. If not bigger.
Yeah, this is just...
And also, not to overlook it, they've gotten even more data to prove that the belly flop maneuver and the flap control works. So getting some repeat data on that, making sure that it wasn't just a fluke, not once or twice. This is something that really works. And they've gotten some landing data and additional Raptor data. It's just all around a big win today.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, and they have repeated that stability with the error surfaces 3 times. They have repeated the Raptor ascent stability 3 times. This is good. This is progressing very well. Yes.
And I'm frantically shoveling bits in the background here. I'm pulling footage off and sending it over to Brady, and Brady's getting it ready. So we will have some additional footage. All of the cameras were rolling, y'all, and we were only showing one at a time. So this right here, there is some amazing footage that's been captured out there today. Gosh.
So it looks like they just got some small fires up there in the nose cone, a small one on the right there as well. Unless that's just glare from the sunset, actually.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
I think it's just glare from the sunset up there.
Yeah.
I don't know what would be on fire. I can't believe that there's just the header tank. Just that you see the dome there on the right hand side of the screen. Just the header tank hanging out, no big deal. Where did that come from?
Inside the vehicle.
It flew, DOS. Were you not paying attention?
Yeah, separation confirmed.
Near as I can figure, it just kind of rolled. when it liberated from the nose cone.
It just liberated from the nose cone, really.
God. I think that might be the methane header tank, because the LOX header tank is actually an integrated part of the nose cone. It's only a half sphere.
Wow.
But, yeah, and you can see the thrust puck, actually some of the plumbing just to the left of that sticking up.
Yeah. And folks, we're getting all the video ready to send. Or sorry, we're getting ready video radio to show.
And just a sad fin, they're just sticking up.
Oh.
Just like reaching.
My mom is calling me. Mom, if you're watching the stream, I can't answer right now. I'm busy. I don't know if my dear sweet mother, who lives, she lives a couple of hours up from Boca Chica, near Corpus Christi. And if you're calling me right now, I can't answer the phone. Sorry, Mom. I'll call you later.
Well, you know, to add some levity to the moment as well, you know, it is nice to confirm based on our own internal clock that it was exactly 14 minutes and 37 seconds launch to launch between
there you go.
Yes.
And a great step for the rapid reuse program. Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Launch and land and relaunch.
Launch, land, and then backflip.
Launch, land, and backflip. Nice.
It was a celebratory backflip.
At some point, I'm going to be asking these computers that I'm wrangling to do too much, and they're going to give up on me. But for now, they're still responding, so that's nice.
When will the robot army revolt against DOS?
I know we're all like frantically clicking on things, and so like, oh, get this, get this, get this.
I know.
I'll be interested to see like how far the debris got, like how it probably wasn't as bad as SN8 or SN9 because this looked relatively more contained.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what camera angles played into that. Yeah. Yeah, during the landing and during the flip and burn, some of the angles definitely made it look. See how far the debris got from this one. When Starhopper's angry eyes light up again. Another one of you.
Failed me.
You have failed me. You will not fail me again. Like, yeah, I know. Look at it; it's flat. So
I am not pleased. Hopper snipers.
Hopper snipers. That's not a thing.
Oh, someone is noting, and you can see it. It looks like that it bounced a little when it landed. There's a little bounce up when it touches the ground. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if we've got that on one of our cameras, but I see what they're talking about. Yeah. Wow.
Again, folks, pulling footage here. We'll do some replays in just a second. I know we should probably get a little bit faster at doing that, but it's always trying to get the footage out and then make sure it's all secured and then make sure all of the people that were out there recording are safe and supported and that sort of stuff. And we will have, I'm pulling multiple replays right now. And we will be a little slow on some of those replays because the explosion knocked out the connectivity on two of the robots. They came back, but we lost connectivity, so I didn't have the live footage already being sent to the video server. I've got to pull it off the robots themselves, and they both cut at the same time when that shockwave hit their installation.
I love it. We've got to blast-proof them now, Dust. Also, head on over to Twitter. Jack Beyer at @VJackBeyer on Twitter is posting up his launch shots of SN10 and its landing ones. So those are going live on his Twitter account right now. Yes.
Who wrote the ticker to say burned off excess propellant in a rapid fashion? I mean, you're not wrong, but come on.
It was just a fast fire. Jeez, it was just a fast fire, Thomas. Come on. It wasn't an explosion. That was just a fast fire.
Allow us to have our levity. because no, in all seriousness, and I'm going to sound like a broken record on this because it is worth sounding like a broken record on this. okay, yes, it looks like it got run over by an Acme steamroller right now.
Wile E. Coyote driving down the street.
Wile E. Coyote got to it at the end of it, but this was a huge success. It landed. It went through the entire flight regime. It did the flip and burn. It down selected 2 engines. It touched down safely. This was huge. This was absolutely huge. Yes, there was a fire afterward. Yes, there's clearly something to fix. That in and of itself does not discount the massive steps forward in the development of the system today, and kind of showing where a little work might remain for SN11's flight, which is the last of the current generation of Starship high altitude test vehicles. But you know, nothing today like precludes SN11 rolling to the pad very shortly and being prepped for flight very quickly. And if SN11 can repeat what SN10 did today, and if they can solve the fire issue in between that, then then they are in amazing. They're at an amazing foothold to really dive into the next. I'm mixing metaphors there, but we'll go with it, to dive into the next phase of Starship production and testing. Most definitely.
All right, so I think that the serious activity has maybe ceased here. So do we want to bring up some of Jack's pictures, start looking at some footage and stuff like that?
Yeah, let's go to
the video pictures.
Yeah.
Probably totally blurry out. I'm just kidding.
Jack always kills it. All right, give me just a second, and we'll be ready to run some replays and stuff like that. But again, folks, that's Jack.
I'm so incredibly pleased with how my images turned out. I mean, oh my God, what perfect lighting, what perfect conditions. There's nice clouds behind it, so you got see the rust diamonds.
Testing.
Raptor engines extra well.
All right. What a unique experience there. We all were able to witness, whether we again see it as as it is or not. We just witnessed history from the aspect. Again, this is the first time. Let me cut the guys down a little bit in the background. They're still going in.
Jack,
All right.
I'm looking at your last set of 4 pictures.
All right.
Got
Just put them on kind of like low level there. All right, what's going on, everybody? Peace, power, and profit to the family. Welcome everybody to the bill. All you guys who already been here in attendance, watching this, unbelievable feat of, again, science and engineering come to light here. For a lot of you guys who may or may not know, this is the second attempt for Elon Musk to launch this particular rocket, as we know it to be. It's the SN series, not so much the idea that the number alone in terms of 10. That's just pretty much the serial number of of the particular model in this case. All right, so they have several different type, and of course the next one that's going to launch in the near future will be SN11, right? SN11, right? So again, just keeping that in the little context. So but this one here particularly was the first one in the series to perform the feat that it did today. Of course, that's being able to obviously launch into into the atmosphere, as you saw all the the planned feats or maneuvers that was expected to happen. Those things obviously went off pretty much without a hitch for the most part, besides the first initial glitch that they had earlier, whether you want to call it a glitch or not, of course. But they had to boot down the system and reboot it back up. Of course, that delayed the time, because within that, as you heard some of these NASA analysts and scientists were speaking about, at that point you have to remove all the fuel in the rocket out, right? Because again, it has to be at a certain temperature in order for it to have the ability to provide the thrust and the the coolant that it needs to kind of get the rocket off the ground, especially one of this size. Again, you're talking about a massive instrument here, if we want to call it that, or a vehicle, right? But once they did that and redeployed colder fuel back into the rocket, they were then, able to launch it, right? They were able to send it into the atmosphere, and of course, hitting a certain height that it wanted to, be able to, say that it met at mandate. And then it planed out, of course, in the case where it, pretty much, stuck almost a 90-degree angle on a horizontal plane, and then, right before coming back to Earth to stick its landing, almost like a gymnastic, or gymnast, I should say, right? The rocket itself turned vertical, literally vertical, about, literally seconds before it landed, and stuck its landing. Again, it was off to a degree, let's say, maybe by, I don't know, 9, 8, 10 degrees maybe, in relation to that of a 45-degree angle, but nonetheless, for a test flight, it performed and hit all of its basic metrics that it was, detailed to do. And so, again, just really interesting to see these things happen. Of course, it kind of brings out the youth in us, even though some of us are, at that point where we kind of, older and all kind of, man, doesn't really move us anymore. Ain't nothing out there to wow us, so to speak. But, for me personally, it was something amazing watching this thing do its thing like that. I guess so much for the engineering aspect of it. We get older, we still understand that, this is some stuff that's, still a great feat to watch, or experience, right? So it was definitely worth the watch. It was worth the, the time we spent, or I should say spent, watching it, before the launch, obviously, during the launch, and definitely post the launch, obviously, the crew to top moment, right? when the rocket obviously exploded in the end, because we know that was just more of a, at this point, whether you want to call it an anomaly or not, the thing had pretty much landed sideways. The landing gear legs itself wasn't 100%, underneath it. So I guess it shifted enough to cause whatever methane that was obviously, collected inside of the, I guess the repository, whatever it was, it ignited, right? And that's what caused the thing to blow up in the very end. But yeah, looking at some of the pictures that the guys are posting here, that scene right there, that horizontal plane out of the rocket was just like amazing. I mean, literally, you just like, man, this thing is just planed out almost like in a 90-degree angle. You couldn't make this stuff up, right? This is a massive rocket, right? That's one there, that shot right there. See, somebody thinking like me. See, I see a like minds think alike, right? A like minds think alike. Me speaking about it, then the guy keyed in on that one. See, that's the engineering side of all males, right? And females too, but definitely men. Y'all know how boys are. We already, engineers by design, so to speak. We like building things and taking things apart. And, again, it's just the ideal to see this thing playing out like it did, and then turn vertical literally seconds before you hit the ground was just amazing, right? It was just amazing, right? So, kudos to, again, to the scientists and all of us, to the, that youth, energy and spirit that's in all of us that still, can be wowed by, phenomenal engineering feats and just seeing, the ideal of man, be able to come full circle and do little things like this, especially within our lifetime. Of course, of course we can always go back and say, the first, scenario when they was trying to send people to the, to the Earth's outer orbit. Of course, we know that to be still space, but it ain't like the real deep space, right? Earth's outer orbit is the safe zone that the humans are allowed to operate in or around. Right. Outside of that, of course, there is the question. I know somebody brought the question up, did Americans actually land on the moon itself? Of course, that would be out of Earth's orbit, right? Lower orbit, right? And again, it's interesting conversation, right? A lot of people will kind of put it on the wheel of potential conspiracy, excuse me, and some of it will say, that's just ludicrous, right? Man did actually land on the moon, right? Again, this was with a lot more primitive technology, right? Primitive technology, and here it is today. Elon is sticking landings pretty much to the 18th degree, right? with such precision, but especially with the Falcon X. The Falcon X is like seriously, right? That Falcon rocket that he got, that's the get down, right? But even with the new SNN series here, this SN series here, excuse me, which is pretty much like the biggest thing that they have in their fleet. I don't know if you guys have been to the SpaceX website. Of course, again, I hover around these little things like this every now and then just for the the grandeur aspect of it, and just to see just how important or what Elon has his mind set on in terms of some of the stuff he's putting out there. And it's just amazing, right? It really is amazing, guys. Again, it's just funny watching this stuff happen, right? Right? I'm sorry about that. All right. So yeah, so again, just very awesome experience that we just witnessed here. So real quick, let's run over to the page real quick, just on GP, since we are on the topic here. Right, while they're still going in over there again. Of course, y'all see my avatar picture, right? Had to kind of throw that up there, I guess. Right? That's that classic picture, right, buddy? I wish I knew the guy's name, but that was, that's something very worth conversating and having a little fun on. But yeah, that's something amazing. All right, watching him trade Apple that time, but yeah. So let's run over here real quick. So SpaceX website real quick, the Starship, right? So Starship SN10, it's a high altitude flight test. Obviously, that was obviously rendered today, which we saw. Looking at it from its rough draft picture here, it just looks like a big old massive silo, right, with a cone on top, right? Think about it, what a big silo would look like, on a farm somewhere in the middle of Missouri, right? Corn silo or something, right? But this, again, huge phenomenon in itself. Was able to perform, something nothing short of just amazing in terms of its task to get into your atmosphere. Obviously being able to control the fuel and its orientation going up, obviously into the atmosphere, and then cutting the rockets and letting things kind of plane out, almost like a dead drift back down, hit almost a 90-degree angle horizontal, for a good portion of the descent. And then just cut the rocket boosters back on like a flip of a switch, pretty much like you hitting switches, right? And the thing orientation to a vertical position, obviously, and just sticks a landing. Now, again, off to a degree with the landing, but nonetheless, when we look at things in terms of success, in terms of engineering, you say, well, that's a success. Now, it would have been nice if the thing just hit it 100% 90-degree orientation and then not blow up in the end. But you know how this stuff go when it comes to NASA. Right, and engineering, people of that nature, they are definitely going to consider this a win, right? This is a win for the spacecraft. This is a win for Elon Musk. Again, his entire organization as a whole. Now the stock, that's a whole new different conversation, right? Because right now the stock is saying, it was fun watching it. It went up like 10 points, and now it's down 10 points, right? Near 11 points at this point. It's already down to 650. Right, after going up as high as around about 661, 662, right? So again, y'all know how that stuff go. People are never going to be satisfied when it comes to shareholders, right? Tesla shareholders as a whole. Of course, I'm one myself personally. Many of you guys in the chat, we are a spoiled bunch, right? We are a spoiled bunch, right? We accept nothing less than perfection because we're watching again. The company. Of course, like I say, people can be more of an Elon Musk. Follow all that. Of course, I'm not, big on that kind of reality. I really enjoy the engineering things that he's putting out. I'm a fan of a lot of that reality, right? To me, again, it's just amazing watching all this stuff come into fruition. Again, I was a kid at a point, when I was, coming up, we had the RC racetracks, right? Some of you guys probably still know about them today. Right, we had the electric RC racetracks, right? And you mash on the little trigger, little gun mechanism, and the cars just fly all over the track, right? The Hot Wheels and all that, right? The electric ones, that case, and then who knew? Again, we're riding in those type of vehicles today, right? We're riding in those vehicles today, some 30 plus years later, right? We're riding in those vehicles, right? Inside an electrical vehicle in that perspective, right? And so you would say, well, man, we should have had this earlier. Well, it came in its respective time, but it took someone daring enough, to challenge that status quo, right? Of course, and we could say obviously General Motors and many others had tried to put something like that into action at some point, earlier through their hybrid series and in a lot of ways, things of that nature. But Elon Musk took it to the next level, right? Tesla took it to the next level, right? I mean, seriously, just watching this guy just come up with stuff and just tell people, I dare you to bet against me, right? That's basically what he's doing. He's testing mainstream. He's testing anybody, right, to bet against him. And again, with that kind of level of I don't know, nerdness that he has with him. Of course, it's odd in a way because his personality can be, a lot of times, like some of the people that say they work with it, could be very unnerving. But sometimes that's with most geniuses, right? They're kind of like, man, they ain't got time to waste. They don't have time to waste, right? And they don't want to be asked, redundant questions and things of that nature. They're going, no, there's a way. Like, this is what we came up with thus far based on the science and the computations. Let's run it, right? Let's go, right? We got the cash behind it, so stop all this. No, let's go. And so I'm saying that because, again, look how long NASA has been operating, right, off taxpayers' dollars. NASA, right? And we can even, they retired the space shuttle program. Let that marinate for a moment. NASA had to retire the space shuttle program because they got tired of the thing, blowing up. Right? It was just too many, the margin of error to them was like, man, we can't just keep, yeah, it's all in well and fine, but you're carrying human life on those space shuttles, right? And they were just blowing up and just all kind of silly stuff, right? And again, I'm not calling it silly, I guess, but you know what I'm saying. Here it is, this guy came along and did all this in under 10 years. That NASA been trying to do for 40 plus. Elon was better to knock this out in 10. A private business came along, right, and put all this stuff into existence in under about literally 10 years. And to be honest, Elon really didn't get really serious about this space stuff. I guess from my opinion, just from tracking the company, really around about the last 6 years, 6, 7 years at most, 5, 6, 7 years at most, somewhere around there, when it began to be airing apparent that he was really trying to do some of this nature. So again, just watching this, his I guess evolution too as an engineer, right, as a builder, or as we know, a modern day Tony Stark, right? He is the modern day Iron Man, right? Of course, Robert Downey Jr. obviously envies Elon Musk, right? Of course, right? He is the true mechanic, right? He is the real modern day Iron Man. They even kind of favor each other a little bit too when you think about it. Elon Musk looked a little bit like Robert Downey Jr. But again, I mean, you can see Elon trying to, someone, betting him on a little, at a bar one night, saying, I bet you wouldn't build an Iron Man suit. And Elon looks over at him like, really? You want to make that bet? I tell you what, I'll bet you 1 billion Dogecoins that I'll build a suit and fly it myself. And somebody take that bet. Right? I mean, I literally can see that happening, right? Somewhere at a little bar somewhere. Elon Musk is, somebody tested him like, yeah, I bet you $1 billion of Dogecoins, right? That I'll build an Iron Man suit and obviously fly it myself. So again, just interesting watching this guy's evolution, right? And put out all this, just interesting new ways how we look at rockets. Even the designs now are totally different than what we used to back in the old days, right? I mean, just looking at this little, rough draft model here, this scale model here, I mean, it's just interesting, right? Again, the idea that it can carry up to an excess of 100 metric tons. Now, I don't know if you guys know what 100 metric tons is, but if you was to put that in some kind of level of context, man, that's a lot of weight. That is a lot of weight, for a rocket. Again, think about the old rockets of old, even the space shuttle as a vehicle that was transporting things as well. I mean, those things, ultimately won't be able to compare, I think, with now the level of technology and the sophistication that we have to now carrying huge, payloads based of material, whatever, to build things out in space. The same way it took them to build, the International Space System, which they used a lot of the space shuttle programs back then. That's what a lot of that stuff was for, and many other stuff too, right? It just so happened it was crashing a lot, right? But now it's like, man, everything is done from an unmanned aerial drones perspective. Now all this stuff could be done from a robotic perspective, right? Keep humans, out of the, damage control environment and just send stuff into space and dock on a dime and offload things with cranes and do everything automatically, right? It just, we just sit back and chill, right? For whatever, for whatever it's worth. All right, but it's just very interesting watching all this stuff unfold. And again, we just look forward to seeing what's coming in the future, man. So just looking at this thing here, man, it's just a beautiful piece of machinery here. Of course, this is just a rough draft rendition, but I mean it's 120 meters tall. 394 feet. Of course, in this case, diameter is around about 30 feet in diameter, right? Of course, that's just circumference off in this case, spherical circumference. And the payload, is up to 220 kilo. Well, I guess kilopound, or in this case, 100 metric tons, right? It's just crazy, right? Again, that can carry 2 or 3 house loads of furniture, a minivan, and probably some other stuff, right? All in one trip to Mars, right? Somewhere and just drop a joke off like, here, you home now, welcome to Mars or whatever, right? So again, just watching all this stuff here, just awesome, man. So Starship, as you see, this is more of again, it's just a little video rendition of it, them kind of showing it off here. This is the first, I think one of the first ones that they unveiled to the natural public. Again, just a crazy looking little office, again, looks like a big silo, right? A big old tuna can silo, right? I mean, don't even like it can fly, but as we saw today, it proved that wrong, right? And again, look at the old stuff over here to the well, I didn't say old, but the one over there to the right.
It's tied down well though.
Right. Again, Elon is such a nerd though. You know how he is, right? He's one of them nerd type dudes, right? Right. But yeah, see right here. So again, here's how it's going to deploy those satellites, right? Because Elon is getting ready to do this Neuralink thing, right? Or the Starlink, right? Well, we'll speak about the Starlink. Starlink is basically what? Them trying to give people internet connectivity, right, over satellite, right? Now there were already companies in play doing this. A company called HughesNet. Y'all probably heard about HughesNet, right? But Elon has probably, from what he seems or deems from an engineering feat, something a lot better than that, right? And robust, better technology to give people obviously internet connectivity for people who are out there in these desolate areas on the planet, right? Who do not have the municipality infrastructure or statehood infrastructure to have such a level of access to internet. Well, that's what it's going to offer those people. Like, I mean, imagine being in the bush somewhere, right, deep in the bush, and being able to connect to the internet, right? Even if you want such level of first world technology, but you deep in the Amazon and you got connectivity, you watching, that's amazing to me. I think I just find that to be very awesome. And so that's what Starlink is, of course, in that regard. He's deploying to make it, have his own, access to, accessible aspect of internet through his Starlink program, by deploying these satellites for, for that purpose, right? So, but looking at the ship here, this thing is going to be able to deploy those level of those types of satellites, right? So again, just another form of, again, technology here that's we're witnessing right before our eyes in terms of the very nature of it, or the grand scale of it, right? And see, look here, the thing comes out of the doggone the spaceship and obviously deploys its own space station, right? Or dock at the space station, I should say, right? Can they say deliver both cargo and people to yeah? So this one goes where it's going to dock. I take it back. So I thought this was one where he's going to have it unfold and build out his own. But you know what? I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't put it past Elon. He might just do something like that, right? But just watching his vision here, excuse me, of this thing, connecting with the ISS and all that stuff, it's just awesome. When you watch all this stuff, again, coming to fruition. Again, as you see, moon missions, right? That's next on the that's what this is for, right? This one particular rocket here is supposed to be able to have enough, fuel value and everything it needs to be able to make such a trip to the moon, right? And so Falcon 9, of course, is good for other stuff too, interplanetary, kind of level of observations and whatever, and probably launches and and relaunches and all that. But this one big SN9 scenario, the SN scenario, series could probably be something that's a little bit more, phenomenal for something like a moon, excursion, so to speak. All right. So as we saw, it did stick its landing today, even though it was off a little bit, right? But it was just fun watching that thing just, again, just go through that. So Yeah, there it is, interplanetary, right, interplanetary, right, transport in itself, right. I was just in there talking about it, right. There we go. Right, there you go, right there. Right, this whole idea of going to Mars and whatever, right. All right, so NASA's there now, of course, with their little rover project. They actually were successfully at least being able to do that, right. They couldn't let Elon and the rest of these guys and the Chinese and the Indians, do all the, everything, right. So kudos to them at least getting the little rover onto Mars, if nothing else. All right, so yeah, so again, here we go. So next level stuff. We will see what comes, in the future, with this new improved space program scenario that we're dealing with. And it's weird too, because soon as you get this stuff to popping, where everybody was trying to go to space now and turn the Virgin Galactic Mobile, and it's a couple other little space programs that's going on. Of course, you got Blue Origin with Boeing. You got what's the other one? Amazon has a program. What is it? Space Odyssey? Not Space Odyssey. It's something. I forgot Amazon's name, but a lot of people now want to be on board, right? They want to build their scenario out too, right? These billionaires are putting their money up, putting their money where their mouth at, and they don't want to be left behind, right? So they build their own stuff, right? But again, just like the Tesla, electric vehicle, Elon is running circles around those guys. Circles. They're late to the party once again, right? They're late to the party once again. And so this is a part where we say, well, this is why, the market is pricing Tesla with a different valuation, right? Because some people say, well, it's a car company. Well, no, it's a tech company. Well, it's a something kind of company. Well, it's the engineering aspect of the CEO that's bringing all this new novel value, somewhat to a degree, some of it novel, some of it just, a better mousetrap in terms of our evolution and technology to market it, or to, to even to the visual aspect that we get to see it in the public. It is something amazing to watch, right? In terms of its competitive landscape, there's not many others out there, really, if anybody, that can compete at this joint, juncture in Tesla's, ability to keep doing all these different multifaceted projects, and yet still, keep churning out cars and keep producing these, a stable of different rockets and so forth. I mean, just again, the Boring Company, right? The flamethrower novelty company, right? The shorts, right? I mean, the solar panel company that he owns. Again, he's just getting his hands in a lot of different things, right? So clean energy, again, clean energy initiatives and so forth and so on. But again, it's very interesting to watch all this stuff unfold, right? It's just, it really is, guys. So yeah. Amazon has Blue Origin. Who has it got? Boeing has what is Boeing space program? It's is it Star? It's Star something, or I could be wrong. Man, I should know this too, right? It slips me sometime. I'm human, right? Right? I'm human. Yep. But seriously, again, it's just interesting. Watch all this stuff, man. It's interesting. It's interesting. All right. So again, just the simulation here with them landing on Mars and all this, and how that would look, and what that would, the ideal of, watching all that coming to fruition. Again, watching it, looking at how the state is kind of playing it out around Mars, until it finds its goal, and then it planes out, and then turns vertical, right, kicking on the thrusters, and again hitting this landing literally to that of, to the T, like we kind of witnessed there a little bit. I mean, just crazy, guys. Look at this here. Watching this thing just orientate before it gets ready to land vertically, on some other planet, right? Right? Jupiter, Mars, whatever. Right? The level of the speed was coming in on, Mach 3 down to Mach 2, Mach 1, 0.5 Mach value in terms of speed. Hit that thruster one more time, probably orientate all the way up vertically, and just stick his landing like what's the little gymnast girl, Miles, something like that. Should be sticking them landings. Again, just crazy watching this. These kind of things again happen, and so. But yeah, that's the future, guys. Here's your future, guys. Some of you guys talking about you ready to get away, get off the planet. I guess I'll be one of those type of people, right? Because I'm ready to leave too. No, I'm just kidding. No, but it is crazy, right? It is really crazy, right? And so again, all this. Look at the engines. Now this is a vertically integrated company, like we were speaking about earlier, heard them speaking about, Rachel. I've spoken about this several times. What makes Tesla different and unique is that it pretty much builds its own stuff in-house. It doesn't have to do a whole lot of outsourcing. Even the materials that they use are different than what other companies are using. Right? So they found a way. Even you think about the Tesla truck. That was a specific alloy that was manufactured just for Tesla. Right? That Cybertruck, right? The doors and all that stuff, the way it's built, it was made and manufactured specifically for Tesla and Tesla only. So here it is. They're showing you basically, hey, this is our in-house rocket system, which is phenomenal. You saw it in action today, right? You saw that, the little NASA analyst scientists, they just oohing and ahhing like, like, man, like they were just, their little breath was just taken away watching how that thing just kind of performed. But that rocket, I mean, imagine putting that on a 64 Chevy, right? You put that on a 74 or 72 Donk, right? Where my Florida folks at, right? Right? Or even an old school Continental, right? You put that behind that Continental, right? That Continental T, right? You talking about, look at him. Y'all talking about the Jetsons, right? Right? That's next level. Right? Totally next level. That's when they Dominique Dawes. Is that her? Right? And it's another one, the short girl, the one that's been catching on the flat lately. I think her lady's name is Miles. He said the Biles or Miles, right? The short one. Dominique Dawes was serious too. Right? But no, yeah, it's crazy, man. It's just crazy. Right, so the engine's there. You can see that's the Raptor. Again, and see this guy right here? Right? I just posted on this right here literally the other day. Literally the other day. Look, Elon Musk already got it on SpaceX website. See how that worked? I literally just posted on this guy the other day. He's a Japanese billionaire, right? Young guy too, as you can see, Japanese billionaire. He's looking to pay, to take some civilians into space with him, right? He's going to pay for a crew of people to ride basically go into space with him. And it seems as if he's going with what? The Tesla SpaceX model did out of what? Richard Branson, Virgin Galactic scenario. Makes sense to me, of course, and this ain't no swipe against, Virgin Galactic, right? Or Branson and even Shamat Palapatiya, because, he's a big investor in, Virgin Galactic. But this guy, like, man, if I'm going up there, I'm going with the top dog. I'm going with Tesla. And so this guy just got connected with Musk on this level. This article was just really posted the other day, so they already got him on the SpaceX website. Couldn't make this stuff up, right? See how that worked? Right, Joker be making moves behind Joker backs, bro. Yes, that's her name, Simone Biles. That's her. Thank you, Over Chris. Thank you, Over J as well. All right. Thank you guys as well. The Black Cyber Network. Thank you for the Blue Origin, right? Blue Origin again. That's Amazon's, I believe. What's Boeing's? What is Boeing's space program? I keep messing it up. I know it, but it's just it's on the tip of my tongue. I just can't remember it right now, right? Because I went over this stuff like several times before, even in the past, even last year. Sometime it's just slipping me right now. It's been a long day again. I've been trying to get some rest lately. Hey, brother, been tired, right? Lately, I've just been tired, but nonetheless, we at it. But yeah, so this guy again, look him up. Look up the article. I should say it's very interesting. That hey, one of you guys might be the lucky ones to go, right? One of y'all might be the lucky ones to go. All right, look at them rockets right there. Look at them Raptors. I mean, what better name too, right? Call them Raptors, right? It's just really challenging. Even the the verbiage, right? All these interesting names and so forth are, and they should perform it just like that, and they're performing just like that too. Just massive rocket engines there. I mean, some massive machinery there. Again, you put that on anything that you got a frame to it, it's going rocket literally, right? They say he's going to rock to the moon, right? They need to put that on the back of Dogecoin for some of y'all, right? Some of y'all Dogecoin holders. Right? Thrust one of them Raptor rockets to it. You might get the price on up above $1, right? All right? Just, again, Starliner, that's it. Starliner. I know I was close. I'm like, why I'm saying Starliner? I know it was one of them. I sat there and said it, and they said it didn't accept that in my own head. But yeah. So that's it. So again, this is where we at, guys. This is our future. Right, so your children may be aspiring to be in such a scenario like this. Of course, they got the Von Braun Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Interested in, the space program over there. Of course, I could speak on it a little bit. I actually was lived in Huntsville, Alabama for a little short period of time. Military scenario over there with Redstone Arsenal. And that space center over there, of course, that whole entire town or city, it's in the middle of basically like a big bowl, right, surrounded around mountains, right? But that entire city is dedicated to basically space. And NASA obviously has a massive, institute. Well, it's a massive, complex on the base over the Redstone Arsenal, where that's what they do. Ballistic missile testing, then rockets, and all that kind of stuff. That's what the kind of stuff they do over there, on Redstone Arsenal. Military post. Some of you guys may be familiar with that over there in Huntsville. But that entire city is dedicated to space programs and space travel, and it's just phenomenal, right? While I was there for that time, it was just interesting, just traveling around that little space place all the time, right? But yeah, so very interesting, and it's weird too because it's one not too far from where I stay over here in northern aspect of DC. What you want to say that the suburbia DC, right? We're not too far from a little space program scenario up here. We're up around all these little contractors and so forth on these, but again, just this next level stuff for a lot of these people who are space enthusiasts or whatever. All right. So there's Starship prototype, right? One of the prototypes back in the days. Right? And that joker then brought this thing full circle to down. Starship in Cameron, Texas, right? So yeah, you guys know the website. Just come check. Go to SpaceX.com. Everything you need is right there. If you just want to come, check this stuff out. Little nerd moments like I be finding on here, right? It's just interesting, seeing all this stuff here. All right, where's this one here? This one here. That's a nice looking piece. Nice shot right there. Right, so that's the future, guys. And here you got, just think about this. This is them particularly putting out a rendition what it'll look like to actually be on Mars, right? To have all these different rockets just sitting on Mars, ready to take out or land at any moment, right? The grid's laid. You see the panels over there, solar panels already on the ground here. You see the complex over here, of course. This is again Elon's vision, right? You see the Cybertruck moon truck, right? You see it down there, the Cybertruck moon truck, right? Next level kind of stuff, guys. Next level kind of stuff, right? So again, who knows, right? It's not so much even being thought of as some wild, outlandish ideology now. It seems to be very doable and applicable even within our lifetime, within probably the next 10 years or so. That's what's so crazy about it. These things can start happening within the next 10 years or so, right? So we'll be able to witness these things happening. So again, just looking at this thing as a place, if this was Mars, so to speak, right? Just how that would be, just the ideal of that, right? And so a lot of these people, they got a lot of money. They ready to test it, right? They ready to test it, right? Look here, this thing going as far as Saturn, right? Right? Just think about that, right? They got this thing going as far as Saturn. That's why I say this is one of the biggest ones they got for a reason. That's why the SN, I keep wanting to say S9. This SN rendition of their fleet, is made for this kind of level of travel. That's what makes that test today. It was such a vital test because they want to see, how this thing could perform in those scenarios, because it will be rocketing out there and not detaching like the old stuff used to be back in the day. It will be going to these places, landing right on their surfaces and taking back off again and coming back to Earth. Crazy, right? Couldn't make this stuff up, right? That's next level, right? That's next level, right? Look at it. Now they're getting fanciful with it, right? All out in space, right? Having opera in space, right? Let's come on now, y'all need to cut that out. Y'all cut that out right there. Right? If somebody here doing even little ballerina dances all up in space, right? Right? It's just crazy. All right, but again, I just wanted to kind of show some of this stuff, just for the sheer spectacle. We sit here, witness this today. It just really brings a lot of character to the ideal of what we just saw as well. Just seeing this guy's vision and this, that, and the third, and there you go. You can even download the user guide. So y'all come on the website, download the user guide. Have that stuff in your own little arsenal, right? Just for your own upkeep or whatever. Right, so again, that's it, man. This is just next level, right? Next level stuff here. And we'll see again. Of course, you got Falcon 9. Falcon 9 is like that's a workhorse there, right? That Falcon 9 just been banging, right? 107 total launches, 67 total landings, and 50 of them have been reflown. That's what, see, that metric right there what makes this thing really awesome. You had 50 basically 50 relaunches. You talking about, recycling? That's next level. That's next level. It's a reusable rocket. A reusable rocket. Again, so just knowing that, yeah, say fifth element. That's it, right? Yeah, you say sometimes Mars is just a month away from most, right? And it's 3 to 4 months away. Yeah, I agree. Especially being able to travel at this hypersonic speed, levels like that. You can condense even the space travel in itself, right? Just think about that, right? So hey, we'll stay positioned. And then for us again, it's interesting because as investors, right, we see these things. Okay, well, what's the what's the business here, right? What's the get down here, right? There's any kind of monetary value here or gain, whatever. But within that, this is what we're looking at, right? We're saying, well, is there any kind of partners here, any kind of componentries here that we can piggyback on top of, or what? Who's whatever the case, right? We're in the business of deconstructing opportunities, right? That's what we do for a living, guys. Think about that. As investors and traders, we deconstruct opportunities for a living. Literally, that's what we do, right? It has to make sense. As I always say, dollars and cents, right? And for some of these companies, opportunities, they're just they're no-brainers. They're no-brainers, guys. So again, that's why this stuff is exciting to us. And look at the rocket for this one. It's called the Merlin. Look at the rocket for the Falcon 9. That thing right there almost like a jetpack, boy. I strap that thing on my back and just fly all the way to, to Zimbabwe to Mars, bro. Matter of fact, probably won't take with them. Probably get to Zimbabwe maybe about 17 hours. I put that on as a jetpack. I'd be in Zimbabwe tomorrow frying eggs or something, or scrambling me some yucca roots or something. Right? That thing like a jetpack, boy. Man. Again, just love this stuff, man. Just again, just for the idea that it's just interesting. Even now as an older adult myself, saying, these are things that, of course, like any childhood, that especially a lot of boys and girls too have sat there and said, man, what it'd be like, if this was, an actual humanistic kind of reality that we can all, adorn or use or, whatever the case. We're seeing this stuff happening right now, right? So, again, these kind of sites you need to have your kids hang out on. Seriously. Not so much for the idea that, hey, it's you just want to come to somebody else's site. No, you're sending your kids to these websites so they can learn how to reverse engineer this stuff, right? You're sending them here so they can expand their level of curiosity, and so they can start reading into the terminology, right? And and all things of that nature, right? That's the importance of these kind of scenarios like that. Get them off of SpongeBob SquarePants and put them on rocket fuel Falcon 9 SpaceX, right? That should be a focus of interest. It just is awesome. I just say that, I keep saying that, but it is, it really is. You say, okay. You say, have you looked at the Congo River Energy Project? No, I need to look into that. I'm gonna look into that. Rams, happy you brought that up. Definitely gonna look into that, right? Because definitely into the clean energy thing too. Yeah, man. So yeah, get that link, guys. Share that link with those kids, man. Get these kids excited. Just thinking about that, man. These are kind of things that just get them really all fired up anyway, right? Because they're seeing this stuff through cartoons and stuff like that. Now they get a chance again to be a part of it. Take them to the some people take their kids to plays and a circus and all that's fine. Take them to the Space Center, right? Or the what was it, Space Academy. They got one in Florida. They got like I said, the one in Huntsville, Alabama, right? The Von Braun Center over there, right? They got one there. They got several of them, right? But get them interested in these kind of larger than life experiences, to engage their that genius chip that's inside of them, right? To kind of ignite that genius chip inside of them, so one day they'll be building something out like this or something even better, or doing something, right? They definitely, it's in Houston. They got a scenario over there in Houston too, right? So this is great. These are places that you take your kids, on a real serious scenario, right? You get them excited about that, man. It's just next level, right? So But yeah, I'm looking at that over Ramsey. Yeah, I'm curious about that too. So yeah, say the Hebrew chip. Yeah, get the Hebrew chip excited too. Huh? Yeah, but seriously, I mean, just think about it, guys. It's just it really is. The things that for us, we're just super awesome. Excited just to see these things happen, right? So you got the dragon here. Just how cool is this, right? Right. I mean, this dude got an entire fleet lineup of stuff already. Literally, again, he just started really around what 9-10 years ago, if that, and just really got serious around the last 6 years, and he already built this stuff and tested it at the level that NASA takes like forever to test some of their little ratchet stuff, right? This dude already testing that stuff, landing on a dime and just chilling. I mean, again, you couldn't make this stuff up, man. I mean, you could not make this stuff up, right? Elon just already just like dragging them. He's dragging them for real, right? They cannot compete with this guy, right? Because y'all know the Dragon was the capsule that just sent those latest astronauts up into the Space Center, right, or the International Space Station or whatever, right? The ISS. Right, this is what they use. They use the Dragon, right? That black guy and the Asian guy and the other people that went up there. This is what they flew up there on. Right, this is what they again. Speaking of it, here it is already. Speaking of it, they already got the guys up here, right? And this guy, this was one of the astronauts here, right? The brother here, I think he got like four girls, and he married, of course. So his daughters got a chance to witness that, and that's just awesome. Again, what that does for them, their psyche, right? I could just only imagine. All right, look at the engine on this thing. All right, it's the Draco, right? Again, the names that they chose: Merlin, the Draco, the Raptors. I mean, Elon just he's gonna challenge that. You're gonna challenge people one way or the other, right? So there it is, deploying this, satellites or solar panel or whatever the case. Again, just next level stuff, guys. It's really next level stuff, right? It's 100% right. OBJ, innovation does not sleep, and for those that are out there sleeping, while everybody's out here building, reverse engineering things, and man, look, people are serious, man. People, look, it's gonna be a lot of people. It's gonna be like, man, what happened? All we know is I woke up one day and everybody just put them up were gone. What you mean they were gone? Yeah, they were just gone. They didn't, some almost some instant transmission, mess on y'all, then took out on y'all jokers, right? Jokers still want to worry about, some trivial stuff out there. I'm like, man, look, you better get serious about some things, and that way at least keep up with what's going on, even if you don't have to follow it every day. At least keep your net spread wide, as they say, right? Cast your nets wide. Don't limit yourself, right? Again, your level of interest and due diligence is going to take you far beyond what the average person sitting around thinking about, because that separates people, right? There's separation of degrees for that same reason. And just the way that y'all heard those NASA scientists and analysts that was commentating this thing in the beginning, did y'all hear the exuberance in their voices? I mean, they still talking out. You hear them in the background slightly, but did you hear the exuberance in their voices? I mean, they literally just, their breath got taken away, right? They sat there, ran the numbers, crunched the numbers, was able to kind of, model this out in their thoughts and their, their thesis. And then the thing went out there and did it. And to them, it's like, man, like that's so much of a success for us than it was even for Elon personally. Because that's, they're literally planning, for the future, for whatever it is. But for us, again, I just say that because, this is where we, also learn how to reverse engineer some of this stuff to a degree. Right? Even if we're not building something, but at least we can break down, a lot of the verbiage, right? A lot of the blueprints in a lot of ways, just by kind of just, looking on and watching and going through the schematics. And it's just interesting. It's just interesting. All right. It's interesting. Right. And so again, next level, in that perspective. So again, just want to bring a little attention to that. I know kind of going in on that, right? But that's it. I really want to make sure that we're, we're not, by all intents and purposes, excited, to see all these things coming to fruition. Again, it's the Falcon Heavy. I mean, this big boy here, right? 3 total launches. 3 total launches, our total landers at 7. We've flown 4 times. Look at this big boy. Right? Again, just looking at that, right? I mean, they got these pictures on point, right? All right, the whole idea with launching the Tesla Roadster, right? This is where this comes from, right? Them launching the Tesla Roadster into the space is going to be based upon this little, the Falcon Heavy, whatever it's called, right? Yeah, Elon, hey, these people crazy. I mean, just look at this thing here. How they slowed it down here with that visual there. See, that's what happens when you got billions and billions of dollars, right? Your visuals and your optics are just on point, right? You don't look all janky and yeah. I mean, it's just the optics alone, how they just slowed it down. Yet, the thrusters are almost moving like in real time, and the plume down below it just barely moving. Again, next level, right? Again, that also used the Merlin 2 cores, the engines. So just look at that, guys. Just crazy. Chilling down at Kennedy Space Center, all right? All right, so yeah, so that's it. So we'll get off that a little bit. Just want to have kind of complete the ideology of how important this thing to a lot of people was, and again all the energy surrounding it, what it meant for space, the space program as a whole, Tesla stock, or the company as a whole, even though Tesla stock or Tesla company has nothing to do with the space program, but by virtue of the CEO, of course it does, right? And you're not going to separate that from investors' mindset, or even the analysts too, because they're saying, you know what, that's because of Elon Musk. So as long as he owns that company, the company gets just as much of the clout behind it too, right? So that's why Tesla stock is going to be reflective of anything or success that Elon does, right, or his failures, right? And this is before if they're going to launch, SpaceX as a private company, right, or independent company of Tesla, right? It'd just be like a DBA. Basically, at the end of the day, I mean, some of you guys know what a DBA is. That's all it's gonna be, right? It's just gonna be another like a little DBA off the main thing or whatever. It's gonna be independent, but it's gonna be interesting to see, if he is able to make that happen, especially before the year is over with. It would be something definitely worth potentially investing in. Of course, I'm not telling you to invest in it. I'm going to tell you like anybody else would tell you, do your due diligence, right? Do your own due diligence and figure out whether you want to be a part of this kind of level of, if you want to call that disruptive technology, right? Now, what is it disrupting, right? Who are the other competitors in this space? Well, obviously, even though NASA's on board too, right? They're getting the contract, they financing it, but it's disrupting the old way of, how governments have of old have controlled that level of interstellar, interplanetary, level of communication and travel, right? Where it's just kind of been hush hush and top secret. Now it's like private companies doing, like Elon. Y'all know Elon kind of like Elon will drop some do something that's probably top secret and get on a clubhouse meeting at night at 1 a.m. in the morning, just go to talking like just loose lips like ships. He just go to talking to tell all NASA secrets because he don't care. Right, he's not beholden to them. Right, that's the kind of stuff that for me is like, man, that's the part that's just crazy. Right, so we'll see. Right, we'll see. Right, so now again, it puts a lot of the technology in the hands of the average American. That's the part about it that makes people excited about it. Where it's not so much as controlled by all this the military, of course, and all that. Military just be, man, look. All right, we'll leave that alone. All right, move on, brother. Right. All right, I'm gonna just leave that on. Move on, brother. All right, so yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow for the stock. Right now, I think the stock is trying to, it's bouncing a little bit off its lows. Right, it ain't doing nothing crazy. Right, it's bouncing a little bit here. After going up and then coming back down. Let's go over here real quick and see. It's up about 3 points off the lows. Again, it's just hey, the entire market was down today anyway too, so ain't nothing special with that. No more than the fact that the stock is just going through its natural progression again. Looking at the stock here on the on the bigger time frame here. I mean, look at this here, just down here trending all day, pretty much. Same pattern that we witnessed in the S&P 500 today, where we bought those puts up around 386 area. It's just a given because the market is still reeling. Back some of those gains that it was able to pump out. A day or so ago, just on a massive move coming into the future market Sunday, and the market just went ham. Right? Some people gonna say, well, because of Trump and this and that, whatever. All right, whatever. It doesn't matter. The market just definitely gapped up very profusely off that the bounce from Friday made a big move. Right, the overall market itself in terms of S&P, and so stocks like Tesla and many others obviously benefited off of it. Like they always do in some cases, right? Um, but for the most part, we know the markets are still under a lot of pressure. We spoke about this several times before. We know why it's under pressure. It's because of the bond markets, right? That 10-year yield is a thorn in the side of Jerome Powell, right, and all the Fed governors, right? They can't print enough money and buy enough of these bonds to kind of balance out that market. It's only going to make it worse because again, you don't have organic growth enough to kind of balance out all this debt, privatization of debt, or monetization, I should say, of debt. That's basically what's happening. You incentivizing debt, right? It's like cheerleading for debt, right? So people are like, why should I be worried about paying debt if the Fed's going to buy my debt off my hands, right? And use me paying these student loans or whatever, or this car note or this house note. Yeah, because the Feds are going to turn around and just buy it up, right? The bonds, right? Muni bonds, municipal bonds, right? They buying those too, right? Joker, skip bond payment, for the local court scenarios, and like, man, Jerome Powell, he going to foot the bill. He got it, right? And that's literally what they've been doing. They've been buying all types of bonds, monetizing those bonds for that reason. So, but yeah, we'll see how that stuff turn out again. Like I say, it's just a mess right now. I mean, at some point, the bill's going to come due. At some point, this bill is going to come due. And so I'm just waiting to see how that's going. How they're going to deal with that. All right. So again, today was very interesting too because the Feds released the beige book. Right. Y'all know the Fed's beige book is a scenario where they release it pretty much. Was it like they release it I want to say is it 4 times a year, something like that? That they released the Fed's beige book. I think 1 time for each quarter, something like that, and it's kind of detailing basically what's going on for us overall economy and inflation levels and monetary policies and things of that nature, things that are projects that the Federal Reserve is doing, whether it be repo operations or fund, the bond program that they got going on right now, which is $120 billion worth of bond purchases that they're doing from month to month. So that's $120 billion per month. Let that marinate. That's $120 billion with a B per month, and them just buying the bond market, backstopping the bond market, right? And so again, who benefits from that? Ultimately, at the end of the day, of course, markets do, right? Markets do, corporations do, right? So again, it just shows you the prioritization of a lot of these government facilities and annexes of them are just they're just doing the will of what they always done, taking care of people that of their own ilk. In a lot of ways, they're not really caring about their average citizen. So this is why you need to have again these kind of levels of entrepreneurial endeavors or skill sets in your arsenal. For that very reason, right? For that very reason, right? That's why we go hard and we're sedentary and understanding how we want to position ourselves going forward in the future and being better investors and traders for this very reason, where we can make our own financial path, right? We can lay our own financial path before our feet just by being able to understand and interpret financial data and other aspects of disruptive technology and how all these things play into the bigger scheme of things in terms from an economy or society value that benefits off of it. We're just taking advantage of by being early investors in a lot of ways, right? Again, you couldn't present a better scenario once a person really gets serious and learn how to do this at a very proficient level. Then we're just gonna sit back and just let the money do what it's gonna do, right? That's how it should be anyway. Right? You shouldn't have to work crazily hard to be able to reap the benefits of a life that was already designed for you from the beginning, right? Your whole mandate is not to work hard, work yourself into a frenzy and to to a sweat and your knees burnt out, your back broken, your elbows all dusty. No, that's not what this is about. Right? You got to understand how to play the game, right? The one that's being played against you, basically, right? And use these things to your better advantage, right? So it's just interesting. Yeah, so copper is doing really good right now, Rams. I just looked at the comment. Yeah, copper is a really good marketplace right now. It's just been on a tear to the upside for quite a while. Like one particular copper company, me and sister Angie Monroe was talking about this company. It's called SCOO, right? It's a copper play, right? If you go look at that chart on SCOO, well, you'll see how important copper, how great copper has, performed. Matter of fact, I'll run over to it real quick since we're talking about it. All right, since we have it on the radar here, why not? Let's go talk about it, right? Let's go pull it up. Just show you how important even the metal markets and things of that nature have performed very well, especially during the COVID environment, right? So let's go over here real quick. Look that up here. SCOO is the company, right? It's the Southern Copper Corporation. Of course, is the equity side, right? Of the metal, commodity in itself. But look at this stock here since going back as far as the March lows. Look what it was doing before the March lows, before COVID. Way back in 2018, it only got up as high as like $50 a share, right? I mean, look at this. You see it way back 2016. I mean, we can keep going, right? 2012, look at it. And then look what happened when COVID hit. Are you kidding me? Now, we all know, as a place of understanding how this stuff works, consolidation, accumulation is measured in aspect to the level of a potential breakout given the right proper catalyst, that it will equal or be greater or equal to that of the level of the breakout once it comes out of that that level of a channel or kind of hovering in around a certain area. It will equal that on the breakout. And this thing obviously done that, of course, within this last massive run up near $50, way back in 2018, and kind of trended in around this little area here, just looking at how the 20 moving average and looped around, the 20 moving average here several times, in and between 2018, 2019, 2020, right? And then it just broke out, right? It just broke out. Again, copper. This is copper, right? Copper broke out like you couldn't believe it. I mean, from $23 all the way up here to 76 plus, right? It hit a high around about what, near 82? I mean, massive gain. Are you talking about well over what, 400% gain? I mean, just awesome, right? And that's basically about near a year. Near a year, this thing to put up about 400%. Right? Couldn't make this stuff up, right? So, copper is definitely being paid, a premium, being offered as a premium right now, and it's been trading methodically, really, really solid inside of its trend band. Look at this trend channel here. It's just respecting it, just trading in around the middle. Every now and then you get a little top side there. We spoke about this on one live build before. Came back down, tested low part of the linear regression band, bounced off of it methodically, and just right back up above it, gapped the buy side of it, came back down and tested below it just recently because the market, it hit a hard downturn. Everybody got beat up a little bit. Y'all remember, seeing that in the market, and has rebounded since and got right back inside the linear regression band here and back on this merry way, like nothing happened. Just bounced up the 20 moving average here. Kiss it, so nicely here and just bounced and just moved on back inside of its trend band. Right, this is copper, so SCOO. Right, so stuff like that, man. It's just awesome. Those type of plays like that, right? You see, again, off the beaten path, right? People ain't thinking about that, right? There it is, right? There it is, right there. Right? So that's why this stuff is awesome, man. I'm trying to learn everything I possibly can get my mind wrapped around. It's like, man, how you find all these stocks, right? People always ask me, so how you be finding all these stocks? But in a lot of my free time, guess what I'm doing? I'm searching, I'm seizing, and I'm reading, I'm researching, I'm just intrigued. I really am. And that's going to lead me to, deeper and deeper. And that's how this stuff works. It's just a form of doing your research, right? Becoming a very, investigative journalist. As I've said many times, we're investigative journalists that get paid for it, right? By us submitting, a play, by way of these, financial vehicles, these stocks, and just, sit back, looking to hopefully reap rewards from that level of due diligence, right? Putting your money to work for you, right? You calling the shots, you making all the moves, and just let the company go out there and do its thing, right? Right? Let the market go out there and handle its business, so to speak. So again, it's just interesting, guys. Again, you can do this anywhere too. Once you got those, basic criteria to get started, or where to keep you, functioning. I mean, you can just chill. All right. I think somebody spoke about the Congo. You could be down on the Congo Basin, using Starlink, internet satellite, connecting your signal way out to the middle of the bush, trade the market, right? And also sitting on the mountainside, watching some chimpanzees or something run around or whatever, some animal run around. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, I know it. Look, this stuff is awesome, right? It is, to me, it is definitely phenomenal. Right? It's a phenomenal, experience to watch it all come into fruition. All right. So again, I just want to touch on some of this stuff again. Just watching this, this launch unfold, and all the parameters surrounding it, and the energy, the hype, so to speak. It's just awesome. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. Tomorrow gonna be another day that we have to make sure that the market kind of stay on this grind, because again, it's never a dull day. As I stated the other night, we're in the middle of what? It's the Fed week, right? This is the Federal Reserve week, where everything surrounded around economic data points, macro data points, are going to be disseminated this week, and so it just behooves us to learn this stuff, because it's really good intel to know what's going on. With your economy, with the way that they're doing things, and how will that benefit benefit you guys here, in the long run, as far as your investment value, right, or even your investment thesis, so to speak, right. All right, so that's it, guys. So I'm excited to see what the market going to hold. Again, tomorrow, Jerome Powell does speak, personally tomorrow. Of course, like I said, all of his federal governors been speaking thus far every day, this week, right? Of course, it all culminated into them releasing the beige book today. I think I posted it on my Facebook page as well. Some of you guys may be familiar with, with it or not, but again, it's just awesome. Being able to kind of check some of those data points out. Matter of fact, I'll do this real quick before I get ready to log off here shortly here. Let me share the link. So some of you guys might want to come on real quick and kick it a little bit. I know I ain't shared the invite link in quite a while, because I just obviously, since I got the channel back up and running again. But some of you guys may want to come on real fast and maybe drop some information about a certain stock you might be looking to trade. You might want to share your screen, give a little breakdown. That's what we do, right? Y'all know how we roll over here. All right, so yeah, come on to the link here, share your information, in terms of what you might be looking at, what you might be thinking about, trading or whatever the case. We'll do a little quick little round robin. I got about another good hour in me, if that. All right, get up a little bit, get cracking a little bit this evening. All right, but there's the link, guys. If you want to come on to the back panel here in the chat room, and let's discuss what we might witness with the launch of the spaceship today, and what you want to call a spaceship, right? Right? SN10 rocket, whatever. All right, you can come on to the panel and we can discuss a little bit. I like to hear you guys' opinion and perspectives, and your knowledge and expertise on these things as well. Right? You're welcome to come on. All right, you are welcome to come on, so we can discuss these things, right? As it should be always, where we can kind of build together and sharing the wealth of this information, right? So let me post that link over here on Facebook as well, just in case somebody want to jump on. There it is, all right? So as they say, there it is, all right? That's just the way it is. Huh. Yeah, so there it is right there. So yeah, but that's again, for the most part, we kind of had a successful day. The ideal of the market being able to, at least, keep from, the bottom completely falling out, even though the SP 500 had a nasty little pullback today. I think it hit I think at the very low, it was around about, 0.939594%, maybe down near 1% on pullback today, before actually trying to bounce just slightly here, in the after hour session. We did get like a small little retrace here on the back end of the day, I think, and it kind of popped up and then it pulled right back down. Right, again, the markets are still very, very weak. They're still very weak. So, and I'm saying that because the bond market is not letting up. Right, we looked at the yields the other night. Right, and we're going to continue to keep the yields up on our radar for that very reason. Because yield bumped up today around about what, about near what, 0.50%. That's a lot for the yields. Right, if you guys know anything about the bond market, right, we just spoke about these things, several times before in the past, right, and it went in, on these things before, but, again, like I said many times, anytime the 10-year yield is above 1.4%, you want to start watching the equity markets at that point. I'm saying that because what are we in? We're in a low interest rate environment. You shouldn't have a 10-year yield that high, right? Again, y'all just getting the banks, let the banks make some money all of a sudden again. Start giving each other the opportunity to make some money, right? They don't need to make no money. Right, they don't need to make no money. Right, they've made enough. Right, robbing the public. Right, but no, seriously though, it's just interesting watching the bond market just bounce, and the feds are sitting there, scrambling. They're nervous, and investors are nervous because You know, the machine seems to be not working for them, particularly the way it used to, just so easily. And I mean, the rest is history. You know, it's just you gotta let things play out sometimes. You gotta let things play out sometimes. All right, so we'll see what comes from this. You know, come tomorrow when Jerome Powell actually speaks. He actually speaks tomorrow at 2 p.m. Right, he's going to release his notes. I think around about what? I think he releases his notes around about what 1 or 2 p.m. Then he speaks around about 2:30. Right, so yeah, somewhere around there. Typically, when they do the FOMC meetings, right, that's what the timeline is pretty much relegated to them releasing the notes around 2 p.m. and then the chairman speaks around about 2:15, 2:30 ish, somewhere around there. Right, so that way, you'll kind of be able to track it and keep up with it or whatever. All right. So man, what's going on with the screen here? Now here we go with this craziness again. Yeah. Let me see what's going on here. All right, so okay, it's just acting a little weird there. Forgive me there, guys. All right. All right. Am I still up? Oh look, dang, this thing locked up on me. Okay. Can y'all hear me still? Can you guys hear me in the YouTube side real quick? For some reason, it pretty much just cut out, then came back on. So let's see if that works. Okay, yeah, I think it's working again. Yeah, so far the stimulus plan, again, it's on. Everybody just wait. I mean, at this point, they just going through the minutia. Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, the rest of the Democratic, I guess, all-star team, let them tell it. They pretty much got everything pretty much, about in order. There's a few little small minutiae within it. Just recently, though, one thing Joe Biden did do, he changed up the cap in terms of how much money you can make, and in order for those people to receive the stimulus check. So that was a left, a curveball, right, that he threw in there that no one saw coming, right? And it kind of goes against what some of the Democrats were speaking about too. So again, there's no surprise with him though. He kind of backtracked on some of the things he said already, inside of his first little 100 days in office. So again, what you expect? They politicians, right? He reneged on the student loan scenario, meaning at first he said they will try to put out a big student loan reprisal scenario where they can kind of wipe out a lot of the student loan. Then it went from that. They're saying I can only probably at most wipe out about $10,000 worth. He rescinded the scenario with the COVID check. Initially, he said he's gonna give every person a $2,000 check if they voted for the Senate runoff. Right? He rescinded that and said, well, he only meant $2,000 total based on the $600 that was already given out. So he reneged on that. Right? I mean, we can keep going, right? He's reneged on a few things, but that's what they do. Right? But as far as the stimulus check, as of now, they're saying at least they want to have the bill on Joe Biden's desk no later. Of course, that's no later than March the 14th. If that happens, of course, if he signed it on that date or the very next day, by projection values, those stimulus checks will go out follow the next basically within that week or the next particular week. So at the end of March, supposedly the first checks of this latest round of stimulus is supposed to go out, right? Of the next round of stimulus, it's supposed to go out by the end of this month. So make sure you kind of keep your eye to the and your ears to the ground on this one here for a moment. Make sure that nothing crazy comes out of Congress for them to derail or mess up the plans or didn't make that happen for for those people that really can benefit from it too. Again, the one thing I will say too as well, what they also are doing, which is not, well, I guess ain't no secret. Again, there's no cap on the amount on kids as well. So if you do have a dependent in your house, to my knowledge, unless they change it, everybody can still going to receive a $1,400 check, right? So even if you got small kids, everybody gets a $1,400 check. So if you got like 5 or 6 kids, guess what? Every one of them gonna get a $1,400 check. If you got a kid that's 18, that's still at a house, like a college kid that a college kid or children who are home at this point, also especially due to COVID, whatever, and you're still claiming them. Well, guess what? They'll be able to get that $1,400 check now, right? So that's interesting. Just knowing that, so that just keep that in mind. I find that to be very awesome too. For once, they're gonna just cut the check as they should have done way back long time ago. Anyway, yeah, they upped it. They upped the amount over, Chris. It's $80,000 now. right? They put a hard cap on it at 80K, right? It's a hard cap at 80K, right? They're over Chris coming in the building. Peace, power, profit to you, over. Happy to have you in the house, right? What's going on, over?
Peace, power, and profit, over. Glad to be here. Thanks for going live for this, this is a great event. Only nerds like this stuff, but,
Yeah, you know it. You know what we gonna go find us hanging out on what, right?
Yeah.
These are lanes.
Yeah, everybody know they should have thought, dealing with spaceships and stuff like that as a kid, it don't matter who you were, you thought it was awesome. So.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I don't care who you are. I don't care. You could be the hardest dude, triple OG, triple OG. But when you watch stuff like that, man, that thing bring out the kid in everybody. I don't care who you are, how hard you are, how many pistols you got, how many AR-15s and Tech 9s and everything you got. Doesn't, man, at the end of the day, that stuff is awesome. It's just, again, this is our humanistic instinct to see that we're able to construct such a feat, watch these things obviously, perform. It's like, man, this is, just an extension of our genius. And people are like, well, he built it though, but no, he didn't build it himself. He had a team of people that did it, right? He had a group of people that did it, right? So it's lots of people that go into the building of this. So again, everybody, gets a W in it, and it's just a win for mankind because it opens up opportunities, within our spectrum of opportunities to say, well, it may prove to be a quality of life feat of engineering where it may help, bring better data and things of that nature to help us, survive in the future. Who knows, right? That's what innovation is. Technology is about, right? Think about the guy that built the very first knife, right? he sharpened him old cow bone or something, right? Old bone of some kind of animal, and it rubbed up against a rock. Think about it, rubbed up against some rocks. That thing got sharp, and he just stuck his homeboy. Like, how that feel? Like, yeah, bro, I'm finna take down this saber-tooth tanker tomorrow, bruh. That's technology, right? People don't want to give it credit, even though it's primitive or not. That's the evolution of man. And so now jokers, man, okay, but y'all get it. I know I'm talking to the right people because we're peers, right? We're not like the people that try to play like it is too hard and too too stuffy where they can't have that kind of level of energy, right? They're too busy trying to be pompous and arrogant, right? We're not even about that life, hey. Right. But yeah. So what go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, over. Mm-hmm.
Oh, my bad. I was gonna say stash start party if y'all want to go claim it.
Oh yeah, it is 8 o'clock. You're right. Yep. Let's get over there real quick, right? Let's get on the stash party, right? Y'all know how we do get their free money. See how that works? See how teamwork makes the dream work? Just like that. Come through stash party. Right, we're going to cut the woofers on now. We go to the stash party, right? Get that woofer game on, right? All right. What's going on? Ilba Stephanie in the house. Happy to have you here. I don't know if she can hear me.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. She in here. Good. Happy to have you here.
Awesome. Yeah, so we got this thing with the stash party going on right now. So let me go over there so we can guys experience. I know some of you guys haven't got your stash accounts quite yet. But we're gonna work, obviously we're working to get you guys caught up and all that point too. All right, but this
I went over the stash for a long day.
Oh, you already got your stash going?
Yes.
The stash party? Okay, good. Great. I'm going to claim mine real quick before I make sure to lose it. Yeah, there it is. Y'all know what time you hit those woofers. Y'all know what time it is. You're getting paid. Alright. So Bumble stock is the free one for tonight, guys. Get excited. Now, interesting too, because Bumble, I don't know if you guys familiar with Bumble the stock, right? Are any guys familiar with Bumble by any chance? Like anybody else on the back panel here? Right? I know I be knowing all your stocks all the time, but any of you guys familiar with Bumble by any chance? Go ahead, I'm sorry. Anybody know? So Bumble is the new so-called competitor to Match.com. We actually spoke about this on a few shows ago, right? they're competing against, of course, we talk about Tinder and all the websites that I think you railed on some of them as well over, Chris, but they are the competitor to Match.com, right? Online dating, basically, in a nutshell, right? They are the online dating, publication, website, or business, or whatever, who is now trying to also capture some of that market share value that Match.com is getting. Right, so interesting now that they're starting to get a little traction, and even we're here on Stash Party tonight, right? They're getting a little bit more publicity, because the great thing about Stash Parties too, think about it. Every time they unveil a stock, right? Well, just by proxy that you're getting free value or free money off of it, you get a chance to research it. See how that work, right? Even if you do like a little soft little scrub on the company, you say, well, let me go see what the stock is all about, right? And you're like, oh, let me just go do a little do a little R&R on the stock, right? And you go, so, okay, what's Bumble stock? Right? And you run over and you go check the website, or just put it on the ticker symbol on the, inside of Google, and let Google do the work for you. Of course, that's the great thing about learning how to be methodical in your research. And then you come right over and start, and you see what's going on. Right? The stock obviously just came to market recently too, so it just recently IPO'd. And you look at the 6-month chart here, see right here? Year-to-date 6-month chart, it don't go no really further than what? Than February the 11th. So this stock just IPO'd. It IPO'd at $70 a share. Went up and hit a high of 78, right? 78.89 on the 16th, right? Basically 5 days after it kind of IPO'd. Pull back since then a little bit. Typically, you're always going to get that tumultuous, or that, in some cases, depend on the sector it's in, but wherever it opens up inside of the broader market, if the market's in, on the, biscuit wheels and gravy valley value, then these stocks can benefit greatly off the IPO. But if they're coming in the market when the market's in a downturn, right, or it's getting beat up a little bit, then hey, that's just the nature of doing business, right? But what it also does for a lot of people who were sometimes get priced out of these IPOs because the underwriters and the banks and everybody get a chance to get in on it, right? When they start to set the book for it down at, in the pit at Wall Street, and they run the price up away from retail, well, guess what? This is a chance for it to come back to the earth, the reality of its fair valuation that was given to it before it went IPO, right? And you can now probably take a position on it, right? See how that works? Sometimes a little patience goes a long way, right? This is a game where you got to let the money come to you. You don't run to it if necessary. You let it come to you. You have to be very, strict about how you spend your money, especially in the markets, right? Because the goal is to what? Buy low, sell high, right? This is not up for debate, right? This is non-negotiable, right? That is a non-negotiable thesis. The goal is to buy low, sell high. And this is what I'm talking about if you're going long the market, of course, right? Of course, if you're going short, it's about what, right? Right? It's to sell high and buy low, right? That's the difference on when you're going short the market. But in this case, it's offering up an opportunity now for the stock to come down, bounce itself out around a particular valuation that it may be kind of operating under in terms of its pre-val, right? Pre-valuation, and say whether or not it's a good opportunity to buy the stock at this point, right? Look at the high. The 52-week high thus far, thing went up as high as 84 to 80. Right? It's not shown on this chart here, but it did hit 84.80. Right? It did hit a high of 84.80, as you can see clearly here down here in these metrics, right? But that's what Bumble is. Of course, like I say, they're an online dating site. Right? Bumble is an interesting recovery trade for the adventurous, right? See how that's how being underestimated is a strength, according to Bumble CEO, right? So you see the CEO there. Bumble stock wait for a better entry point, with this dating app play. Of course, that was 2 days ago, right? And you can just follow, any kind of aspect of news that might have came out, with the stock thus far. But again, they got offered a nice little bag coming into the game, right? So Jim Cramer recommends both Match Group and rival Bumble, calling the latter the superior growth stock. See right there? See, when you hear stuff like that, not does it have to be Jim Cramer to tell you that, but you can do your research to figure out whether or not these stocks offer such a great value. But of course, they're gonna get excited about Bumble, right? Because it's a lower valuation, right? The goal is to get in low, right? Match Group is sitting over 100, near 140, $50 a share. This one here is at 76 to 80. It has the potential to be traded at around, at or around 150, whatever, at some point in the future. See how that works? Well, that's an increase over 100%. That's a nice little 1x move, and that, within, let's say, 2-3 years, we'll just, be liberal with it a little bit, right? 2-3 years, it could be sitting at what? 150, that's 100%, 100, 1x on your money. It can go to 200, who knows, right? Again, all it needs is, like any scenario, or what? A story and some traction. Right? Well, we know since COVID has hit, right, the love connections have been pretty much out of what? Standstill, right? You can't physically meet person. You got to sit around and look at them all day on the internet, right? Sit there, be all booed up on the internet, can't touch nobody, can't, whatever. And you're like, man, I can't wait to get out of COVID, right? Get these vaccines, right? So I can go out there and meet some people. And so the usefulness of a stock like Bumble, of course, I'm just giving a quick little synopsis of a natural observation here before you even have dug into anything that they offer as far as their services. But this is how you could talk your way through a lot of these trades or investments, right? This stuff is not rocket science, guys. Y'all live amongst this stuff every day, right? You live amongst it. Again, how many people y'all in y'all little DMs and stuff, right? Especially for the sisters and the women out there, right? Well, that's another form of Bumble, right? But that's that, right? A little graphic Bumble for some of these jokes, right? They be hitting y'all up all kind of ways. I be hearing the story of the lady like, man, you just be all in my DM acting a fool, right? And especially with COVID, jokers desperate, right? Jokers desperate and lonely. So again, the importance of Bumble right now, even in a post-COVID world, getting out of this, of course, it may serve a purpose, right? Because now you do all the what, right? All the social work online through Bumble, and then when you obviously get in a more safe environment from a physical perspective, going out in the public and whatever, of course, now you can benefit from that perspective. So again, it has its place, right? I'm just saying it from that perspective. It does have its place, right? But that's natural observation, guys. This is stuff that's not outside you guys' wheelhouse, right? It really isn't. I mean, just think about it, right? And so, yeah, I just find it to be interesting nonetheless. Right? So, I mean, what do you think about that, Miss Patton? If you will, I don't know if you can open up your mic and now. You may be at work. She might be on the grind. Right? Over Chris, what about yourself? Okay, is my volume? Oh no, my volume might have went out, but I get going in and my volume be all over the place. Can you guys hear me still too? On GP? Can you guys hear me? Right. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me? Press 1 in the back chat if you can hear me. For some reason, I mean, it seems like it's I know it's been acting up a lot lately anyway. So anyway, hopefully it's working. Can you guys hear me by any chance? Camille, you said Camille's free.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I was like, man, I don't know if I have to start this thing over, right? Meaning the web browser, because it's been locking up a lot lately. So forgive me, guys. Sorry. I hate to keep bugging y'all like that, but y'all know this thing been acting janky lately, right? So the only way I know is unless I open my phone up too as well, maybe check it that way. That was gonna be my next, next task. But nonetheless, that's it. So again, just using that as a mind sweep a little bit to kind of get you guys, investors, neurons fired up a little bit. This is how we kind of walk our way through some of these scenarios like this. And then we go do the hard screw, right? We go dig through the financials and we go hang out over there on FinViz, right? Go check out everything on FinViz and see what's popping over there, right? So let's run over to FinViz real quick and see what that's all about, right? Just if we just want to check it out, in general and see if there's any pertinent information surrounding the stock. In this case, we just using this, just off the whim here in terms of use case. Like I said, the stock just IPO'd recently, so it's not like it has a whole lot of data, but as now it has a market cap around about 6.8 billion. It IPO'd around about 7+ billion. Obviously, have given back some of those gains. Of course, again, the broader market has been beat up a little bit here, as you can see, with the stock obviously kind of wicking out. It had a blow off top of around 84.68, 84.80, whatever, and now has pulled back some 20-something points since then. Right, attractive pullback here. Again, you talking about a pullback, of that magnitude will be equal to greater to that of 20+%. So anytime a stock pulled back about 20+% off its high peak point, off a trend value, those times, those are moments when people start looking at stocks in terms of a potential attractive investment or adding point. Well, I'm not saying that it's not going to go any lower. I got to say that by value, disclaimer, but that's how the markets are looking at things, right? So it's no secret why you're seeing people like now Jim Cramer saying, hey, both of them could probably be, great plays and this, that, and third. But yeah, it's just a fresh off the press company, right? So again, we just doing a little rough estimate since that was stock that was given away tonight with the stash party. This is what we're looking at, right? Then you come check out any of this news or whatever they think they may have going on, right? This is your second chance to make a first move on Bumble's IPO, right? So you got people drop that news article, literally about 4 or 5 days ago, on the 26th, 5, 6, 7 days ago, whatever. So some people starting to get a little bullish on it, right? And then some people saying Bumble's IPO was a honey. Here's why investors could get stung, right? I don't know what that's all about, but we can read it if you want, right? But yeah, so that's it. Y'all get it. This is how you go through this stuff, right? This is how you go through this stuff. Right? So just putting 2 and 2 together, right? Putting 2 and 2 together, kind of checking out some of this financial, financial reports and income statements as you see here, the balance sheet, cash flow, what they got on mine, just 12-month trailing, 12 trailing months. And you see that TTM base, that's what that means on the 12-month trailing perspective, right? How well it has done, whatnot is to put out about 542. I want to say that's $1 million in revenue here, if I'm not mistaken here. I think that's in millions there. Of course, you can come through their metrics and see what's going on, where they came from since 2018 to 2019 and now 2020. So obviously it's grown sequentially, in terms of revenue. I mean, that's good, right? 360 to 488 to 542. Operating expenses obviously increased, as you see there, from 376, 395 to 608. Of course, they just IPO, so they had to pay all that, cost to get, to be the boss in this case, right? And so of course that's going to be definitely reflective of that. It's still a new company, just IPO, so all that stuff going to bounce out at some point, with their revenue generating aspect. I mean, you kind of see what's going on here in terms of insider trading. Of course, the directors, the CEOs, people like that, CFO, OO, who buying, who's selling stock, whatever. Some even the dates that those things happen on. So somebody just made a handsome buy at say $43 cost. So that means somebody trades some options, right? So yeah, her witness. So that was the CEO, basically that female. She just converted some of her options. That's why she got that $43 strike price, right? Hence, that's why the stock never been that low since the IPO. So that tells you that she had options, right? And she converted those into shares, right? So 488 shares was converted at that point. For that strike price, with a notional value around about 21 million. Now, equaling that of 465, dollars in values of shares from there per se. But yeah, so y'all get it. I know I get to talking, I get all ramped up. But that's what it's about. That's what it's about, being able to connect the dots. Hey, what's going on over Rich B? Peace, power, profit to you over. Right, happy to have you here. Right, happy to have you in the house today. Right, always welcome to see the family come through. Right, and always enjoy it as well. All right, so yeah, so that's basically how this stuff works, guys. I know I say a whole lot, and I just my thoughts are always moving faster than my mouth in a lot of ways. So I have to remind myself to slow it down a little bit so I can definitely convey my messages, but it just shows you my enthusiasm about this stuff. Like, I really, really do enjoy this stuff. I really, really enjoy it. I enjoy you all as well when you're able to kind of stop through and hang out with your family, right? Because again, this is what we do, right? This is our little village and our little areas of interest, and pockets of financial resistance that we hang out in, right? We're the resistance against the institution, right? As I say, Anarch in 99, right? So better us be out here trying to find a way to get a bag than sitting around talking about some things that can put some zeros to our bottom line. So for that much, I am highly happy in knowing that we're now getting out some of those old enclaves of wasteful time, wasteful useful of time environments, and now we should actually put some of this good knowledge to work, right? These good neurons to work, right? By being able to put our money behind it too, right? So to me, I still think that's revolutionary too, right? That's our way of being our own value of a genius too, right? So shout out to all the thinkers out there, the think tanks and the doers, right? And the progressive value people who are getting after the bag in their future, right? By utilizing these investment vehicles, right? Forex, crypto, binary options, equity, you name it, right? Entrepreneurs, real estate agents, anybody that's got a plan to get their bag on their own time underneath their own dime. Shout out to you all. Right? Shout out to you all. All right. So that's again, like I said, that's about it. Just want to kind of, we enjoyed the idea of watching SpaceX do its thing, and of course the the SN9, in this case the SN10. Right, the SN9 first attempt was not necessarily the best, as successful because it kind of blew right out the launch pad. At least this one here, actually got off the ground this time, right? And it performed what it needed to do. So that thing was just awesome watching it. I mean, it was awesome. What do you say about that, Chris?
Definitely. That definitely was worth every second. It's amazing.
Oh yeah, I gotta totally agree. And man, just imagine what the future gonna look like.
Yeah, it'll be nice.
Just gonna be.
Thank you for broadcasting them over.
Oh, no problem, man. In events like that, I think it's good for everybody because, of course, they can go watch it too on their own. But it's always good to watch it with your peers because we all kind of got thoughts running through our head, and we kind of creative value in terms of investors. We're like, man, how can we what would be the the recourse in this, right? The positive though, on the flip side, right? If there's any positive recourse from this from a stock perspective, that could be interesting, right? One way or the other is showing you that in this case, the company in itself that's responsible is still hitting their goals, right? One of the many reasons to kind of stick with the level of ingenuity coming out of the Tesla brand in itself, whether SpaceX be private or not, is still under the ham of what Elon and the things that he's doing. So it's still really good to see those things kind of work out where now its competitors are now working towards being able to compete with that.
Right.
Or like we were saying earlier, how could they compete, right? How can you even compete, right? Right? It's like, good luck, right? Like, good luck, run on out there, right? Because right now Elon is kicking butt and taking names, right?
Right.
Look, you have to bring it now. It's like Elon, he's not even gonna sit around and wait on you either. At this point, he's like, I'm out of here, right? As they say, out of here. So it's always interesting. So, hey, what's going on, Eva Camille? Peace, power, profit to you. How you doing? She popped up in the house today, right? Everybody got a good little what day in on it. You got to have here.
It's like I got an echo.
And StreamYard retarded too, is it? Of all,
everybody crazy.
Yeah, try to come back in, and maybe that'll help. If not,
that's nothing to do.
I know I might need to refresh the whole browser too, and let everybody come back in. Again, StreamYard, again, I know they're trying to get more users, but they need to work on it. Man, look, this thing be acting crazy sometimes. I heard other people complaining. I was like, man, I heard somebody with an MBK was complaining. I think Rob Boyd complained about it. He don't, StreamYard, and then Boris Watkins, when he was going, bandwidth connection on point, man. Get all these glitches up out of there. Don't just be trying to sign up everybody.
They falling off a little bit.
Yeah. They trying to get everybody all subscribed up, man. They need to work on, beefing out their infrastructure to get people, keep people on the site. You there, Sister Eva Camille?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there. Is it better now?
No, it's crazy.
Delayed. I got a delay too.
You got delayed well, Chris?
Yeah.
Let me see something. I don't know if this is gonna work, and I even hate to even want to try because it may not work. But I'm curious to see if it would work, so to speak. So I'm going to refresh the overall browser itself. So obviously it's going to kick you out, but if you could try to come right back in, because even my picture actually went away, right? It was just showing, and then it just went away. That lets me know, it's glitching. Back there again. All right. So let me refresh it, and then you guys come back in, and we'll try this again. All right. Once we'll refresh it.
Oh, he never left.
Yeah, I think I'm still here.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it was his mic.
Yeah, well, the echo was gone.
Yeah. It's probably his mic, cause your
Yeah.
echo gone, mine's is going. So
Yeah, it was definitely on his end.
I don't know if he gonna log back in or what. I wonder what happens when he refresh though.
Are we supposed to log off and then come back in?
I mean, I don't see why we would because, I mean, we still here.
Okay.
I don't know. He said to do that, but I'm a little confused now.
All right. Is it working?
Maybe.
Can y'all hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear.
Let me see if this thing work now. Okay.
Yeah, we can.
I think the echo was
coming from.
Say again. Go ahead.
I think
the echo was coming from you because when me was by itself, there was no echo.
All right. Let me see. Hold up.
It didn't kick us off.
It didn't kick you. Okay. Well, yeah. Apparently, yeah. Duh. I just came in and tell you right. I was like, wait, how did? Well, I guess it just, anytime you refresh it, it just obviously, regardless of the fact that I'm the host tonight, it's going to just, reboot my scenario, right, and leave those guys already, in terms of you guys, already inside the queue. So let me see if this, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
There go your picture.
All right, so that's working again for now. Right, for now. All right, well, I guess we'll see. All right, but is it still echoing now from my side too?
No, your side was echoing.
Okay. Y'all can't hear me clearly though, right? Can y'all hear me clearly?
We can hear you. I just mute my mic because my thing is crazy.
Technology, y'all know that stuff work, or sometimes don't work, right? Hopefully it'll balance itself out. So, all right, well, you guys got good over there on the YouTube side. Everything good on you guys' side? As far as audio, can y'all hear us pretty well? Yeah, I guess this thing. It's acting like it for the last few days too since I was going live, but a lot of it. I know I've been having like a 50 million screens open too, or tabs I should say, but I have noticed that StreamYard has been really acting, odd lately than usual. Again, a lot of it has to do with probably because they're adding more and more people, right? That's pulling from their service and so forth, and they're not necessarily really, beefing up the infrastructure possibly enough the way it can control all these different features and, again, the idea that you can add banners and, whatever. Yeah, that's interesting. Let me see. I don't want to get in it, Oh, okay, let's see. All right, testing. Does it sound better? All right, I'm sorry. My bad. I know that was loud. Forgive me. I'm trying to.
That sounds better.
There's
no echo.
There we go. So yeah, okay. Yeah, so I had to switch the mic too. So I guess when I refreshed it too, it also kicked out my default settings and it went back to the old stuff. So there we go. Hey, what's going on, Christy? Thank you for that. Yes, it was a bit echo earlier, so I guess that might have fixed it. We'll see. We shall see. For now, as they say. Right. But yeah, so anyway, guys. So yeah, what were we talking about? We were talking about the God dog it. I lost my train of thought trying to fix this old dusty behind technology here. But again, as long as y'all can hear clearly, I guess that's good, right? That bird in hand beat one in the bush. We're gonna rock with what we got. Yeah, so for the most, yeah, go ahead, Ilba, go ahead. No, I'm sorry. No, Ilba, come here, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just listening. I was just listening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I was saying something. I feel like I almost cut your train of thought right when you were going to say so. My mind be moving fast. I'm trying to catch on real quick so I don't miss nothing.
If you guys trying to say something, 'cause like I said, I didn't earlier. I heard you say it was a delay, so I guess if
I
it's
was,
better now.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes,
Oh,
yes.
yeah. Okay, then. All right. No, I was just listening to what you were saying.
Okay, yeah, no worries. Like I said, I thought it was delayed still. You start, once it happened one time, you be like, man, this thing gonna go out on me. I just, I don't want to end up talking to myself. You be like, let me check. Let me just keep saying something. Maybe somebody like, hey, it's going in and out. Yeah. One thing you do know is about being on the online present. Of course, I've learned that thus since we've been on it, using this stuff, especially since last year. Uh, you have to kind of continuously engage the conversation when you can, because if it goes out, eventually, if it has a blank period, well, somebody eventually say something. Hey, your audio gone, right? We can't hear you. You just steady talking. You done gave a whole dissertation. Joker like, man, look, we ain't even hear none of that, man.
Right?
Like,
Go
God,
back
dog,
10
bro.
minutes.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to get that replay when you said it. You're like, man, it drops some knowledge too. Like, God.
Yeah. So I have just been looking at EU. I'm looking to probably take that lower during the London session, 2 a.m. Though it's pulled back. I did catch a run up at during the Asian session. I usually don't trade it, but it seemed like you know.
Yeah, you went out, Eva Camille.
So I went for it. Uh-oh. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it just went out and came back in. But we can hear you now. I can definitely hear you now.
Euro USD. And I'm looking to take it for some more critique. Can you hear me? Oh, this not working.
Yeah, it's going in and out a little bit.
I don't know what happened. I'm talking, but
I can hear you now. But you know what it is? It's like always.
okay.
It's going,
Maybe I should
shit. Yeah, just went out again, Eva.
EU for some in the London. What?
Yep.
I'm just gonna maybe I'll go out and come in. Maybe I'll solve it.
Yep. Well, yeah, I would say try it. Yeah, it won't hurt to try. I guess at this point. We'll be back and forth, all of us, because I've been doing that pretty much for the last couple of days myself, having to refresh this thing over and over because of the fact that it's, again, I didn't want to necessarily just blame my internet, but it could just be that too, and it's just the browser or whatever. But I'm going to try to do a hard scrub a little bit possibly this weekend, see if there's anything I can do to kind of check all my peripherals and my hard drives and all that. You just never know sometimes. But it could be just a mixture of both. Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you.
Okay. All right. I was just saying that I was looking at EU for some continuation to the short side in London. It'll probably pop up some more. I did take it up in the Asian session, and got a little bag. This is kind of like a strange week because of the NFP. So it's like really weird price action. So
NFP, what is NFP? For a lot of people that may not know about that, we got some newbies in the house. They learning. What is NFP?
NFP is what do you call it? The national. Man, what the heck? I got a brain. I just had a brain. I went brain dead. That's
brain spasm. It happened. So it's none. I had to get it. None. There it is.
Payroll. Thank
you. Come through. All right.
Non-farm payroll. That's a very volatile. It's very volatile. During the week, especially, but it's like very causes the price action to be really.
It's breaking up again, Ilba.
Predict certain things. How's this?
Yeah, it's going. Yeah, I can hear you now. It's going in and out. It's just doing the usual. It's just, man, the internet stuff. They should have fixed that. You would think they fixed all this stuff during COVID anyway. All this, everybody at home, millions and millions of people at home, right? And they still won't give us the benefit of the doubt, boy. These doggone corporations.
Yeah,
And
it
they,
seemed like it got worse. I mean, yeah,
right? Yeah, I was just gonna say.
The bank. We're in the
Yeah,
non-farm.
it's pinging, sis. It's definitely pinging.
Oh, well, okay.
Let me see this. Let me try this. Let me see. Hold up. Let me do this here, or try it, I should say. All right. You in a position where you can share your screen?
Yeah, I can share my screen.
See if that, and I'm gonna go on mute. Let me see if they're doing it. We'll try everything we can. Might as well. It don't hurt.
All right. So I'm gonna share my screen. And so we're gonna go. How's that? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, rock out for a minute. Let's see if it'll work. If it'll stay continuously.
Okay. Well, this is what I was looking at as far as EU. So I took the I went into the asset here at the where they took out the stops. Once they left the wick, I entered it here at the green candle and wrote it here. And I kind of figured it was going to stall out up here because I'm looking for the continuation going short. It's in the Asian session now, so it's kind of in a, kind of trading in a channel more or less. From here, it keeps running from here to here and then back down. If it does pop all the way up, then I'll still be looking to take it short, or wherever, if it continues up, there's a good chance that could happen as well. So whatever it does, but I'm kind of looking at it, I'm looking at it to go short down here to this order block, 15 minutes bullish order block here. And yeah, I'm looking forward to take out all of this price action here down to this order block. It could very well pop up, go to this order block here, and then continue down, or maybe even take out the stops above here. So this is a couple of scenarios I'm looking at. And tomorrow will be my last day trading, because then it gets really erratic. NFP. And over here to the left, you see where, where it purged, took out the stops. So there's a lot of price inefficiency here. On this side, we have all these wicks and gaps, these fair value gaps. So I'm looking for it to kind of hit this order block here and then continue long. So that's my scenario for EU. It also depends on what the DXY does. So take a look at the DXY. Can y'all hear me? I'll make sure I'm not just talking. All right. Stop. Oh man. All right. So looking at the DXY. Let's see if I can make this a little smaller. Yeah, so I have an order block here on the DXY. I'm gonna mark that. This is the bigger candle, so I'm gonna take it from here. So the price moves up. Let's see. Come on, stop giving me a hard time. All right. Okay. Yeah, so I want to mark that hourly, the hourly order block. Let's see if I can get this to cooperate. Oh, okay. Slow motion. Okay. Area. The bigger candle, but I would more of that candle. So I'm going to mark that off. I'll mark this whole thing from here to here.
Uh-oh.
Shucks. In the chat is on the stage. Trouble. What's going on, Oba?
What's going on, man? Just over here watching this market drop in the after hours. As far as
yeah. This is the 1 hour. These are just some key areas that I'm looking at. And what the DXY does will determine what I do on EU. So, yeah, so there's a few things. Let's see. Let's go out to the daily, see what that looks like.
I ain't gonna lie, I thought Oba was that dude right there for real. I'm like, oh, we got him in. What he do? What the goat dude doing here? Like,
that is funny. You know, Oba always got the crazy memes. Okay, that's what we got going on over here. Oh, stop it! That don't make no type of sense. Okay, let's see what we got going on here on the daily.
Oh yeah, it was dollars. Yeah, it's trying to move, but it's moving slow.
It sure is.
Man,
yeah I got this 1 hour order block up here. You got the bearish 15, and this is the previous day high here, the previous day low. You got this liquidity void right here. Rather FVG here. and all above here, above this is liquidity. This will be the fair value gap here. So I got a couple of alarms set. So if price goes up here to the London, this was yesterday's London kill zone. Some of the stuff got scrunched up. Some of the stuff on my, just some road maps. So I know where I'm at. Yeah. So yeah, this was the previous day low. This was the previous day high. So typically if price gets above it before midnight and holds, then it's gonna go long. If it just bounces off of it, which is what I think it probably will do, we continue down, to gather up some of this, these inefficiencies in price. You have a lot of gaps here. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. Any questions in the chat, or stop it? And the winner is ding, ding, ding.
Phenomenal work as always. Of course, just watching you work, and watch you guys always work. This is the kind of stuff I get excited about, because I always tell you guys, and of course I have no problem, just sitting there just going through charts myself and just doing all this stuff. But to see you all, lay out your game plan, lay out your thesis, present a plan, a procedure, whatever the case, these are the things I just really get, I get excited for, because it's one thing, of course, a lot of people spend a lot of time on live streams of this, that, and the third, and they just kind of do a lot of the commentary, which is fine. But what we do, this is a hands-on environment, right? This is a hands-on business model, right? You're going to get your hands dirty in this. You got to go through your charts. You got to go through the reading and the data points and the fundamentals and making the use case for that perspective. And so I tell a lot of people, of course, you don't want to be timid and shy in being able to, expand your horizon, especially when you got a lot of your peers, attention on live, because you get a chance to bounce ideas and, corrective actions off of them, or whatever the case, and everything's going to be in the best interest of everybody, getting some edification from it, right? And so, absolutely. Again, I enjoy these moments, because, again, it reminds me, again, a lot of us came up in these environments, right? It was like, no, we finna spend, 5, 7, 8, 10 hours just going in on charts all night long. Like, joke, like, they don't see the strength in that. Like, no, I got to get up in the morning. I got to get my beat to sleep. But that's fine. But it's for, not saying that you go out and do that to anybody, but I'm telling you, it's just an energy of reforming your skill, right? Refining your skills, not necessarily reforming them, but refining your skill set. And having it in such a setting like this, it just really proves to be a positive environment. Because again, you got people who really have your best interest in mind, willing to go to bat for you and with you. You see how that work? And so it becomes a thing. Well, no, we want to make sure everybody on point, and we can add to the bill, or if we taking notes too, mental or also physical. Well, therein lies the power within that. All right. So when we say, well, there's not many think tanks out there that offer such an environment. Well, here's one right here. We may not have 100 people in attendance watching, or thousands like some people, but one thing I can say, we're very authentic, right? We're very true to the grind. The work we put in, or the body work we're putting in, is reflective of where we've all come in our journey. And as I always say, right, and I know it seems to be kind of cliche at this point, but I say it a lot because I want people to really see the magnitude of it. Just imagine where you're going to be 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now. Convince me how you're going to get, you're going to lose your skill set. No, you're only going to get better, right? And so that's the power within this. It's a compound. It's like a KAGR, right? A compound annual growth rate, model that he's like, okay, I modeled myself over, the next 3 months to 6 months, the next year, I'm compounding my skill set. You're going to compound your skill set. Let that marinate, guys. For those who are serious and who are willing to put in the work or the sacrifice. Again, it's not so much that you have to prove nothing by standing up at 2, 3 a.m. in the morning and hanging out with the best of them, right? Especially if you got family and spouses and kids. Well, that would just be crazy, right? Now, we're saying utilize your time wisely, though, right? Don't spend time in things that don't yield you, obviously, in this case, look, we always say what? A return on your investment, which is your time, which is, by proxy, is a commodity, right? So the investment world or the investment game is just for those who are what? Serious about what? Learn how to uncover information and how to obviously plot it, strategically on a graph. In this case, it's a chart, right? And then that we haven't touched when we was in even school, right? It's just learning how to engage it from a different perspective now, right? When we're seeing these candles, we're seeing what? Dollars, right? We're seeing buyers, we're seeing sellers, right? And we're just trying to, compartmentalize those scenarios into a picture frame or perspective where we could know how to what? Capture those moments. Monetarily, that is, right? Monetarily, that is. So I get excited when I see this stuff. And I always tell you guys, I always offer, man, get on here, share your screens, man. Share your screens. Get used to doing it, especially in these kind of formats. It's the best time to do it, right? Because you got people can add value to your moment, right? Not just, well, hey, man, but what you mean I did this wrong? No, it's not even that energy, especially over here. We don't act that way. And that's what I love about it, because some people be like, man, no, I'm straight. I don't need nobody to tell me that, right? No, well, you better be having a lot of zeros in your bank account then, if that's the case, right? If that ain't the case, guess it just serves no purpose to get better, right? Or how other people help in the scenario. So power to you again, everybody that's in attendance. So this is what it's all about. You got to put in that work, right? So don't be afraid or intimidated. Y'all know I eliminate that kind of energy anyway when I go live, because I'm not even about that life. You ain't finna come over here trying to downplay nobody on this channel or anything that they're doing, especially in them trying to find a way to better their situation. And it just makes for a better environment where you don't have to compete with all that foolishness anyway. Nobody can learn in that environment, or they shouldn't want to learn in that environment. So anybody's welcome here. I don't care how new you are or how experienced you are. You welcome here. I guarantee you that.
Yep, absolutely. And the beauty of it, we show people how to move forward in their trading. And I mean, where I came from, nothing. I didn't know anything about any of this.
I'm not gonna say nothing. You know me, I ain't gonna say nothing now. And I say that with everybody, because what do I always say though? I say, you know what? When I used to tell you in the very beginning, I said, you know what? You're gonna be surprised how much natural knowledge you already know. You just gotta learn how to slow this stuff down, put it into a frame of reference or compartmentalize. I used to always say that, right? A lot of us already have enough natural financial knowledge, natural sense about banking and finance. We don't, we're just trying to figure out how it makes sense from and what. Like some people that's on the IT side of the house, they're concerned with what? Ones and zeros, right? Well, on our side, we concerned with what? Right? Buyers and sellers, right? In this case, candles, green candles and red candles, right? You can change your color candles and candles up if you want. But it's all it is. It's still a supply and demand environment. You got to learn how to trap the money. That's basically what we're doing. We're trapping the money every day in some form or fashion. We putting it into a box and we going after it while we got it in that our interest points, our interest places of interest, so to speak, and we taking advantage of it. I mean, if you really think about it, that's what we're doing, slowing it down, making it make sense, and getting our slice out of it in that moment, and then we move on right to the next one.
Yep. Yeah, just having a understanding of what I'm looking for in the charts. Like, I mean, I didn't. That's priceless. You can have an idea of whether or not when to take a trade. I mean, because when I first started, I didn't know when to take a trade. I was just like, okay, the candles are getting longer. Let me get in. I didn't know why I was getting in, what kind of setup or anything. I had no understanding of the higher time frames, how to utilize them, to gain a thesis of where price action was going. I didn't even know what price action was. So, but I mean, I love the journey. and I
That's
love you know, where I've come from. Seeing yourself get better.
And what's the and where you at? And where
Where
you
I'm going.
going? There you go. See, I shouldn't even have to finish it. There it is. Right. That's the most important part about this. It's again, it's a marathon, not a sprint. How many times we've said that? Like a gazillion times. Well, people that own that, guess what they do? They tell themselves every day when they wake up is that guess what? Today's another day I can notch another what skill set or another aspect of knowledge underneath what on my belt. Right. I learned something different today, or something was affirmed or confirmed today that probably I have been waiting to get confirmation on. And it's improving your ability to now retain and operate under that aspect of knowledge, right, or information or data. Man, tell you, I ain't worried.
Absolutely.
I just sit back and I just get excited because I see people now starting to see it for what it is, and they've watched people, from a distance, and they like, you know what? At some point I'll get involved, and then when it happens, it's like, okay, yep, see, I told you was already ready. You just got to convince yourself that you wasn't, right? You was, right?
I mean, shoot, the amount of studying, I mean, everyone, make sure you take time, to study. That's how you get better. You have to forge forward some kind of way as far as applying new skills to your trading. And journaling and drawing up the charts like this, even on a trade that you didn't, weren't successful on, those are the most important. Then you could figure out, why you went wrong. Were you too early? Did you not plan your exit strategy properly, or did you have an exit strategy, or how was your entrance any good? A lot of times your entrance is poor.
What is it? What's the significance of the entry?
Did you look through the other time frames?
If you will, Eva Camille, what's the importance of the entry?
Oh, well, the significance of the entry is, the importance of the entry is, okay, I'll show you on the chart. Say, for instance, let me look for something. All right, a poor entry would be, to me, you see what this second candle is, this second engulfing candle?
Mm-hmm.
If you took price here, you jumped in the trade here, this is poor entry. And then price went back down again on you. So you're in the trade all the way up here, and the trade is almost over, basically. I mean, it didn't go all the way down. Or a better one would be, say you got in here because you saw this run up. Get here, it wicks out, and then it goes all the way down to here. So, I mean, it probably hit your stop already because you got in all the way up here. So, your entry, no one can, it's hard to, time every entry, but you don't want to get FOMO. Like if price runs all the way up to here already, I mean, wait for another opportunity to get in the trade. So if you really understood the, price action science, you would have waited to see, okay, so I missed this run up, but now let me wait for this. And then I would have entered here, which is what and my entry before was here. So, your entry is very important as far as how much, money you can, you're going to make, and whether or not you're going to get whipsawed on, or the price turns around on you because it was only breathing or pulling back, or you're in the trade in the wrong direction. So prices, is going to always breathe like, so this is like a channel to me right here. So if you haven't mapped out, your channel, you can trade those, but you gotta be in them, kind of at the bottom. So for me, I took this from here to here. Yeah, that's where I got in, and I got out here. I knew it was getting ready to reverse because it was almost at the daily order block, which was here. So without those kind of understandings of what causes price to reverse or return to its origin, that's when you be in the trade and you're like holding on, praying for a reversal, which I used to always get stuck in many times. Just being the trade wrong, bad entry, no real understanding of why I was taking the trade, just other than the price was moving. Now, how long the price is going to move, that's, where your understanding comes in at, as far as when it might return to its origin again, which is going to do if you time it properly, that you can get a bag from say here to here, get out. You can even, if you really understand, here back up and then take it back down to here. It's but that comes with some experience, being able to read that at the especially once it wicked out here. That's a given that it will short, because it went really, it's the purpose that it ran up here was to take out oh dang, I hate when I get stops. When to take out the buy side stops up here is what it did. You see these wicks, that's all they're doing is taking out the stops. Take out the stops. So now you're out the trade, and then they take price down. So just understanding certain road maps, and the key is to stick to that. Like do that over and over and over, and you'll get good at it. Like there's one thing, get like one thing. You see it in the chart every day or every other day, and you don't have to trade every day. I mean, you could. I mean, just look for those particular things that work and why they work, and just trade that. Like, and it's easier said than done. But that's the road to consistency, and not taking so many losses. Just do the same thing, that it could be one thing, then you add on to that, and you just hone your discipline and your eye of price action.
Eloquently said.
Hello.
Very eloquently said, and also very again, this is real world reality, because again, nothing that you said doesn't even have merit for people like the likes of a Buffett or a Tudor Jones or a Koopman or a Tepper or any of these massive investors over their time. They're going to be speaking the same language. Why is that? Because we understand the nature of markets. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they understand the institution. They understand how the money is, how the money moves. They understand what to look for in the trade and what to put their money in and what not to put their money in. I mean, they've studied price action. So
they know
it's a study of price.
Right, and I was about to say they know how to trade against those who are not prepared.
Right. Well, that's where this market was never meant for the average person to be in, but since we're in it, they got all these traps set up for you, and if you don't see the traps and understand, like you could be in a market like, to me, this week was not a good trading market. I mean, not for Forex anyway, because it was just weird. Stuff that, and sometimes you have to wait, later in the week for them to reveal their hand as far as the direction. They'll have you, getting whipsawed back and forth, trading in a channel, so trading, trying to trade consolidation. And so you just have to, if it's not a good market, just stay away. And
facts,
this is NFP week, so it's not it's not the best trading market. It's really a hard market to trade in. So after tomorrow, I mean, if I see something set up London, then after tomorrow, then definitely won't be trading on Friday, and probably may not trade tomorrow New York time, because that's when it really gets weird. And you gotta understand the ebb and flow of the markets as well. You know, when certain news is coming out, you don't want to be, definitely not with non-farm payroll. That is like a bomb going off in the forex market,
as well as
they will
equity
take
markets.
your money. Yeah, they will take your money that day.
And see, that's
And you'll
interesting
be
because
sitting there like,
we actually spoke on that the other day when I was saying, how to, keep up with the macroeconomics, right? Because I'm always speaking about those kind of things for a reason, to get people used to going to look for those specific, data points, whether they know anything about what they're reading or whatever. But you can get through, for the most part, most of it, right? Just from your natural, understanding about money and governments and businesses, and putting two and two together. So and that's why I kind of harp on those kind of things, right? The average traders, they're more focused on what? Just the basics, right? They're just, okay, well, let's do some charting. Let's talk a little bit about, price action, and then let's just go in on it, and that's it. Okay, well, guess what? It's also good to learn about what? The bigger pictures, too. Again, it's just the very nature that I asked that question about Buffett and the likes of those guys, because, again, that's what they're keen and focused on, right? A lot of that stuff, they're looking at the bigger picture. They're not so much concerned with the day-to-day, which they can obviously, engage it, but they're planning, again, chess moves, right? So for us, it serves us, only a positive or net positive when we also now embark on understanding how to read those data points, or understanding the significance of them. A federal beige book that got released today. How important was that? It was very important. What is it detailing? Well, it's detailing a lot about what's going on with the economy and the way that the market is moving. Well, we know the market's under stress right now because of what? The bond market, right? That's not rocket science. A lot of people gonna know that because they've been following what? The data. The stuff that's obviously causing the most ruckus is going to get the attention shine to it. Not by just our circle, but what? The media. News is going to keep talking about it. So that's already a given. They squealing on themselves because they nervous, right? So it ain't hard to keep up with this stuff when you just learn how to, focus on information in a way of the significance of it, I should say, and how it affects people's day-to-day, operation in the market. Of course, this is strictly speaking from a trader's perspective, and she's breaking that down, because she's actively trading the market, unlike, people who are just long-term investors, which is good too, because you can't have one without the other, right? Even in your trading endeavors, you're going to learn how also an investment thesis comes together too, right? There's been a lot of times we've traded stocks and then cleaned the entire position out and left a few stocks in there, and guess what? You come back 3 or 4 months later and the thing up, 20, 30, 40, 60%, 70%. Like, God, dog.
Those are facts.
You see what I'm saying? You're like, man, if I left, a little bigger bag in there, man, that'd have been a nice little, investment. See how that work? So you're constantly in a position where you have growth, or the ideal of growth at your fingertips, right, at any given moment, based upon the macro aspects of markets, in terms of some of these companies that offer a really good mousetrap, right? That's what innovation value is in terms of market share. Who offers a better mousetrap, and what people are willing to pay for that particular aspect or asset, right, during its time. Now, it may control a lot of the market share in that space, or it may just have its little ebb and flow, like you were speaking about. But nonetheless, those are all significant opportunities that we're always trying to seek out every day. And so, be it a trade or be it an investment, going back to this right here again, and while you building on that, and so I know I'm always speaking about the kind of stuff. I just run my mouth because I love to talk. But if I was to post this right here, I was to ask you guys to expound on this, even as such as elementary as that, but you're going to see exactly what everything that she was just talking about. It's going to be confirmed in this little, little picture with this little meme, right? Somebody give me some teeth on this. Somebody put some teeth on that a little bit. Anybody build on this right here?
Sure. I mean, anybody else want to go?
Yeah, E.O. Camille. Yes, another one of my teachers. Let's go.
Hit it, Chris. Stop it. Okay. So the first one, are you trading during market volatility, which would be non-farm payroll, or when news is coming out? the red folders, as we, the red devil folders, that's what we call them in Forex. High volatility, there's wild price swings. So you're more likely to lose your money trading in that environment than you are to win. If you do get lucky jumping in and catching in the right direction, it was just luck, because they'll whipsaw price up and down with the intent of enticing traders with FOMO to jump in. They'll swing price 40, 50 pips at a time and have you jump in and then reverse it on you. So yeah, that's definitely a no-no. Trading during market volatility. What I was speaking about, how long you hold your trade. What's also important besides your entry is your exit. Is there a reversal coming up? Is price ready to pull back? Did it take care of? Did it take the liquidity that it wanted? It just can't be holding forever. I mean, unless you're long-term trading, then you're gonna deal with the ebbs and flow of the market, the pullbacks, and then But if you're day trading or short-term trading, you just can't be holding forever, hoping it works out for you if you're in the trade the wrong direction, especially. And what are your trading goals? What do you look for in price before you enter a trade? How did you plan your trade? How much you trying to, you can start small. You start making $10 a day, making $15, $20. Then you can, expound on that, compound your account, and until you become better as a trader. And then you'll have a better understanding of, how to make more money in the trade, where to get in at. But in the beginning, you just want to have set some small goals. And because I know when I was a beginner, and I still am, I think, but hey, I couldn't even make $10. And when you really get the that reality, you can't even make $10. It's like, dang. Like every trade you get in, you lose. So, just taking your get some goals and take it slow. Like learning your craft should be like the main thing. Trading in a demo account, definitely as a beginner, and just learning how to trade, learning how the markets work. So those would be goals to me. And again, the big picture is your trading plan. Go through my charts at night. I mark up certain key areas. I look for price to either take out those areas, or if the price doesn't go to where I want it to, what my thesis is, then I abandon the trade and don't take it. Maybe what I mapped out will happen the next day. And then I'll, look at the charts and see if there's a trade there. So, having a trading plan is not just like jumping in a trade just because, you see the candlesticks getting bigger. So, definitely, and stick to your plan. That's what I was saying, stick to your plan all the time. Your one thing. Start with one thing and trade that till the wheels fall off. And also in your trading plan is your discipline. Like you stick to your rules. That's one of the hardest things is to stick to your rules. You see people posting, don't let that affect you. Everybody, gets to where they're going at different times. And as long as you're putting in the work in and you're around people that are seriously, really, really can help you and not, fake gurus, you'll get better. And have patience, and be patient with yourself. Because there'll be some days where you'll be like, like really crushed. But you know, just get back on the horse, and you know, you gotta keep hitting it, you know, and getting better, and finding more out about yourself as to why, you know, you keep you know, especially if you're breaking your rules. If you're breaking your rules, and you really got to examine who you are as a trader and as a person. When you get to the point where you could like robotically stick to your rules, what your entry is, you don't enter. For me, until I see them take out, you know, the stops and run the stops, I won't get in the trade. You know, I just because the price is moving, I won't get in the trade. You know, I have to make myself do that, follow my rules. Look at the higher time frames, as you know, watch the DXY before I enter a trade, because just because you see certain things, say on the euro, dollar, or whatever, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's happening in the DXY. So I have to look for confluences, things like that. So the main thing is to, when you have your plan, trade your plan every day till it becomes a second, you know, just a part of you. It's like you get up and brush your teeth and everything every day. It's the same thing with trading. And okay, so what times during the day are you trading? That's very important too, because you could be trading when the algos kick in. So like for me, I like to trade at the time of day, usually say like 8 to 11. You know, like I can catch a trade almost every day at 10 a.m. I know it's going to line up 9:30, 10 a.m. I know that the price is going to reverse, or London is going to the London Open at 2 a.m. is going to you know, set up for New York. I usually don't trade the Asian session because it's a little weird. There's not as much liquidity in the Asian. Every now and then you can find a nice trade running, but you know, like I found one this evening. But I usually don't trade that, and that's probably because it's NFP week. You know, like price action happening. Yeah, so I usually don't trade. I try not to trade after 1 p.m. You know, latest I want to be in a trade for me is 11, 12. You know, after that, I find that every now and then you might get a runner, but you know, a lot of times the price is, you know, consolidating. It'll go up a little bit, then come back, you know, return to the origin and be consolidating and go down. So, you know, you don't really get a clear direction. So I don't, you know, I try to get my trades in London, and New York is the best time for people that are starting, because London could be a little wild because it has those you know, that fake out that it'll do, you know, before it actually goes in the direction, you know, of the money, where they're taking the money for the, you know, for the New York session, which is usually a continuation of London. So yeah, it's important, you know, what times are you trading? Are you trading at peak times if people are in the market? You know, 10:30, 10 a.m., you know, stock market, 9:30 the market opens. You know, so if you're really skilled, then you can trade, you know, later. But I think, yeah, trading within like peak times when there's a lot of liquidity in the market and before the algos kick in, then yeah, so you want to kind of stick to that certain time of day trading. Some people trade pre-market and after hours. You know, there's a lot of the wild price swings in there as well. But as a beginner, you know, you kind of want to stick to like the market opening 9:30, 10, watching price, and I'll go from there. And so yeah, what stocks are you trading? Yeah, just make sure you do your due diligence before you take a trade. So there's all prices of stocks are priced at, you know, various prices, you know, from penny stocks on up to the big blue chips. So, you know, just And you want to trade some stocks also that have, that are liquid, that move. Getting some of these, stocks that haven't moved in years. They're just like laying on the side. You don't want to, you don't want to trade those companies. So yeah, you want to do your due diligence and trade a stock that has some liquidity. And yeah, that's all I got to say about that. And how much risk are you willing to put per trade? That is one of the most important things. Your risk to reward ratio. Most important is your risk. You can forget about the reward. Just think about your risk. And so you don't want to over leverage your account, which is something I used to do on a daily. Trying to hang out with Oba, and all the other big money making people that I was trading with. I've been trading with millionaires. My little account, I get blown up trying to trade like them. I can even trade then. So definitely you want to not put on too much risk. Like 2%, 3% of your account is about as much as you want to go. And again, like I said, you can be happy making $10, $20, whatever you earn that every day, your account will grow and you'll become, but the risk is bigger. So if you have the risk under control, you will get the reward. So a lot of people think of reward first. That's why they be in a trade and get stuck in it, with price action going the other way. Now you're down $100, $200 or more, but yeah, your risk is most important. You take care of the risk, the reward happens. And so that's all I got to say. Hope I was able to help some people. Oba, the winner is Oba.
It's all you. It is all you. And that my fellow peers, constituents, riders, and the whole nine is, when we say it's universal speak, it's a universal speech. I mean, she hit everything that we've all been saying for quite a while, or we all explain to others, especially those who don't even really understand it, at the level we do, of course, when they're learning. But it's a universal speech. It's a universal language. There's some things that are just what they call prerequisite, right? Right. When you think about, what you need to perform a task or a duty, right? To make that operation work, smooth or whatever. Those are things that are prerequisite. You can't show up without those things. You know what I'm saying? So it becomes a universality that we all pretty much have to adhere to those levels or those principles. You can't escape it. And this is, like I said, it says what? Keys to successful traders, right? Well, what is a trader? Now we know, again, there's different types of people who engage the market. There's investors and there's traders, right? People who are looking for growth, and then there's people who are looking for what? Speculative value, right? For the quick bag in a lot of ways, right? But again, it's still a it's the same, plan of procedure no matter what. Because if the base of any beginning of any level of investment or a submittal of your income into an investment or to a trade is that you got to realize your entry is your ticket, right? And entry is everything. It's the first impression, so to speak. If you do not, know peak hours or moments of peak performance environments to take advantage of, the market with said dollars, then yeah, that could be, kind of a handicap for yourself, right? Hopefully you make money, but, well, guess what? You probably could have made a lot more if you had been a little bit more patient or a little bit more strategic, right? Or The fact that you lost money is because you wasn't what? Not patient enough, right? Not, well read enough. Not that it just ends your entire search and seizure career. It's just like, you know what? Okay, let me be a little bit more cautious next time before I what? Submit myself and my capital. Let me not look at this as, how much I'm gonna get out of it, but how well I'm gonna do good at performing what the task or the mechanicry of making a proper trade or an investment, right? So, and that's a part of the thing where we always say, for people who are a little bit more seasoned in the game, right? They'll tell you what, don't worry about your P&L, don't even look at your P&L, worry about your performance. The money gonna be there once you exit that trade if you do all the right things, right? So that's like you clout chasing your own self. Why you want to do that, right? Don't clout chase yourself. Go out there and perform and prove, that you can do what you're designed and capable of doing, right? These people don't, look, they don't have nothing that you don't already have opportunity or the ability to be able to do yourself. Besides, a little bit more time in the game, and a little extra capital. Your unique experiences in life leads you to understand, products or services is no different than how they may look at it. Matter of fact, you even got a better leg up on them than they do because they're coming from an old school relic perspective, right? When things were back at a time when it was just this way. Now you're a new school minded person, right? You understand both spectrums, the old and the new, right? You can move a little bit better. You can make the type of investments that they're scared at. Again, you take a scenario like Bitcoin. Now, what did Warren Buffett say? He said the Bitcoin was what? Rat poison squared, right? Him and Charlie Munger, his business partner, right? He would never invest in something like that. And he also, then he turned around and also said one of his cardinal rules is that he would never invest in an IPO because the company hasn't proven itself in the market for him to feel comfortable putting the capital into it, right? Well, guess what he did? He broke that cardinal rule when he invested in what? That company Snow. See what I'm saying? So look, you got to realize, people got to realize that the market is always ever changing. Yeah, it moves by some different, some basic building blocks, but it's always in a change. It always in a changing mode. And that a lot of it is because of technology and evolution, right? We get that, right? Ability now that people can come into the market pretty much as a seed investor. Well, that just came about where you didn't have to worry about having a serious license. You see what I'm saying? Now you come right in on a pre-IPO, OPO scenario like that and get in on ground floor, right? Things are evolving where it's, again, like she said earlier, it's not really designed for a lot of the small people to get involved, not in the day-to-day action. Now you can get invested, of course, the 401k, the Roth TSP, and maybe even take some strategic trades based upon a particular company you might like by calling into a broker. They set up the trade and get your money to it and you go on. All right, but day-to-day stop and go trading, like a lot of people are now being, advancing in their careers in the market, now being able to take advantage of the markets in real time. That's a whole new different level of a trader that has been born out of necessity. In a lot of ways because of COVID, but even before that, we saw a lot of influx of new traders coming to the market because what? The technology caught up where you can do it now from your handheld device, a cell phone, a laptop, right? Again, that kind of user-friendly ease of access is in itself revolutionary. That says if the boss says something to you sideways at the job, tick you off a little bit, you say, what? Don't worry about it, right? I'm not going to do no work for the next 15, 20 minutes then. Guess what? You go hide down in the bathroom, you pull out your cell phone, and you mess around and mash out a nice little trade. And you can catch one of them kind of bags that made more money than you made on the job that day. You go back and sit at your desk and look like, I wish the Joker would. Say anything to me today. I done got this bag on their time. You see how that works? That's power. That's power. Where you can summon money, given the right mind frame to go high and figure out how to do that. But that's power. People resent people that have that kind of level of power, that got it from another way, right? Be it inheritance or robbing somebody, stealing, or just working people, enslaving them. But in this case, you ain't hurt nobody. See how that works? Right? It's you against the trade, right? Can't nobody, again, tell you what you can and cannot do. Nobody can, take credit for your hard work. You put in the work, right? It ain't no Jesus grab the wheel. Jesus ain't finna grab no stock market wheel. I'm sorry for that. From my church folk, you're gonna have to grab this wheel yourself. If
Absolutely.
not, you see how that works? So that's why this stuff is exciting, and it takes a type of person who says, you know what, if the global market as a whole is designed to be reflective of people putting in work in their individual lanes and on their jobs, whatever, making this bigger macro picture in terms of an environment, a monetary environment. Well, why not I just find a way to cut out the middleman and go straight to direct the market myself, right? Through this capital market scenario. It's just another tool that you have at your disposal that no one can take away from you. So again, it really sets the precedent where you can't, you would be, really, again, going just really just, shorten yourself, as I like to say a lot, to not want to take it serious if you submit yourself to want to learn it, right? Why would you get into it not to want to take it serious? You know what I'm saying? It just makes no sense. Because one thing is going to happen for sure. You're going to lose some money, right? That's going to happen, right? It's going to make you out to be a believer one way or the other. And it's going to force you to regroup, or you're going to leave it alone altogether. Well, it's no different than you out there submitting a job, right? And it's a rat race out there, and you're competing against other people who have equal or greater than of the education or skill sets that you have, and you out there competing the same way, right? In a lot of ways. In this case, again, you just going direct to market or saying, you know what? I'm not finna go submit this application to Google today if they're gonna be tripping, right? I'm just gonna go hit the stock up, right? I'm gonna go hit up, whatever. It just gives you another user function value, in that perspective where you can utilize that same brain power skills that you would give these people 8, 9, 10 hours, 12 hours a day. You'll be able to do this, sometime in less than 5, 10 minutes, 30, hour, couple hours, 2 hours, okay, a month, 2 months, 3 months, right? We're talking about long-term growth perspective, dividend value investments, right? Stuff like that. Learn how to trade around, or invest in moments like, around that. Right? And you still make your bag on the annual level, in a matter of maybe 6 months out of a year, 7 months out of a year, 8 months out of a year. Right? So it's so many ways you can look at it, but I just find it to be very, to me, again, just understanding the importance of having a plan. Hence, we harp on that kind of stuff a lot. Well, again, some traders will not focus on that. Again, everybody has a different plan of procedure on how they go about it. It's not that I know it and I don't, or Sister Camille or anybody else. We're nowhere near where we know we're going to be, and that should be scary because you ask yourself, well, people are already consistent in some ways, or they're doing pretty well, in a lot of ways in terms of what their output. So, I mean, come on, But we know that, like in anything, everything is subject to change. Just like a job could be doing well one day and closing down the next. And you thought job security was your 5 or 6 degrees you got hanging up on your wall. You turned out that ain't a lot of whole lot of nothing. You got a ton of debt, right? All this skill set, ain't nobody gonna hire you, right? Because people want to pay for what? They want to underpay talent, right? And overpay executive bonuses to board members and people who look or move in their essence what that's gonna be, in their clique or their clans. You see how that works? It's always going to be some kind of form of favoritism. Well, guess what? The markets don't care about that. See, that's what I love about the markets, right? It singles all that foolishness out. It cuts it all out. You don't care how hard you is and how soft you, doesn't matter. You come up in the environment where, you come in and deal with these, Forex, crypto, whatever, and you unprepared. Well, yeah, it's going, it's going to prove you, wrong or right, one way or the other. And so it's exciting. So I love people who get after the knowledge. I love people who put in the work to see that, it's not really requiring a lot of you. It just needs your commitment. Well, what is your commitment in telling this? Devoting some little time to in your free time to read up on it, to study up on it, to watch a video, to listen to an audio file, to hang around environments like we're doing right on the live stream. You're just building on your prowess. You're building up your knowledge. You understand the charts. You understand the fundamental values and information that has, dealing with a company, how it's run, their business model, how to reverse engineer it, and so forth and so on. It becomes now like, man, this is what it's all about. In so many ways. This is not the end all be all because you got other things in life. But this is just a capital pool that you can pull from and then go out there and do whatever you want. Also in your other dreams and hobbies. You have unlimited access to it. And no cap or ceiling on what you can pull from it. Right? Again, Roaring Kitty, our guy. Right? Right? 51,000 turned into 45 million. Well, 52 million at the peak. 51,000 turned into 52 million in less than what? I think that trade unfolded in about, it was what, under a year, something like that. But it took off. When it took off, it just took off though, right? Because we all know about the GameStop scenario, right? But again, anybody can get punched, long term or short term or whatever, doesn't matter. It's still about, you know, you being in a position where you can make that happen, or as we say, staying ready, so you don't have to worry about getting ready. All right. So, you know, hey, when I see these moments like this, I always say, you know what? See, this is why Jokers are going higher, right? This is exactly why Jokers are going higher, right? Meaning in their future, in their career, and their endeavors in this, right? Because you cannot escape some of these basic prerequisites. You cannot. You cannot, as they say, right? All right. So get excited for that. So again, thank you for breaking that down, Eva Camille. You did it wonderfully. It just shows your growth and your strength. And I'm pretty sure if it was over Chris or over Marquise or you know, Eva Angie, over Brandon, you know, again, this is a universal speech that we all probably will be able to hit those same points, and it'd be like, you know, running water, right? Because we know the markets have already kind of proven us a little bit. We've already been beat across the head a couple times by a couple bad trades here and there. And so it wisens you up, like anything in life. It wisens you up. You're like, okay, well, I can't do that again, right? I'm not going to pull that stunt again. Right? Because the market's sitting there waiting on you, like, yeah, come on around this corner. Come right on around this corner then. You unprepared today, huh? You see everybody else making a bag, but you're going to come in here unprepared. Okay. Put your money into the machine then, right? Let's go, right? So it's exciting seeing that, you know, that we all, you know, come from that place of growth and understanding. Right? So shout out to you, Eva Camille. Right. And again, if anybody else want to expound on that too, that's fine. You know, you have the floor to do so. But I do believe, like we all know, this is important that you got to definitely put in that work one way or the other. You can't escape it. You're not going to escape it. But it's not the type of work that most people think it is. They get scared because they think it requires them to, you know, I don't give up a kidney or something, the firstborn. I don't know what they be thinking. But I'm like, dude, this is the same stuff you do every day anyway, for free. When you up and down Google, up and down Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, you doing all that stuff literally for free. Why not figure out how to get paid from it? Yeah, you can get paid from it, right? You know, hint, hint, wink, wink, right? Learn how to go direct to market, you know. So shout out to you all. Shout out, thank you for that, Eva Camille. As always, bringing the house down, right? Because we don't want to end up doing this right here, right? We don't want to be waiting on this. Right. This how, see, this the rat race. Right. This is pretty much how they would have you, you know, succumb to such a scenario where you're always waiting on, you know, those who are waiting to collect, right? Who's waiting to, you know, pull money out of your pocket. They're not looking to put money into your pocket. They're waiting to pull money out of your pocket, right? You know, and so that's just not living. That is not living. That is pretty much surviving. Waiting on somebody else to tell you when you can and when you can't. You know, when they're going to cut your check and when they may not cut your check. Right? You got to learn how to cut your own checks. Right? That's the most liberating thing ever. Learn how to cut your own check. It's revolutionary. So that's it. So let me, you know, move on, right? But I just want to share that. Right, so anybody else want to share your screen? Anybody want to go in? Right? Anybody got any stocks to talk about? Anybody got any, you know, somebody open up, somebody said something? Go ahead. Who was that? I'm sorry.
I'll unshare my screen. But let me take my chart down. But I just wanted to show the 10-year, or where did I look at the 10-year yield and the dollar. So those of us that have trading view, you can do a comparison. Let me show you. Okay, I'll do it from scratch. Where's the? We'll try to take this symbol away. Oh. I'll do it on another chart, on another. I'll do it on this one. And so this is a way to compare the 10-year bond in the dollar. So type in US, oh, wrong thing, US US 10-year. Okay, so here's the US government bonds 10-year yield. And what we're gonna do is go to a line chart. And then we're gonna hit here where it says compare. You can add a symbol. So I'm gonna add the DXY. And then I can compare that on the daily. And that gives you an idea of how the bond market is moving against the dollar. So the blue line is the 10-year yield. You can see where it fell, like from March on. And this is the dollar, kind of consolidating more or less. That's one way to do your comparisons. And you can do that with any, you don't have to necessarily use a line chart, but it's a little cleaner as opposed if you're using the, checking out the bonds against the dollar. So that's all I had to share.
And those bonds are very important right now because of the fact that they're what? Racing back up towards some very interesting inflationary levels that the feds are trying to now, been trying to keep it locked in the closet, but they can't now. It's like a runaway runaway child now.
Yeah.
All right. And because of that, they killed the dollar best they could, which raises the equity prices. Now the dollar is starting to try to rebound a little bit because of the fact that,
bonds.
There's no organic growth. The bonds are now becoming due. Right, there's a level of defaulting happening. There's people that don't want to buy our debt because it's toxic. We know it's ballooned beyond the fact that it needs to rebalance at some point. So it's going to go through its natural level of progression, or they're going to have to keep trying to beat the monster back into the closet, right? And so tomorrow is, like she spoke about, non-farm payroll is important too, but also tomorrow is even more important because what's also happening tomorrow at 2:00.
Fed Powell is speaking, I believe, right? Is it him speaking? Somebody's speaking. No, they got something else going on. Hold on. Wait, let me look at my economic calendar here real quick.
So we talked about that last night, didn't we? See how that worked?
Yeah. I can't think of the name. Let's see. Investing.com.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there you go. Is it 2:00?
All right, that's Facebook. Obviously, that was today. In this regard, of course.
Facebook.
Mm-hmm. That was today. Then tomorrow, of course, in this case, this calendar is going to be reflective of AM hours. Even with Europe, right? Because Europe obviously has IHS PMI numbers. You got the ECB economic bulletin, somewhat like the Fed beige book. They're giving out their aspect of the European market. Construction PMI OPEC meeting, that's also important. Remember, we talked about oil this week. We talked about oil yesterday. The importance of it. Remember, we talked about that?
Yeah.
See, we hit all the things that we already aware of before it even come out, because this is why it's important to be in front of ahead of the information. So it won't be no surprises, especially if you got long-term position or you're looking to take a trade in or around it. See how that work? That's already going to be on the books tomorrow morning. So everything from that point on, coming at the OPEC meeting, going to be volatile for oil markets one way or the other, right? Europe got your retail sales at 5. I mean, y'all see what's going on here. Again, whatever, that's why it's important to know how to hunt, where to fish, where to go find, find the action. Initial job claims, and then again, important tomorrow is what? There it is right there. There it is right there. Right? Fed Jerome Powell speaks it to what? It says here 12:30 or 12, or 12:05, whatever. It's going to be important because he now has to give the report that everything has been culminated within the beige book, and the Fed govs that been speaking all week, he has to tie all that together. And the most important thing that everybody going to be looking for him to say or speak on is going to be the one thing we just sat there and talked about. That she also just sat down and broke down to y'all. It's what? The one thing that everybody nervous about right now is what?
10-year.
Right, which is also known as what?
Stimulus.
Well, somewhat, but the ideal of the bond market, the debt ratio. The debt ratio, that 10-year yield is running wild.
That was the first one I said.
Yeah, that's what I said, and that was it. And knowing the overall picture of that is, they're going to be focused on the bonds because the Feds have a program right now where this is what they're doing to backstop the market to keep the bubble pumped up, which they've been strategically trying to keep the dollar at a certain stagnant level, right? But it's starting to weight back up, right? We spoke about that before when they're saying, getting down to the $89 region, like they're going to bounce that thing from around there. They don't want it to be that low, right? And they've been trying everything to do that too. So that's why the bonds are fleeting back to the upside. Banks are starting to say, you know what? We're going to let it ride. We're going to be able to eat a little bit now finally for a change because they make their money off what? Off the yields as well, right? If they're rising, right? So again, the market's against trying to eat itself. It's trying to consume itself, right? And it's crazy how this stuff works, but that's how it works, right? But so that's going to be important tomorrow, right? And so you better look for anything around the market from that point on. Yeah, you're gonna see some volatility because they're either gonna say that they're going to what keep or increase the bond purchasing program that they already got on the books, which is $120 billion every month. They're spending $120 billion every month to backstop the bond market. All that money is going into the market. And how many people are without this? And how many? See how that works? See, that's the kind of stuff. It just like, why would I want to deal with that on a rat race reality? Right? Meaning, they're waving it in your face and just saying, yeah, whatever. You got to find your own way. You sink or swim, Joker, sink or swim. But they're not letting the market sink. They're not going to let the bonds, get out of hand. They're going to backstop corporate interests, basically. See how that works? Right. See, so they don't care about you being prolonged to the point where you can't get back to work or to a place of normalcy, whether it be the vaccine rollout enough to get people comfortable. But they got $120 billion somewhere to pump into the markets every month. While you sit there and watch and be like, man, sure be nice. Be nice. Y'all cut a little bit of that for us. And to add insult to injury, right? Y'all know how much it costs the Treasury to cut y'all that first. How much was the first stimulus check? It was like what, $1,200, something like that. The very first stimulus check that everybody got was like $1,200.
$1,200.
Y'all know how much it cost the entire U.S. Treasury to cut y'all that check? What was the notional value? How much all that cost to cut everybody that was eligible a check? Do y'all know how much it cost? Anybody by any chance?
A couple of billion.
Anybody want to take a stab at that? Anybody?
I want to say 1 million. 1 billion.
Brandon say 1 billion. Sister Camille say what? A couple billion. Anybody else want to take a stab at that?
Yeah.
It costed the government $200 billion. $200 billion to cut everybody that was eligible a check for $1,200. $200 billion with a B, right? But they got $120 billion to pump into the market every month, not quarterly, but monthly. While people are hungry, starving, no power, no no work, no income, no nothing. Barely can get tested, barely can even think about your vaccine. No nothing.
Yep. 290 billion.
Boom. See how that worked? And then a lot of that money didn't even get in the hands of people. Remember they had a surplus left over from that first stimulus package, and then Trump and them tried to reuse it for another scenario. They had money left over. Some people didn't claim it. Turned out some people had passed away that was out on the IRS books. It was money left over.
Yeah, they crazy.
But they can't cut you a check just to keep you afloat until you can get back to what? Working for the machine. See how that work? So they're going to bypass you and just give it straight to the machine and say, hey, what? We'd just rather put it in the coffers of what these companies and let them sit on it. Even though they got no organic growth, because ain't nobody working at them. If you sitting at the house, for some of those that can't work from home, what's happening? So I'm not finna, again, when I come at this information, I'm trying to get people to really stop and think. Seriously. How important is a degree right now in college? Man, good luck with that. It's a dead man walking.
Yeah.
You need a skill that pays the bills, like right now. Like right now. See how that work?
Exactly.
See how that work? So you have to realize these are the things that are happening all day, every day, right underneath your nose, whether you care to want to pay attention or you don't. You're either going to stick your head in the hole like an ostrich, or you're going to stand up with a straight spine and say, you know what, I'm going to look at this thing like a whole different way, right? Because I know what is going on as it has always gone down in this nation, and it's not going to change. So let me make sure I do the changing. Because there's other ways out there you can perform and be successful. Or at least, do something enough to kind of at least keep yourself in the game. And you say, well, what are all the different avenues I can embark on that'll get me, or put me in a situation where I can make a little extra income? With my 5 or 6 degrees sitting up on the wall and I got a mountain of debt behind them, right? I may be on the moratorium right now. The interest value of it, it's not accruing and racking up, but guess what? That debt's still there. They ain't wipe it out. Don't get it twisted, right? That means just when they start the clock again, it's just gonna start running again.
Yep.
Is how that work? You still got to find a way to take care of your day-to-day, stop and go values of life, or just to plan for something better. So that's why all these things make sense ultimately in the bigger picture, right? Or the grand scheme of things. You understanding in terms of how the Federal Reserve work, their mandates, what they're doing, the importance of it in terms of a trickle down in value, which it doesn't to the actual Main Street citizen. That trickle down in economics does not work. It has never worked because there's too many greedy people at the top. And they're going to make sure you don't benefit from it. That's the same reason why minimum wage has been at $7.25 over 10 years. Dang near. The people ain't caring about your quality way of life. They need workers. And a quiet one at that. Because they don't want to hear your complaining. It's like your buddy said on that Hidden Color. He said, they want you to pull yourself up by your bootstrap and you pull your pants up and walk into the gas chamber. With a smile on your face. Right? Because again, they know the average person is so under the illusion that your success in life is going to be determined how hard you work and how well of an organization you align yourself with, meaning a job. This is not a entrepreneur laden environment where that becomes the main value of what they're trying to teach to society. Society needs other ways to fend for itself besides somebody else's ball and chain. If the Feds can pump $120 billion into the market every month to backstop a market to make it look good for their peers that's looking at them from across the seas, and this is a way of kind of slapping the American people in the face and saying, we using your tax dollars to make sure that everybody see that we're not weak. Well, people are like, well, dude, I don't care about that. I need money today. My bills need to be paid yesterday, and my babies are hungry right now. Cut them checks, government. Well, see, we can't just do that because it ain't that easy. We got to go through all this but yet ain't nobody getting in the way of what Jerome Powell spending $120 billion every month to the market. Nobody getting in the way of how they even allow the banks to provide under the reverse operation. They was allowing these banks to go out there and just buy up certain index funds, just giving them a free pass of the taxpayers' money that no taxpayer that knowing the better would have signed off on that. Given a chance to say, you know what? No, I'd rather y'all put that money in our pocket. We'll stimulate the economy by spending it. Is that the most easiest way to stimulate the economy? Obviously. But you know what? That'll be giving people what they really deserve and what they work for. They don't want to give you that kind of level of power because then you start feeling like I don't need y'all now. This ain't rocket science. Y'all don't need me to tell you that. It's not like I'm some wise sage in this. Y'all know this. People just don't want to face that reality. They want to talk you to death about why you should be, again, this from people who, from all the different aspects of the spectrum, right? They want you to fold into that, that modus operandi of thought process. But I push against that because why would you do that? If you can go to college, get an education, and walk away with at least a minimum, maybe $50,000 in debt, get lucky for that, right? Anything, under that, you really lucky, right? Well, what does that really say in terms of, them probably progressing you in a way where you can get out there and get ahead in life? You already then put me, I'm already behind because I got to walk out of the institution with all this debt and hope to get hired. And I need to make sure that the job pays me sufficient enough to kind of balance out that what I would pay for my debts. So you're working twice as hard, right? And receiving twice as less because a portion of your income is going into what? Subsidizing your debt now, right? Monetizing your debt the same way the feds are doing with what? America's ultimate debt. But they don't want to pay it all off. The stuff that really matters, like a student loan bill, right? The student loan right now is a what is like about 20 trillion, somewhere around there, some crazy number on the national debt clock. I think America owes around about $20 trillion in student loan debt. Okay, well they pumping $120 billion to the bond market every month. What's 120 billion times 12? It's well over $1 trillion. It's over $1 trillion.
Oh, for sure. What, 120 billion? Ooh, I can't even put all those zeros in my calculator.
Times 12. See how that works? But and then there's other things out there that obviously they can eliminate literally overnight to free up the stress from a lot of people in a pandemic environment, like a lot of nations actually did. A lot of nations said, you know what, I'm not going to fight against my citizens because they're the people that keep us employed and working. We're going to at least give you free health care, or we're going to give you a monthly check. Canada been giving out a monthly check to their people every month. Europe is doing it. Australia been doing it. America, we ain't finna give y'all jokers no money because they still got a lot of, again, see, this is where it gets kind of personal because it's an agenda to separate some people from income or resources. Right. And so they'll hurt their own to make sure that others don't get a chance to get a leg up and to get excited about the benefits that's owed to them anyway. See, that's the insidious nature of being in this country. No matter how well it is that a person may think it is, because you can go again. Y'all know I like to say this, just because you can get up and go to 2 a.m. and go to a little dusty little McDonald's, you think you got some freedom, huh? Okay. Right. If you willing to trade that off and you really having what you deserve and what is owed to you, if you feel like that's a better trade-off, then knock yourself out. Get all the McNuggets you want. Serves no purpose to your greater good and what you can leave back to your babies that's come after you, because the fact that you got to have something that can give you a leg up in a very demonstrative way. If not, you're going to have to work hard for it every day. Not that it can't happen, but who wants to go through that? Convince me that working hard for the rest of your life is a proven model that every human should endeavor to do. Like that's some kind of privilege. To miss out on life is to be working every day for your life. I repeat, to miss out on life is to be working hard every day, and you think that that's a badge of honor. People who become millionaires early in their life, and hit licks and business endeavors and innovation value, and they're enjoying their life and they everywhere all over the place, and you sitting there watching jokers and you sitting there envy them in a lot of ways. Like, but anyway, that joker there, it's gonna run out. You kind of sneak dissing them in a lot of ways because you like, what, that's messed up. That joker supposed to be having that. Here it is. I got 2 and 3 degrees, right? I speak proper English. Right, you sitting there trying to make that that trade off. It's like you gonna lose that battle. I don't care how much you sit there and try to compare apples on. You're gonna lose that because that person figured out how to what, not be subjected to that ball and chain like you was ascribed to because people walked you into that gas chamber. Right. So you gotta have other ways. You gotta have other ways to get you a bag. You can't convince me that now. Especially look. All the time I know I goofed off in life when I know I should have been really, I had my moments of success like anybody else, but we all still know that in the day we goofed off a lot of good time. We probably could really been banging out some good opportunity if we really were serious in that time. Right? But that's what's important, to having strong people around you, a team of people who really can give you that straight and narrow. A lot of people don't get that because they are part of the fool's gold reality of life. They got to be lied to every single day to make them feel good about they messed up situation. Because it keeps them from not wanting to change. You ain't gonna be changing if nobody telling you, investing you, and knowing that you need to get off your behind. You just gonna keep rolling on with the status quo. And matter of fact, you can go search out the people who not gonna challenge you. That's what a lot of them do. They gonna search them jokers out because they don't want to be pushed. Don't push me because I'm close to the edge, right?
I'm trying not to lose my head.
Sometimes man. So that becomes the reality. But they're gonna blow a lot of their free time doing what? Been lied to. Working. Consumed by trivial things. Being entertained.
Right.
Claiming things that you don't have a pay stub attached to. That's my team. No, it ain't. Stop lying. Where your pay stub? Let me see your dividend. Let me see a stock performance. Gee, give me something. But you know what I mean? No, I don't know what you mean. You speaking it. You claiming it. Convince me how it's yours. Oh, so you in the emotional side of things. You like that kind of stuff. Okay. Knock yourself out. Let me see how that work out for you. At some point, somebody got to bury their head into the reality of what? Change. Not in a hole and do nothing, but into change. And so these things are just an extension of that. Again, whether it be this or something else. It's not a reality where you have to focus in this. Again, people invented businesses during COVID. Did they not? People made good money just making masks from their house during COVID, and they're selling them online. Making their own alcohol hand rubbing solutions. And did well. Innovation is always, comes from chaos. You have to figure out and find a way when you backed up against, a wall or a corner. Some people doubled down and stuck their head deep in the sand, and waited on who? The government. And the government like, okay, well, this is what we'll do. Right? We're going to discuss this, and we're going to keep discussing it. Next thing you know, a month and passed, 2 months and passed, 6 months and passed, 7 months and passed, 9 months and passed, and all that time you've been waiting. And here it is, a little teeny bop over here, a little dude about 17, 18, and got his stimmy check and put it all on Apple calls or Tesla calls when it was at $300 or $400 a share, and it went to $2,500. And that joker that made more money than both his parents in the house right now. They got to ask them, ask the child, can they go out? Can we go out tonight? Now go to your room, right? I'm making all the money now. Opportunity. That's basically what we profess. So if it takes people to have these kind of real conversations to get them to see the totality of why we talk about them a lot and how I don't want to talk about that. Well, what do you want to talk about? If it's not going to end to us getting to a bag, then what's the use of having that conversation? Well, yeah, it is that serious sometimes. You got to cut out the small talk. You've been doing that for 20 years, 30 years, 16 years, 10 years, depending on the age of a person. At some point, that's no, I don't want to deal with that. I'm not going to be always be in debate mode unless I know a bag finna come from it. right? Like, what is the point to be proven when it ain't no? It's circular rhetoric that's gonna lead to what? You get hot, sweated, bothered, and then nothing came from it. When you saying, okay, well, either I'm gonna concede or I got you. Makes no sense to me in this day and age. But again, I understand that people are not ready to get pushed to that edge. They're not ready to get pushed to the ledge, right? They want to still believe that the greater aspect of this situation or the institution called America, this corporation called America, got their back. And they've seen, like everybody else has seen, that it's not going to do that. So if I'm not finna be sitting here waiting on what they say, you can't beat them, join it. Guess what? Let me go read this Fed baby book. Let me see what these people really talk about. Let me see where the money at. Let me see what they doing. Because apparently they ain't giving it to the actual people that deserve it and that's paying, giving them the privilege to have it to give to somebody else. Right? They're just taking your money and giving it to people who they want to give it to without your permission.
Exactly.
Let that marinate. It's going into JP Morgan's. It's going into the pockets of Bank of America and Apple or Tesla or whomever or AMC or Royal Caribbean. It's going in their pockets indirectly. Directly. Indirectly, but directly. By backstopping a lot of their debts. They don't get to sink or swim. Or sink basically. They still get to stay afloat. It's like as if they could do no wrong. But you don't have that luxury. Oh, should have pulled yourself up by your bootstraps. Sorry about that, buddy. Should have had a good education. Well, what good is the education during the quarantine? Well, at least you have it, and so when you get ready to use it again, it'll be ready. What? But I need to eat today. Well, I don't know what to tell you. See, they're always going to double you down when they know you're desperate. But see, one thing we got is what? We're not desperate. We may not be where we want to be. Some of us are. We're on our way. But guess what? We got something that a lot of people, man, look, we got opportunity. We can log off right now, go into the market right now, and try to figure out how to get a bag. Right now. At 10 p.m. at night. Yep. Crypto, Forex, futures market. Let's go. A joker right now being entertained. We over here being entertained by figuring out how to get this money. Oh, that's 20%. That's 30%. That's 7%. I'll take it. It compounds. It compounds. That 30 and the 60, that's 60 and the 120, that 120 and the 180. And see how that work? So that's the importance.
Yep.
So when people come at you like, well, why y'all talk about that kind of stuff, man? Well, this is why we talk about it. I'm not finna cheat myself. I'm definitely not gonna cheat my peers. I'm like, hey, this stuff is important. Let's learn it. Why don't we? Well, did they spend time teaching it to you in school? No. Well, that's why you need to learn it then. Because if they hide it from you, that means they don't want you to know it. Because if you learn how to know it or understand it, you can now what? Counter them what? Their bull crap.
Yep.
That's the game. That's the game. How many parents teach their kids that, man, look, he going to have to learn that on his own. I'm sorry, I ain't got time. What you mean you got time? How much you gave the NBA this past week? 2.8 hours? You gave the NBA 2.8 hours. Okay. What they gave you? Gave me a chance to relax. You can relax without... Okay. I get it. Yeah. Or I gave 2 hours to Game of Thrones or something, or whatever joke could be, whatever. But again, people don't think like that because they feel like, well, I'm not pushed to that level of edge yet, so I can just keep burning the time. At some point, something good gonna happen to me, right? Y'all know that kind of that pie in the sky reality there. I'm gonna keep on waiting. No, that's not how life works. The Fed's cutting a check every month to the market for 120 billion. Of your dollars that you didn't sign off on. You didn't sign off on that. You didn't get your permission for that. But it's gonna come out your check though. If you have one, even if you get a check, the check that you can't even get right now is waiting though. It's still collecting. It's still aggregating right now. So as soon as you go back to work, then you're going, yep, let me get that on right up out of there. Let me get that right on up out of there. Like, I don't want to play that game. And I don't want to convince my people that that's the only game they should be playing. You see what I'm saying? It just makes no sense. So this is why we focus on things like this. We focus on skills that will turn you, you know, yield you. We use their terminology. Their terminology will yield you, you know, interest, right? On you submitting, you know, the proper procedure to be able to kind of extract money away from it. It's a turnkey. It's a few buttons, bada bing, bada bung, in, bada bing, bada bung, out. It's everything that happens in between. Of course, that's where the magic's at, right? Or the headache for some, again, if you're not prepared. Hence, that's what we talked about, what? Setting a plan, having a plan. You got to understand the lay of the land first before you can walk, you know, just walk on out there. But that's why this conversation is important, because for too long we're not having it. For too long we've not have had it. And you know what? If I was to ask you guys again, I asked you guys this before. How many of y'all parents actually, or you know, taught y'all about this kind of stuff, the stock market? Not just spoke about it in passing, but really sat you down and said, "Hey, this is your moment into understanding financial literacy, so you'll never have to depend upon anybody. And if not, we're gonna set you up a game plan so this stuff will turn over time and mature, you know, throughout your existence. So when you go to cash out, it'll have a nice little premium attached to it." How many of our parents really sat us down and had that conversation with us? Or was it, you know, hey, go to school, focus on the education so you can get a what? A good old job. I can't, you know, leave it to you from an inheritance standpoint, but you can work your way on up there on your own. Come out tell you that you can't be a lawyer, doctor, this, that, and the third. Yeah, that's true. Okay, but, you know, I see a lot of people my age and younger, they don't have to even go through that. They do that if they choose to, right? It's not even necessity. It's a choice that they become those things. They just doing that because they want, but they living their best life because apparently somebody set them up a plan, procedure before they even, you know, jumped off the porch. So that's the significance of this stuff. That's the significance of why, you know, we're multifaceted and wanting to learn a lot of different things. Not that we can't, you know, or doesn't have, you know, approve a point just because we can reel off some numbers, some data points, and that's not about that, because we're actually applying it. We're applying it. It's applicable data. See what I'm saying? We're going to make an executive decision around it once it's displayed. In this case, it's only two ways you're going to go, up or down. See how that works? It's a binary move. One way or the other. It's going to go up or it's going to what? Come down. At some point. And then it's going to, you know, neutralize itself out a little bit and play a little cat and mouse game for those who late, right? Like she spoke about, right? Late to the trade. Trade already happened. You coming in late. But nonetheless, you just have to be in a position to what? Stay ready. You know, so that's you know, that's the significance of all this. So again, I just want to make sure I emphasize that and speak on that, so we don't lose focus of that, and we'll stay, you know, in a lot of ways, positioned to not be recipients of waiting on a government, a job, a spouse, whatever, right? You need to be equal or greater than. Whoever you partner up with, you need to be equal or greater than. See how that works? And the same level of intensity is on their end the same way. Well, that's power. Knowledge brings power. Power brings what? Profit. I never stop saying that. I'm going to make sure my nieces, my nephews, everybody, my peers, I'm going to always keep pushing that narrative, because I understand it now more so than I did when I was a lot younger in corporate environments and not understanding that, man, I could reverse engineer and do that stuff. Y'all know y'all been in the environment. Like, man, I could do this, man, with my eyes closed, man. Stop trying to micromanage me. Let me do my job. All right, well, here it is. Well, you get a chance to do it now. Ain't nobody going to micromanage you. It's you. Now what you going to do? And you can make more money than sitting there pushing paper for somebody else. See how that work? You can grow it. All right, so again, when the ball's in your court, it's game on. So I'm excited. Again, continue to do the thing what we need to do, guys. Y'all know how to go. You know, we're going to keep speaking on this real world stuff, because, see, people can't sit here. See, they can't question you once you back them them into a corner with data, right? Or, you know, reality in a lot of ways. You're only going to double down in anger, or you going to say, you know what? Okay, yeah, I feel you, right? I see the merit there. right? I see the merit there, right? Because there are people who can't, function right now. Can't eat, can't clothe themselves, can't do this, that, the third, because they're whatever, affected like everybody else. But then there are people who are what? Thriving right now in this environment. It's thriving. Like how? Like how's you thriving right now? Joker's a pandemic. Joker, yeah, because I have a specific set of skills. That kind of reality, right? And it don't mean I'm coming down a COVID pole or nothing like that. I have a specific set of skills that I have unlimited access to a capital pool. Ain't nothing to talk about. Well, how do I access it? Well, here's the data. Here's the information. Here's the procedure. Right? That 20 that you were going to blow on DoorDash, well, I'm going to put it in, the DoorDash stock or something else, and, I'll give it a month. I'll give it, a couple weeks. Yeah, well, yeah. It can 20% growth on it. It can, 40% growth. It can grow legs in other ways. It's not going to grow legs in your wallet. It's not going to grow legs in your bank account. It is not, right? They say, right? Your money's sitting in the bank account collecting nothing but dust saying, give me a knife. Right? Give me a knife.
Give me a knife.
Right? Because this joker is not going to put me to work. You just waiting to blow it on a ham sandwich. That ain't power. I'm sorry. That's not power. I understand that even more so now. And I done blew some money in my time like a lot of people have. Dang it, boy. I could have been buying Apple stock back then or Netflix or IBM or something. Dang it, man. You like, dang it, man. That 100 would have been this much now. Even when the Bitcoin boom took off. You could just throw 100 on Bitcoin in 2009, when it was, at decimal points on the zeros. And it been up, man, stop it. See what I'm saying? Yeah. All right, wait. All right. I'm off my soapbox. Again, when you hit that lick, when you hit that lick, boy. Joe can't tell you nothing. That's all I'm saying. Let's go, guys. Let's get it. All right, so anybody else got anything? I know we go in. It is Wednesday. It is, Urban Economic Empowerment Day. Of course, we, byproduct, we just continuing, and on this channel tonight because Sister Mo took the night off. So I guess, I'll definitely accommodate, the family, anybody else that definitely wants to, build. This is the days that we go in, so by all means, share your screen, share your charts, share your perspective. Give people that, that work, that knowledge. Right? Knowledge brings power, power brings profit. Right? So yeah, it's exciting. Matter of fact, let me stop sharing my screen. But yeah, investing.com. I'm gonna share the link to the back chat for some of you guys may be familiar with that site or not. Of course, we talk about it a lot for a reason, right? But this is what we just sharing sources. The same way a lot of our other communities do it. We just sharing our sources. Right? These are our sources. Right? That leads us to what? Opportunity. Right? These are our sources. So anybody else got some, got them jewels to drop? I know y'all got it. Y'all got that work. Y'all got a stock. Y'all got something you're looking at, which come through. Come through. The floor is definitely open. Right?
Come through, Obaz.
Yeah, guys, get in the habit of getting at it, man. That's what we do. Crank them charts open, get them breakdowns going, put them diagrams in play. Let's eat. So it's that kind of energy and that kind of work, that kind of logic. That's just to me, it's just it's revolutionary. It's revolutionary. See, okay. All right, I'm gonna go there and grab my little late dinner real quick. See, I'm going to show this real 2 seconds here. See right here? See, I put it on out there. See that there? See what that right there say? Trading what the market offers you. Stop loss is non-negotiable in this environment. Of course, we know we're dealing with a very skittish market. It's scary because it's not getting what it wants. It's a spoiled environment. But we know how to trade it, right? Because we're trained to understand these kind of parameters. See how that works? Hence, I'm always saying that for a reason now, because I want people to see exactly how it works. And then I want them to watch us go to work. Not hard to see exactly what's going on here. Got him. There's your next result. There's the what? The drop. Trade confirmed. Got him. There's the end result. Thing went down to hit 31, actually 381 and change. Even if you held into it. See how that works? Way up here, the way down here. See how that works? I want to post the mechanics of the trade. I didn't even post the P&L, and I have to. I just I'm gonna show people how it works. Right? As the saying goes, see how it works, right? Here's my entry. I'm not finna fight the market. Them puts were dirt. They wasn't even that expensive too. Right? A couple $100 to buy in the money at that time at that 386 strike. A couple $100 at that point, and a little change. Then it started to bleed. You already down 2 points. That means you're already up near about $200 right there.
Oh, especially on the SPY.
Yeah, yep. And it bled all the way out. Came down to 381 and change down there into the close. After making this, reprise uptrend, like it always do, a little bounce, right? Hiccup and come right back down. Bleed on out. Yeah. Quick little nice little $400 bag. Not fighting the market. Not just watching the money do work. And you multitasking doing other stuff. See how that work? But hold up, baby. Let me check my trap real quick, baby. Give me a second, baby. Let me check. Okay, everything fine. All right. Now what you talking about again? Man. But y'all get it. So again, I share a little value for the family, a little flavor. Again, so this is what we do. Y'all know how we work. We're trying to work to show ourselves approved by being able to demonstrate. And so, as we always say, demonstration beats conversation. In the market, you're gonna have to demonstrate. You can't escape it, right? You can't escape it. So again, that's when a couple $100 turned into into 400 plus profit, and you walk away around about six plus, then 7. Right? And like she was saying earlier, as a part of that plan procedure, how much time, right? When the market, being able to scout for opportunity, number one, but of course that's every bit about we were about 11:40 at that time, 11:40 at the peak there at that little put by. So that's about a couple hours, a few hours worth of work right there. But I ain't working. I just initiated and just watched it. See how that worked? So people like, well, yeah, you work hard. Yeah, man. My eyes, get a little blurry. I get that little blue screen effect. I got to put on my blue blockers. That's about it. Right? And we just go to work that way. Right? That's why I know kids to be great is because they understand what patterns, right, really well. So get them involved. Get them involved. Let them spread their wings. Let them get after this. Right? Let them get after this stuff. Let them get excited about it. So yeah, y'all got the screen, man. Share your screen. Get at it, guys. Break down a game plan. If you got one, a thesis. All right, I'm gonna run upstairs and grab my little, late dinner real quick and come back down to my office here. But again, if you guys got the floor, man. If y'all, if you will, of course, I know it's whatever, but you guys have the floor. Share with the family, build with them. Build with the family.
Where they at? Oh, by Marquise. Oh, by Chris.
Them joker probably eating right now. Same thing I should be doing.
Brandon.
I'm about to go ahead and get my little Late little dinner, real quick. You know,
What's going on, family? How y'all feeling?
you got it over. Peace, power, profit to you, family.
Sister Camille, I want to ask you, when you said when they broke through the actual the stop losses, and I think you mentioned that they could see it. Could you explain that a little bit more for me?
Oh, well, it's not that they can see it. They just know that people put their stop loss right
At like
under
certain
certain
levels?
areas, support and resistance, basically.
Okay.
So that's why I say I always wait till they raid the stops. Once they raid the stops,
Mm-hmm.
then the price usually takes off if you're in the trade the right way. If I see it meandering around too long and it's not really giving me what I expected, I'll take whatever the profit is and get out, or maybe move my stop up to break even or something like that. But typically, once they run the stops, and sometimes they'll do it 2 or 3 times. Sometimes I'll let it retrace or return back to origin, RTO, and then I'll enter the trade. Because sometimes even after they run the stops, they may run it again or decide to go deeper. Typically in Forex, even if they run the stop, sometimes they could run it again 10 to 20 pips deeper. So I'll wait for that, and then it'll run. Because sometimes I earlier on, I might find myself taking a trade twice. Like I'll be in the trade correctly, but they decide to run the stops again, 10 to 20 pips, and then the trade will run. So typically what I do now, unless it's like where they really did a really deep purge, I usually wait for them to run it twice, because it'll pull away and then come back. And if I see that it failed to go lower, the second on the pullback, then that's when I'll enter it.
You said if it failed for the second time?
Yeah, if it fails to go lower, if it goes lower, if it fails to go lower than the first stop raid on the pullback, then I'll know that they're not gonna run the stops that low again, and then I'll get in the trade. But typically, I wait for them to run it again below the original stop run, 10 to 20 pips.
Okay. All right. I like that because you already add your actual risk into factor. You know where your levels are. Okay.
Yeah, definitely. You want to, because that's also a part of not being in the trade too early or a bad entry. So, I mean, you could be right, but have a bad entry. Like you can enter and then they run this, they go deeper, 10 pips, 15 pips. So now you get, now you got to wait for them to come back. You're already in a drawdown. I mean, you got to hold through a drawdown if they didn't hit your stop already.
That's something else. I'm sorry. That was something else I was going to ask you.
What were you saying?
No, I said that was something else I was going to ask you too. Do you wait or do you get out of the trade to get back into the trade? Like if you get in on a bad entry?
If I get in on I have my
entry?
stop. Yeah, I'll just wait. I mean, if it hits my stop, sometimes I don't let it hit my stop. Sometimes I get out because I can see that it's going to hit the stop. I was like, it's going there. So I'll just get out and, wait for it to set up again. It might be an hour, you might be in too early. It might, consolidate and then go lower and then go in the right direction. So, I mean, and that's one of my rules too. I try not to keep going in and out of a trade. So if I lose 2 trades, if I lose and my analysis is wrong twice, then I just call it a day. wait for the next day, and go through my charts again. Because what happens is you be going in and out, in and out, in and out, and trying to make the trade do what you wanted to do, and it's not, and sometimes you're just in the trade completely wrong. So it's like sometimes it's good to just sit back and re-examine everything, because just because it hits what retail calls support might not be resistance or whatever. It might not be ready to reverse. Sometimes it'll just go right through there, because if you look at the doxy, it's going to an area on a higher time frame.
Mm-hmm.
And you're trying to trade on a small time frame, and it hit an area where you think there might be a reversal, but it's not ready to reverse there, because you got to go look at the higher time frame and see a possibility where price could be going. Because that's what I like to do a lot of times. I like to just let it go. If there's higher high somewhere on the higher time frame, I like to let it go there first, or wait for it to go there, because after it goes there, it's usually going to reverse. If like some of those middle channels, like when you're in the middle and you got like liquidity above and below, sometimes you don't know which way it could go. So I like to let it just go where it's going on a higher time frame, to the higher highs or to the low, or to an order block, and then take the trade, because it's kind of, even if it does go through, it's kind of in an area where it will kind of reverse. You can see if it's going to reverse or not, because on a higher time frame, it already took out all the liquidity, as opposed to trying to trade on a smaller time frame, and they haven't finished running all the stops, and they haven't finished taking out all the inefficiency in price. Yeah, and that's one of the rules I have to remember too, to always keep looking at the higher time frame on the DXY, and make sure that they are running. Like if you're trading EU, then you want that confluence, because I've been in a trade sometimes too, where I'm looking at the DXY and they're running the same. So then that's weird, because you're looking to take EU the other way. It's not like you're trading USD CAD or something like that, and you want it to run with the dollar. And then sometimes the market makers will hold up a pair. So for instance, GU might be running, and then you might be in EU, and it's just sitting there on this, consolidating or going sideways. So then if it's not running, I'll take whatever the money is and get out, because if I see GU running and EU is just sitting there, or just trading in a little channel, and I know that the market makers are holding it for whatever reason. They're not ready to let it run. Maybe they're gonna let it run later, but then you're in there getting chopped up. So I get out. I just take, when I get into profit, I get out. Especially if it does it 2 or 3 times and it doesn't go, then I'll just take the money.
Gotcha.
And wait for another chance, wait for another time to set up. Because I used to be holding. For me, if it's not running, I try not to be in them trades like 3 hours, 4 hours. Because if you're in the trade, right, it's supposed to, it reacts immediately. Because you're in it when the banks are moving the money and they make big moves. So if you're not in it right, you'll be sitting there like, and then eventually price reverses on you. So yeah, I look for a reaction, at least within an hour. If I'm there like, and it's an hour going by, I'm like, this don't look right.
Right.
I'll take whatever the profit is. Might not be my exact goal, but at least I'm not red. So I'm starting to be able to see when the trade when it's going to work out, and if it don't work out, I just get out and wait for another entry, or wait for or look for another trade.
Okay. Now, when you set up your trades, do you have like a limit of trades that you're going to take, or do you just see like the opportunity and just go off of the opportunity? Was that a combination of both?
Where you said, do I have a limit of amount of trades I want to take?
Yeah, like do you limit it to like almost like day trading? If you're under the PDT rule, you get like 3 trades a day.
Usually my rule is once I get a bag, I'm out. Because I used to keep trading and end up losing my bag or breaking even again for the day because I lost my bag and then I gotta I gotta get it back. So then you gotta try to get the bag back, and instead of compounding your gains, you end up just breaking even for the day. So you might get the bag back, but once you lose in a trade, unless you're able to double the amount, let's say you lost $100. So for you to compound your trade, you got to make $200. That might not be there.
Right.
So that's why when I make my bag, whether it's in London or New York session, I'm done for the day. I used to trade. I'd be like, oh, I'm in London. I'll be in New York. And I was like, nope. And especially if you're like in a bad, this is like kind of like bad market conditions right now. This is like you got non-farm payroll this week. There's a lot of stuff going on, and the price action is not that great. So you can easily lose money because the price is not reacting. You'll be sitting in this, kind of chopping you up. Then all of a sudden it'll break out, So yeah, it's just like I was saying, I think it's it's good discipline too to not trade sometimes, just to watch the chart, especially if you find yourself losing over and over. Because sometimes you're just in a bad market and maybe your skills are not, how you did your analysis was incorrect, and you still have some more things to learn as far as how to trade in certain markets, because the markets change too. Because sometimes you could just be flowing, blah, 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 setups. And sometimes them setups, just ain't working right for some reason. Or you forget some of your rules. You're not, going through all your checkpoints as far as looking at the higher time frame, seeing where that's at, seeing if that reversed on you or whether it's ready to reverse. Should you have taken profits here? So yeah, the more you just kind of, like I was saying, stick to your plan, becomes more ingrained, and you just automatically do it. So my rule is once I got my bag, that's it. I'm out. No more for the day. And then I'm able to compound, my earnings. Because what happens is you keep going in and you'll lose. You're bound, to, your judgment could be off sometimes. You take a trade, or as the day progresses, certain things start happening. And so it's best to be in the market when, the institutions are moving the money. Prime times, kill zones, 10 a.m. New York time, 10:30, up until from 2 to about 5 a.m. London time. That's when they're moving the money around. So
after you collect the bag, do you just get up from the computer, or do you just walk away, or do you just set up for the next day?
I just turn it off. It's usually early. I just turn the thing off. Go do something else. Maybe read or go work out. Or it feels funny sometimes, especially when you've been used to being on that stuff all day, just, you know, it's like you feel weird.
Right, doesn't
But
sit right.
you know,
Like,
yeah, I just make myself not look at the charts anymore. Or I mean, I might go read or watch some or do. I'll go study, do something like that. I'll study. I'll go work out. You know, maybe I got some music to learn for a show or something like that. Yeah, or just go clean up or cook or something. Just do something that's not going to entice me to want to get into a trade. If I, you know, I'm like, oh, it looks like it's setting up. Ah, yeah. It's like you become like a trading fiend. You got to wean yourself off of that, you know.
a trading thing.
A trading fiend, or even trade in a demo account. You don't have to put your money in there. After you get a bag, just get a, you know, trade on a demo or something. Or, you know, I'll go learn something else. You know, maybe I'll study options. You know, so I can, you know, if I'm not looking at charts and I'm not looking at something set up, I'm not tempted to take the trade. And sometimes I don't even look on social media because you got people, yeah, I just hit so and so and blah 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 blah. And you be like, oh, let me go look at the chart. Ah!
You mad, like, damn it, I missed out.
Yeah, you know, you have to be at peace with that. You got your bag out the market, just, you know, wait till the next day. You know, you can go do some studying. I'll study my options or study, you know, an ICT course or whatever. You know, writing my journal. That's important. You know, go back and I mean, if you got that bug to trade, back test. You know, always go and back test. That'll make your trading stronger. Pick an asset and back test and annotate on the chart. You know, that's part of journaling as well. So just yeah, disciplining yourself to be like as robotic as possible. Do the same thing. It's repetition. The more you can, it's like for me playing music, it's repetition. Being a drummer is about repetition.
Mm-hmm.
So the drummers that work are the ones that can keep a beat. It means repetition. So if you can, you know, discipline yourself to repetition, doing the same thing, and then what happens is you begin to see other things in the charts. Through that repetition, you start your vision opens up. The more information that you're studying, things that didn't make any, you know, sense to me earlier on, now I'm like, oh, okay. I'm able to see certain things in the charts that I couldn't see before. And through repetition, you start to recognize them. Then you can kind of, yep. Oh yeah, that's the dude that taught Michael Jackson how to do the robot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Boogaloo Shrimp. I think that's his name. My man over here on the right, he just passed away about 2 months ago. But yeah,
Turbo Ozone. Turbo Ozone. Hey, Boogaloo Shrimp, though, you're right. Yeah, buddy just, what's his name, just passed away, though. Shabadoo.
Shabadoo, yeah.
Yeah, he just passed away.
But yeah, that repetition, man, that's it. You just train yourself to be, follow your rules. Like you have your rules on the side of your computer. And just like, you know, go through your checkpoints. Like, you know, when you go get a oil change or whatever, or if you know, drive a bus or whatever, you got to go through that checkpoint. You know, you go through those points, make sure the vehicle is, you know, ready to run. So same thing with the trades, just like repetition. And then the more, you know, the more once that becomes ingrained in you, you start seeing other things. You can expound on it. It's like for me in music, the more you understand the basics, then the more you can be free. There's no freedom when you don't know the rules, because you don't know how to break them. So it's just like my father was a cop. He used to always say, "You're gonna be a criminal. You got to understand law." He said, "He said the problem with these criminals, they don't know the law, so they bad criminals." So it's the same thing. You gotta know the rules before you can break them.
Right. I see that.
Yeah, that's I and even if, like, again, that's my rule. If I lose, if my analysis is wrong, and I don't get the bag 2 times, that's it. Cause I early on, man, I'd be like revenge trading like a mug. Then you find yourself in that place where you're like, oh, I don't care about my account. Oh, I'm gonna lose. You be like, blew up. It's like later for it. You just go in and revenge trade on some stupid trade and just blow your whole account. And it sounds easy, but people. And that's all a part of trading. When you can control yourself and walk away, and I feel you got to be right all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Then those are some big steps in trading. So I get my bag, and that's that. I'm done. Tell you what, you find yourself revenge trading or wanting to keep trading all day after you have a bag.
Yeah, like it's almost like gambling at the casino. Like I'm on a hot streak. I can't stop. Like, come on, give me. I don't want to crap out. No, come on, come on, 6, come on, 7.
Right. Oh my goodness. Yeah, man. That's discipline, self-control. You got the crystals. Trading with crystals.
Burning some sage or whatever.
He got his
But no, when I feel like I have the revenge trade, I basically just unplug my computer. Like I let it die out purposely. Like I log off from the actual, platform or brokerage and just walk away.
just gotta walk away. You should put that like a big we call those stickies or something, or write it on a piece of paper. Put it next to your computer. Like after I get my bag, get up and go do something else.
Right, go clean something.
Steady, like turn off. Yeah, man, turn off the platform. That's what I do. I just turn it off. Wow. I take a picture, bloop, for my journaling. Right before I, take my money. Wow, take the picture, turn it off. I don't even look at it no more until I'm ready to do my analysis for the next day. And if I keep looking at the chart, I'll be like, oh wow, so and so is setting up. Right, then you forgot your rules. You don't even go look at the higher time frame. You just like ping, and next thing you know, you're like you be mad at yourself for the rest of the day. There ain't nothing worse than being red on a Friday. Woo! That is the absolute worst. You got the whole
red
weekend.
On a Friday.
Red on a Friday is the worst. Well, it's even worse if you blow up on a Friday. Woo! You be stewing all weekend. But yeah, I just turn it off. And like now it's easier to do that. I just turn it off. and just come back the next day. And, just stick to my rules like that. I mean, eventually I like to have options going, and I can have my Forex going on 2 different things. And with Forex, with options, I don't have to sit there and unless I'm day trading it. But I mean, it's I'm not gonna be jumping in and out of trades. Like I could be out of a Forex trade in 20 minutes if I'm in it correctly and it moves. Then after that, it's like, yeah, it's kind of, it's like that high. You're like, oh, okay, I got the bag. What's next? You looking around.
Get to rubbing your hands together like, what's next?
It's all early in the morning. Oh, okay. Now what do I do? Woo. Yeah, I just turn it up. Sometimes I go back to sleep. Because sometimes I've been up all night from London watching, especially in this weird like January, February, March months. And sometimes London just runs, but like these months it's like weird. It'll just go a little bit and then reverse on you. You'll be like, whoa. So yeah, I watch it and take, if I'm in something that works. Like I think Tuesday, was it Monday or Tuesday, man, it ran like crazy. I was waiting for the reversal. It never came. I was like, whoa, okay. So like if it doesn't do what it normally does, then I kind of like stay away from it then. Because I'm like, this is gonna cost you some money because it's behaving differently. If you don't get that drop and then the reversal, and then it runs into New York. If it does something else, then I'm like, then it's like weird. It kind of throws you off as far as how to trade it. So, because you're expecting a certain behavior, and if you don't get it, then it's best to wait. Or maybe, you're waiting for it to reach the low, which it usually typically reaches either the low or the high in London. If that doesn't happen, and it might not happen till like, Monday or Tuesday, sometimes Wednesday, but yeah, I'm just looking for the particular characteristics. There's looking at price models, looking at there's like a language, there's a roadmap that you see all the time, but sometimes you miss it, like your eye misses it. Your eye misses the setup, and or you'll think you're projecting onto the track, onto the rather the chart, that what you want to see.
Right.
That'll make you make some mistakes too as well. So patience, patience is the biggest thing. It's a waiting game. Got to be patient. The more patient you are, the better. You can train yourself. Some people are naturally more patient. I don't know. I mean, I had to work on that. I mean, I'm patient in other things, but trading I had to work on because you think it's setting up and it's not. So that's why I say it's best I let it come back again. Because it always does that. And even if it don't, then it wasn't meant for you to be in the trade. So it's best to let it come back. Unless it goes really, really deep. Then it's like, okay, it went pretty deep. It didn't, sometimes you'll get those double tops or double bottoms. If I see the clean highs or clean lows, I know definitely they're gonna come back and run the stops because they look for clean highs because they know that retail traders take the trade there and put their stops above clean highs or clean lows, double tops and double bottoms.
Mm-hmm.
And then they'll come back and decimate that whole area. So I wait for them to run the stops, 10 or 20 pips after that. Sometimes they go 30. If they go 40, then you know, if it goes past 20, then I'm not even gonna try to mess with it. And also what I started doing too was have like a graph of 10 to 20 pips that I put after they ran the stops, and then where I make my entry, looking at the price action. So that way I can kind of like train my eye to see, 10 to 20. And typically, huh?
No, I was just saying you make a graph to do what again? I'm sorry.
I'll put my chart up and show you what I mean. Just a little thing let's see. Where is share my chart? Okay, there it is. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll take something like this. Just these two. Let's see. So, I'm on the wrong chart. Where's this one? I think that's so that would be 20 pips. So say I thought, so like, come here. So these are equal lows here. So if I wanted to make sure, I'll wait for them to run price down here, which is what they didn't run 20 pips. They ran more about 15 or something like that there. And then I would take the trade and then place my stop 20 pips below my entry. So say I made an entry here.
Mm.
So if they already ran the stops, which they did here, I would usually put my stop like right under there at like 19,905. So I just kind of like keep this little graphs like this. I kind of move it around my chart to see, what is it, 10, 20 pips, whatever, and see what they do as far as price. That's just a little thing I kind of, came up with. So like right here, see they had double tops there, but I mean they did run the stop, but just to be on the safe side. So you could put that up there and see. That would be 20 pips. They didn't run the stops 20 pips. It's more like another 10 pips, 15 pips. So after I see that they failed, not failed, because they took out the liquidity here. And they ran the stops from here where traders would probably have gotten in and left their stops. And then they ran the price up here. So this is one of the little, tools I use to kind of gauge whether or not it's 20 pips. They already ran the stops 20 pips, or how much they ran how much they did run the stops. And before I take the trade. So yeah, this is kind of setting up here. It's consolidating. Yeah, so that's kind of what I would do as far as that little graph that I make. Consolidation. Consolidation. Actually, we're consolidating here. Got those clean highs there, right there. Clean highs, clean lows. So I would anticipate them either running the stops up here and then price going lower.
Now would that still be that 20 pip, or would you shrink that down?
No, yeah, I would look for 20 pips. If it doesn't go 20 pips, and I see them run it like 10 pips, they usually typically run it 10 to 20 pips.
Okay.
If they go beyond that, then it's not going to reverse. If they run price 30, 40 pips, then I move on. Or I'll just, because I know it's going long then, as opposed to going short. If they let it run all the way up here, and then I would look for an entry when they finish running the stops up here, or they might continue into New York going long. So let's see what's above this. What's above this on the okay, so on the daily, this is today. So we have a daily order block higher up. And you have these equal, you have this is the bullish 15-minute order block. So it could go here and then go down to these equal lows. Run the stops here. You could also continue down, depending on what the dollar does, though. So for me, it's all based on what the dollar is going to do, opposite of the dollar. So if I'm looking for EU to go short, the dollar has to be going long. And as of now, the dollar is going long. So I'll be looking for this. The dollar to come here. Let's see what it does on a daily. Yep, so we have got a highs here. Let me make it smaller so I can see it. Right, so it's the daily. We got somewhat of equal highs up here. It's the highs on the hourly, this pink line. And it's the highs on the daily. So at this moment, it's at the daily order block here. Bearish order block. It could go through that, or at least the median of the candle. It is already at the order block. So that means EU will be going down. But I always wait until 2 a.m. let it set up. And then I can, and then at midnight, which is which starts the day in Forex, I'll mark the previous day's high. So I would mark this candle, the high and low, previous day's high. And while the midnight candle is forming. And then that would give me a trading range as to, you know, what the, as far as the previous day high and previous day low. So I know if price gets above or below the previous day's high, or it rejects at the previous day high, then I know how to trade EU or trade anything else based off of that on the day on the daily or the 1 hour of the DXY. Because if it hits these highs here on the 1 hour, but I don't see price reversing, I know it's gonna go to I'll see if there's a 4 hour order block or something that's causing it to continue. So here's the 4 hour order block here. So it could reverse there as well. So that's just some scenarios as far as what I would be looking for.
Yeah, I'm gonna get there one day.
Oh, get out of here. It's easy. I got easy, but I mean, once you adhere to just that, like dealing with the with the price action and your higher time frame basis. It took some time for me too to and I'm still trying to get it together. I mean, like, you know, our brother Stock Guy, boy, he's like a genie.
Genie with it.
Oh my God, like the crystal ball. Yo, he don't even crazy, man. Yeah, he has a really great understanding of price action, using all, you know, what I just laid out, and even some further things that he's discovered. But I'm gonna put in the chat. He's having he's doing a class on Sunday, so I'll put it in the chat. And it's $10 for the 10. Yeah. This cat does this show called Art of Charting. Oba should be on that joint. But yeah. So you know, I'm gonna be in the house. It's at 1 p.m. Eastern time Sunday. And he's gonna break down his whole analysis. And you definitely want to check it out.
Oh yeah.
So
once you throw it in the chat,
so how's your forex trading
coming? I'm
how's
still
your
learning.
Forex trading?
I'm still learning forex right now. That's another tool I still want to grasp. I mean, I'm still trying to get options down a little bit. I got a couple options contracts out there that's still not hitting my way, but I mean it's not too far from the money, but and then I got a couple positions on some long term plays I'm making right now. But I just got a lot right now on my plate. Then what Oba said about school, really resonated with me. So I'm thinking about quitting school now. But I'm gonna be at your status one day. I'm gonna be up there with you, Oba, Chris, Marquise, everybody.
Man, what are you taking in school?
So I'm going to school to be a project manager, and my degree is technical management.
And what is that? Like when you say technical?
It's just more of an aspect of just technical aspects or technology aspects of like
technology.
Technology, or being the main guy for overseer for project management, build up and cost analysis type thing. So I would sit there and just do all these cost analysis on Excel and stuff like that. That's why I like watching Monica do her Excel thing. That helps me out when she does that. But yeah, but
so you thinking about quitting?
What's that?
So you say you're thinking about quitting?
It's not the fact that Oba mentioned it tonight. I mean, it's been something that's been resonating with me for a while now.
Right. Okay.
I just think about it like a lot of my friends who went to school, who got a degree, who's not using that degree, and they basically said like, hey, it's no sense of you spending X amount of money to go to school and not using your degree. Now, give it granted, certain degrees is necessary, but like if you got a degree in history, I mean, like how's that gonna land you a job and feed you or whatnot? I mean, like, I don't know what job requires you to have a history degree like that.
Right. There's people. I mean, a lot of people get the degree. They go to school with something that doesn't have any longevity as a field.
Right.
And you can't. It could be anything that can be automated. You don't want to go to school for. I mean, a lot of people just get a trade. I mean, because a trade you can always make money. If you're an electrician or a carpenter, the plumbing, or that kind of, those are the things that Black people used to do.
And actually, I find trades to be more beneficial because if you stick long enough in a trade and you gain some experience through that, you can easily turn that over to a business and become a manager or become a CEO of your own company versus going to school trying to get a degree.
Exactly.
Right. So I was like, I just should have just did a trade in that case.
Yeah, I think a trade is more beneficial.
Say something about project management, Oba.
Yes, sir.
My ear was project manager with a PMP cert.
Ooh.
That's the importance of having a team. You always got people that you can pick their brains. And so we always say your network determines your net worth. Don't never, and I'm saying that universally because our people have a habit of trying to go at things alone. it's not that we want to, it's just that we really don't have reliable sources of people we can be funneled into, right? You think about people who are marketing agents who are funneling coaches, right? So what is a funnel coach? A funneling coach is a person who channel your strengths, your weaknesses into environments that help you make good decisions for your business, for the procurement of a better outlook in terms of information, right? Put you in the right faces of people who can help you, direct your steps a little bit better, so you can have an elimination of unnecessary mistakes, right? Well, that's what your think tank should be about anyway. Your circle of influence has to resonate with the kind of model mindset that you're trying to procure, right? We're always in a I should say a focus of acquisition, right? When we think about what is the acquisition, officer or acquisition manager, somewhat in the lines of that product management, right? Think about what a product manager does, right? Or it's the same likeness when we're thinking about investment values, right? These investment vehicles, what are we doing? We're compartmentalizing them, right? And we're managing them, right? But what? We're not all the overhead. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We don't have to worry about bodies. We don't have to worry about expense costs. None of this stuff like that. We just got to focus on the company, projections, and their level of execution. And so behind that, we're just funneling our money in onto that, that ramp, right? That on ramp in this case. Strategically, of course, entry is everything, right? But nonetheless, being that it's going to have a end destination of purpose, right? So you're doing a lot of that, in natural aspect. Now, it's a good field to be in by all intents and purposes. Really important, especially if you get your PMP, right? Well, I'm sure you know that, right?
Oh, yeah.
But and it is one of the most lucrative environments out there that still pays, because there's always a need for, the value of a product manager, right? Of course, big markets for it are definitely going to be more metropolitan areas, your DCs, your Chicago, inner city, all stuff like that, Atlanta, New York, places that are definitely highly leveraged for that, Silicon Valley, so forth and so on. But definitely run a lot of government procurement, right? That's when they do better. So product managers, really travel with the military, right? They find those military because that's what they're very useful at, right? The military needs it, right? They always need, values of it, at some point, right? But again, it's a good field, nonetheless, So, if there's value there, then definitely, if it's worth the trade-off, because like anything, you do a risk assessment, right? What is your risk assessment? What are you willing to risk for that value of the reward? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's only going to be applicable to what what you figure or assess far as the value of it. Not so much even just the monetary cost, even though that's the biggest elephant in the room, but you saying you're gonna see it all the way through to the end, or exhaust every resource. So that's gonna come with obviously an expenditure of resources too, which is time, right? The focus to do it. Like anything, when you go to school, of course, higher learning education, college, for us who've been there, you say, well, what's the trade-off? Hours here, 2 hours here, hour here. Study time, again, all to kind of culminate into proving if you were substantially, capable of being able to function, in a corporate setting, with a more, mastery of information, not necessarily the master's degree, but enough, understanding to perform a function of a program, right? Hence, degrees are more programs than they are, a fact of just giving you, a plethora of knowledge, natural knowledge, right? That comes for free, right? Or through hustlenomics. But ultimately, again, I guess I'm saying this to, like Eva Camille was saying, I'm pretty sure you know it yourself. Oh, you got to definitely find environments that can put you into opportunity, literally almost out the gate. And in this day and time, it ain't many scenarios like that. You know what I'm saying? They're out there, but you definitely gonna have to, refine yourself. Do the refinement process, of course, to get there. But if in that, indeed that you are definitely in that space to do that. Of course, we got people we can, you can pick their brains. You can go through the process of that. Of course, you know, I'll be willing to definitely open up that lane for you if you want to, pick, uh, you know, pick some brains, right? Because that's what you need. That's how a lot of people succeed in certain cases in that, because that network pool has, been readily available, presented to them or increased because and that's why a lot of people get into sororities, fraternity too, because again, the endless connections between people who are already in the industry that's out there that graduate or family members. It's just a network, right? Right? Without having to get hazed and beat across the head with a bat and do all these poses and all that. I ain't going in on my black Greek family out there, but that's basically what's going on here. It's just a networking pool, right? A ready-made networking pool. People already strategically planted in places they can help you get a leg up a lot faster. Right? It's just a network. But ultimately, when you learn how to do all those things thoroughly on your own, or build that kind of environment where you lead, essentially by your merit and your hunger, it's more respected anyway, right? You don't have to go down the line to be able to accomplish that. That kind of level of connectivity with others, right? But yeah, I just overheard you talking about it. It's like, yeah, just some GP, right? I figure I'd speak on it.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I really do.
No worries, no worries. So, just definitely know you got lanes that you can walk down if you need to, or we can help you out even on that side. If you choose to stay that route.
I don't see, that's the thing though. Like I'm almost finished, and I just got off the phone with my my counselor probably like 2:00 this morning or this afternoon, and she said, I have X amount still due, and I'm like, all right, I can count on my buddy Biden to cut this check down a little bit. No, I can't.
Right. That's yep. Let's see, and that's the thing, and because it's always going to be they put that's why how I said, I'm not going to get on my soapbox, but they always going to put the prize before the work. You see what I'm saying? And the prize is not a guarantee. It's like step right up, right? The price of education today is not worth the paper that is actually printed on, in more ways than none, because people are more self-made than ever before. They figured out how to go around the cookie cutter model of entrapping people into debt. And I say that loosely because, again, ultimately you're still going there to better your mental, right? Your prowess, learn how to engage people on a professional level. It helps. A lot of that you could do on your own too when you think about it, but it really does help you be more organized, meaning college. However, in the grand scheme of things, if you say to yourself from a smart perspective, what is it going to cost me? Not just monetary, right? But what is it really going to cost me, right? The one commodity that's prices in terms of time. If you can bypass that and make a move in a more strategic manner with less debt, but with the same value of merit, then that will obviously be a given. So everything that you focus on in terms of, in my opinion, of course these are my opinions, school, they have to have an end goal that has a direct link connection to a well organized pool of opportunity, right? It can't be this is the scarcity and you got to be that shining star. Well, that's what majority of a lot of those education, the programs will lead people into. They go there again. Who goes to college for Western music? Like, okay, paparazzi or whatever Papa Robbery, whatever that guy is, the singer guy. You gonna have to be that one. Yeah, Pavarotti, whatever his name. Again, it just makes no sense. But society as a whole is not gonna tell you the truth. They're recruiters.
Right.
Same way like the military is. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying right. True. Brandon, your last name is Jemison?
Yes.
Okay.
So that, like I say, that's just I just want to add a little to that. So of course, every man got to make his his own path or lay his own path before his feet. But we all know again that there's definitely uh, some environments where again it doesn't require whole it don't require you having to give up your firstborn and all that. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause in most cases, that's what happens if you get saturated into it and it doesn't really catch traction. Almost literally out the gate, right? Because one thing about interest, what it does, it compounds. When it's against you, it hurts, but when it's in your favor, it's game on. See how that works? And the best one that worked, obviously, when it's working for you, right? Through investment, that's obviously a tangible perspective. But I mean, it doesn't negate the fact that again, higher learning doesn't put you in perspective because it just puts a higher price tag on your your ability to perform, right? A somewhat of acknowledgement, right? That's what it is. It's an acknowledgement of a completion, right? But the majority of people, guys, they'll tell you as soon as they get out there, the majority of the pools they walk into don't even really align with their program. They end up doing something totally different, or at least it's kind of very it's a residual aspect of it, but it's not what you exactly went for, right? Because they're gonna train you to do exactly what they need you.
Right.
They'll just say, okay, well, you got a degree, okay, you got some hours in, you got some training in, okay, all right. But we're gonna show you how to what we do over here. Right? So you're paying for acknowledgement, resume build in a lot of cases for a lot of people. Because the work they do, they don't end up being in the field. But that debt, ain't no do-over with that. I ain't seen the joker yet get a do-over. Unless the college went under and they got scammed. That's the only way you're getting out of it for the most part. Right? But it's not to scare people away from it. Because again, you can utilize it if you got to really have, you got to have a plan. But college has to be really positioned where now, well, people got to have a talk with their children and say, you know what? If you can't, really provide me on one page thesis of how this going to land you an opportunity within a 5 to 10 year window, you can find yourself, number one, thriving, but also eliminating his debt, then why go into it? Right? When you can bypass it and do like, you guys alluded to that, maybe take a trade for a lot less. Community colleges are even free right now, right? Under the Obama scenario, best thing he did, in some cases, right? So it's not even about, feel like you came through a prestigious institution. It's more like, no, who's gonna help me get to the bag a lot fast with a lot less debt, right?
Right.
Yeah, a lot of parents, they just want to brag that their kids in college. It's like, that's so old.
That's like great old. That jumped so yesterday. Like, and then a lot of them niggas don't even got degrees. Like, no, you ain't finna live vicariously through me. Cause you didn't, what I'm saying, to put me in the debt. No, I want to live free with the wind, right? Because again, debt is the new toe tag, right? It's a toe tag for a lot of cases. So, but anyway, y'all, we know that because again, we follow this. We're trained in this information. We follow the data. We see what's going on with that. We see how there's a transformation in around that space. And you gotta wonder, if you got to have a right scenario in play, the right program in play that gives you again applicable data, applicable skills to go to work with. All right, and not feel like you got to be then the last dragon, right? You got to be the golden one. You got to be the one out of hundreds of thousands of others and millions of other people, right? Like, man, I don't know. Maybe I just say it a little different, but hey, everybody been there at some point.
Oh, you're 100% right. I think that's what a lot of people are afraid of, the truth.
Yep.
To somebody else's eyes.
Definitely afraid of the truth. The whole
So Jokers got them. We loaded in, well, especially our women, black women, of course. That seems to be the badge on the black woman, the most educated woman on the planet. Right? But she got the most debt than any other woman on the planet.
Right.
So what's the trade-off? More debt, less kids, no husband. You just got a whole lot of debt and a whole lot of pride.
Right. That's all I hear. Mugs. I mean, ego out the wazoo.
Serves no purpose. Right? So you back us hustling basically as a base. Or as a base and a race, you back a hustler. If that becomes the pinnacle of success, you want to merit yourself by, right? Or you in some kind of sorority, and that's all the family I need. I don't need no husband, no nothing. I got my my pinky flex. All right, well, good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Skeezy weezy.
Just tread lightly and hope the system never come for you.
Exactly. Yo, I'm a hop off, family. It's always great building.
It's been powerful. I appreciate you, Evil. The whole family, everybody, Open Chris, Open Marquise, Sister Angie, she popped on early, and again, everybody in the back chat, everybody, because these are the moments that keep us on the straight and narrow, right?
Thank you for your breakdown.
Always, this is what we're here for.
Oh.
We're here to...
Yeah, what are these bills? Oh, well, Brandon, you got to put your charts up and we'll go through some things. That's a way we can help you.
Oh, most definitely. But can we do that tomorrow, or are you doing it tomorrow?
Well, yeah, we got the session tomorrow too. So like it's even better doing that time frame as well, because again, we always in a more descriptive, focused environment. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But even if not, then if we get a chance to even pop online and do it too. Use for whatever it be. We'll get it in.
Okay.
But that's good. Like I said, like she's right. That's how you get in the habit of doing it. You got to really just do it till you kind of get tired of it to a degree, and that's a good thing, right? But you want to be so familiar with it, so when you feel like you put it down, you've conquered it enough to make you feel good about what the time you put in it for that day. And then if you pick it back up the next day, you basically finish off where you left off because your energy is still surrounded around what you uncovered the day prior, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And especially if you can see it in action in a trade or investment thesis. Again, that's why the importance of paper trading is good. And when you go to submit a real money trade, you did it with the utmost care and concern for that same reason. You exhausted enough to make you feel good about making it. And so the mastery is not the fact that you can't. The mastery is in the discipline of knowing that you need to do it right and don't get outside of the realm of knowing what you're supposed to do and follow those steps. Right? The human emotion is the hardest thing to conquer, right? The discipline, to not do the same things over and over, expect a different result, right? Which is insanity. But to be, conscious of it and say, what, now this time I'm gonna really put in the effort to say, let me make sure I put the best foot forward, right? Because I didn't put in the work, right? The initial work, the charting and the fundamentals and whatever, right? Hence, that's what we go through when we go into the training. We breaking that stuff down for that reason, for it to become familiar. But it again, I already know. Like I say, the fact that we're here, we're gonna grow, right? The fact that we're here, we're gonna grow. So, no worries there. No worries at all. So I guess that's it. You guys in the last words on the way out the door. We'll shut it on down this evening. A little early before 12 for a change, right? Finally, rarely.
All right, family. See you tomorrow. See you in the room. Chopping it up.
All right. Appreciate you all. Appreciate you as well, Oprah. Everybody in the back chat, thank y'all for tuning in again, being patient. Everybody, family Ramsey, family Nancy, brother Max, of course, sister, Ilba Camille, Eva Monica, our family legendary eights. Everybody over Jay came through, and over Chris, over Angie, over Marquise, Ilba Angie, excuse me. It's late. You can tell I'm tired. All right. Long day. All right. Over Rich, again, over Caesar, everybody again. Everybody, might have missed Family Black Cyber Network, everybody as well. All right, so peace, power, profit. Hope to, get a chance to go live again tomorrow. Stay tuned if you see me pop up. Right, if they allow it, I don't know if I'm shadow banned or not. I hate doing that, like it's that important, but if you see me go live, come through. You're welcome. Always welcome here. You're always welcome here. All right. So I see y'all guys in the AM in the back in the groups, guys. Peace, power, profit on Bantu, and I'll see y'all on the next one.
Peace, power, and profit.
All right,
Peace,
everybody.
Peace, family. Peace, everybody. Peace.